sound ticker. It just all of a sudden, boom, it does that. There we go. Hey, what's up, y'all? I'm Michael, Destro Designs. We are live from Viper Den Studios with a killer show that is focused on our awesome, totally kick-ass G.I. Joe community that we roll with over on X. Not to alienate any of my brothers from Instagram, Facebook, or TikTok that come through here. I love all of you as well. But I would encourage you to get yourself, I refuse to call it X. Get yourself a Twitter account and come on over and join the best community that you can find, bar none. It's not. I will hear no arguments to the contrary. So let's go through who's in the chat right off the rip. We have our brother Dreadnought E. This is my brother Ellis. This show is in honor of our brother Ellis's own brother who recently passed away. They were incredibly close. Just before the gentleman passed, they had, and hopefully I say this right. Please feel free to correct me if I say something wrong. They started to they started to collect again. The classifieds came. They both were collecting. They were sharing their love of the Joes, taking pictures together, doing the whole nine. And then, tragedy, but as life does sometimes, intervened, and that's what happened. So our dude is online all the time, taking pictures, putting himself out there, honoring his friend in this way. And personally, I think it's the coolest fucking thing. I mean, the only thing worse than thinking about, and besides leaving this earthly plane, is how you're remembered, right? Like, you have no handle on that. Once you're gone, and you can't. There's only so much that you can do. So to have a wonderful friend like that is holding up that memory for everybody to see all the time, man. It's a life goal to have friends that will do that for you when you're gone. So shout out to our brother Dreadnought. Glad you found us. Excuse me on this. We found each other. I think you saw. On Destro is my spirit animal, right? And then I think we started talking on Instagram, and then that's how we became close, and now here we are. So shout out to Bulletproof. This one's for you, big dog. We've got my brother Big Gay Dave in the house. He says, hi, Cobra Loyalist. So this is another awesome member of the community who is endlessly positive on the timeline. Perfect for us. I absolutely love it. Again, my dude Orskizio is here. He says, good evening, gents. This is my fellow upstate New York brother. He lives about 2.5 hours, I think, west of me or something like that. But yeah. He also was in a metal band that actually played one of the famous local spots around here from where I'm from. And I think that's cool as shit. So welcome in. My brother Stu for lunch is here. He says, hail Destro. I thank your allegiance. Thank you for your allegiance, my friend. Stu is a brother that he does a show on. Actually, he does a show tonight with my brother Talib from Figure Fight Club. They do a show called Men on Film, and yes, it's named after that wonderful sketch that was on in living color. Black and see block space. He knows what I'm talking about. Which was one of the funniest sketches they had too. By the way, right? Hated it. Two snaps and a twist. And that was a time. That was a time where gay shit wasn't funny. That was serious. People hated that shit. They didn't want nothing to do with it. And that's how you got to do something like that. You have to be undeniably funny that everybody laughs at it. And you don't even realize what you're laughing at, right? Had gay haters out there crying, thinking it was the funniest thing they had ever seen in their life. Because it is. And they had that, what was it? Blaine and Anton, I think were their names, right? And they had the one dude, Damon Wayans, had that little teeny tiny teacup. Funniest dude. I'm sorry.
We would go to school practicing those snaps. It'd be a bunch of guys, and we're doing the snaps.
100%. Hated it. I mean, it was almost like you were saying that about shit that you didn't even really hate. You just wanted to say it. You were like, fucking hated it. Oh, man. 100%. So Stu for lunch. So everybody, when we're done tonight, make sure you guys head over, check out Stu for lunch over on Talib's channel. I'm going to be on there next week. So the show next week, I'm going to be cutting short just a teeny tiny bit so I can go wash my hands and face, and then I'm hopping on with them guys. I've watched it a few times. Actually, I've been trying to, as I finish up the show and I go and I'm getting myself ready for bed at night, after the show, I throw it on and I watch it because it's great. Listen, all them Figure Fight Club people are fucking awesome. They truly are. You guys have probably seen, I did their Friday show after Chris from Sister Arsenal was so nice when he was on there to show a bunch of toy photography that I did for his amazing products. And those guys were like, wait, who's this Destro guy that took all these pictures? And I was in the comments. I was like, yeah, it's me. I'm over here. And they reached out. We worked it out. I went on their Friday show. They've just let me do my thing, and that's how I met a lot of good people. Nothing for nothing. Abby and those guys, they're all doing what we're doing just over on Instagram, right? Fostering a positive community. They do giveaways. They give away shit too. When they reached, I think they celebrated 2,000 subscribers to the YouTube channel. They gave away 48 figures that night. 48 figures that night. And not like RossCon shit, which don't get me wrong, those are wonderful gifts. I love all that shit. But we're talking figures, that are worth, some of them I think were triple digits. I don't want to misspeak on that, but I remember being wildly impressed for somebody who loves to get his shit away. I was like, what? And speaking of which, we will be getting to that shortly with our brother Rip here and his outpouring of generosity for sure. Orskizio. Oh, we got Serpentor Layers here. What's up, everybody? Just a reminder, if you want all things 80s, but especially G.I. Joe stuff, go over to serpentorslair.com. You can find my writing drops on there Tuesday, Thursdays. I know friend of the show and brother R.A. Rain is dropping articles over there, so it's good. There's a ton of other great writers too. Yorktown Joe is another one off the top of my head. And the gentleman himself actually write some letters too. So listen to me, letters, articles as well. All very awesome. Serpentorslair.com. Make sure you check it out. If you're over on X, that's Serpentor's Lair X, I think. And then Serpentor's Lair fans on Instagram and Serpentor's Lair on Facebook. And that's where you can find all the great stuff in all those places. Thank you for joining us this evening, brother. I appreciate it. The motor's running, fellas, and I'm stammering. I'm talking too fast. Our brother, just another jerk, is here. What's up, my dude? I had a great conversation with this dude on the phone the other day. I don't think I realized it at first, but we did our own podcast. We were on the phone for like 2.5 hours. It was hysterical. Dude is mad funny. He has me cracking up. Scamming down. I thought I saw Matt from Mo's Mind in here somewhere. Dreadnought E. I just don't want to. Oh, there he is. Matt from Mo's Mind is here. We're going to be talking about some of his awesome products later. And I'll say this again later, but Matt and I are working on something together that is going to be fucking awesome. And I cannot wait to show you guys. That's going to be something else once we get a little further into the discussion, but it's coming. Like, it's a done deal. My man reached out. He had some great ideas and I'm all about it. It's going to happen. Another one of our brothers here, Big Red, is here. Thank you for joining us, my dude. Really glad you can make it. Another wonderful man from the community that I talk to all the time. He is fucking fantastic. If you're not following Big Red by some crazy chance, make sure you are. He's been one of the biggest supporters of the show and everything that I do, everything that everybody else does. He's a true pillar of that community. Love you to death, brother. Glad you're here. Paul Morales is in the house. Thanks for coming. Appreciate you, my dude. Everywhere I go, Paul Morales is there, supporting like every single show that I go on. My dude is there. He's incredibly generous. Make sure you are following him at the Toy Room. He gave me that wonderful Mezco Destro, and I will mention that every single time I see you, brother. I think that's fantastic. Snow Leopard, there he is. He says, "What's up? Hi, everybody. Probably can't stay for the entire stream. Hey, no worries, dude. Your support for the show will always be legendary. Anybody that doesn't know, our brother Snow Leopard is joining us from literally the opposite side of the globe. It is the middle of the evening there. I appreciate you coming for any length of time, and I'm glad that you're here, brother. Appreciate it. Andrew Sabina, what's up, my dude? How are you? I recognize the name. I think you've been here before. How'd you find us, brother? I'm always interested to hear how people find the show. Sometimes it's, I put up a what do you call it? I put up an ad just about everywhere, and I try to see it. Sneaky Figures in the house. What's up, my brother? Amazing toy photographer. One of the ones that I hold in the elite, easily the top 5 without a doubt. And friend of the show, he came on. I think it's been such a long couple weeks. That was, let's see, Mate was on Sunday, Yojo Collectibles before that, and then just before that was Sneaky Figures. Great guest on the show. I'm glad you can make it here, my dude. Oh, yes, and so just I say it to everybody now. We just got to get the times worked out. I'm going to have a show that's going to be toy photography centered, and I've had everybody that I've asked is in it. We just got to get the day right. Sneaky Figures, Yojo Collectibles, Mate Mylar. My top 3. That's my top 3, right? Right under there, you get like Mark Potter. Stevie Z doesn't take much pictures, but his dios are so fucking awesome that you just can't. They're undeniable. So he's up there too. But yeah, thank you for coming, Sneaky Figures. I appreciate it. In the house, Oh, and also he jumped on Twitter with us. He's posted a couple pictures so far, all absolute bangers. Glad you made it, my dude. Just another jerk says, part of me wanted to see Billie Eilish in 3D, but we don't let that part steer. All right, I missed obviously part of the conversation. I think that's fantastic. Big Red says some of the best articles anywhere on the web. Thank you. And I think he's referencing Spentor's Layer there. Listen, I love writing those articles. I plan on once I get through a couple of these years that I've been doing, I plan on really dialing it in and making them like a little bit more into detail, trying to spend just a little more time on those because listen, I love doing it and it's great. I'm glad that my brother throws my stuff out there. It's amazing. G.I. Dave is in the house. What's up, my brother? Glad you could make it. Also, amazing member of the community, great friend. It was so kind. There it is. We opened these in tandem on the show when Dave was in Viper Den Studios. It's an amazing figure. It really is like one of those things that I'm worried that I've now turned my spotlight onto some 12-inch figures. Like I've seen a Major Blood that I'm like, I gotta have that. I gotta fucking have that. I don't know what it is about Major Blood. Like I don't even consider him like one of my favorites, but it's something about, I think it's the Cobra Island classified Major Blood that's so good that whenever I see like Major Bloods now, I'm like, I gotta have that Major Blood. You know, I don't know what it is. And the Haya one. One is fantastic. Amazing. Yeah. That, for sure. Sneaky Figure says you're too kind. Oh no, it's totally well deserved, my brother. Absolutely. But you are welcome, without a doubt. And Orskizio says, be right back. Just dropped the stupid little mouse under my desk. Good luck. Cavernous under there, I'm sure. Yeah, Dave says, I know, bro. I'm a huge Blood fan. He's the most underdeveloped character in all of G.I. Joe. Couldn't agree more. I would also say right behind him is Scrap Iron, but Major Blood, Scrap Iron seems a little more, I don't want to say limited, but Major Blood being like this field general who's like, I always looked at Major Blood and Beachhead as opposite sides of the same coin. And by that, I mean, they both appear to be in a position where they could have been promoted up to the level of being in the boardrooms, making the planning and doing all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But they're not. They want to be right down in it. They want that rifle in hand. They want to be calling the shots from the field. And I love that about both of them. That's, and especially as I got older and started to maybe develop a headcanon about Major Blood that was different from when I was a kid, right? So I can remember getting to like 10, 11, and you start to understand the term mercenary, right? Like he's a mercenary that still is so good that Cobra pays him to lead their forces into battle sometimes, right? Amidst their most top secret missions and most important missions, and there's Major Blood. So I always found that to be fascinating. Now, on Major Blood's card art, it didn't say Cobra, it said the enemy, right? Because he technically was a mercenary, like the Dreadnoks. It didn't say Cobra with the symbol, it just said the enemy, which I think is a crazy cool distinction. Of course, I didn't understand that as a kid. Is that absolutely insane? So that is the chat. We are here. So gentlemen, welcome in. Thank you all for taking the time to come. I appreciate it. A lot of very positive things happen in the community. So I definitely thought it was time to have a good community show where we get a bunch of the brothers in here. I do plan on having more shows like this where there's multiple members of our community. Like as much as I love having guys from Instagram on, and all these other places, it's fantastic. But I definitely want to have, community-centered shows like this. I think it's amazing. Dreadnought says, Blood is in my top 5 Cobras. Damn straight. 100%. I'd have to say same. Cobra side of things, yes, definitely top 5. Stu for Lunch says, down in the muck, feeling the flames of the explosions and dining on the mist of blood. Yes, you have nailed that, I think. I couldn't think of a better way to say that. You know what I mean? Plug, Destro Designs, Pop Coat Frenzy gave me blood. Oh, God, I got that. Somebody give me that bump. Where's Matt? Matt always gets that bump. Zaymon is here. What's up, my brother? Welcome in. Zaymon, very, very, very gracious we did a giveaway. I think I still have to send Orsizio. I have his 2 figures. I actually sent him 2 figures instead of just a wetsuit. I added a sci-fi on there. He's so generously giving the wetsuit to a military friend of his, so that's fantastic. And then I think I'm still waiting for Cal's address, which doesn't. I think it's a roundabout way. Listen, nobody owes me their address, 100%. So maybe we'll be re-giving those somewhere else. Just another jersey plug. Destro Designs, Pop Cold Frenzy gave me a bud. Oh, that's right. Pop and I had the Christmas giveaway. Pop threw up 3 $50 gift cards. It was amazing. Truly awesome. No, Zaymon, thank you so much. Welcome in. Oh shit, Roadblock, you're creative. The Happy Plague Doctor in the house. What's up, my dude? Yeah, no, the figures that my man has got going on, they're exciting. I'm excited for them. Cannot wait. Very good. First 50 fig giveaway. Nice. That's right. So I'm trying to think if there was something else that was going down in the community. Oh, coming up soon. We are working on big things. I've got commitments from heavy hitters. DestroDesigns.com is going to be dope. I'm very much looking forward to that. We're going to be lots of interactive things that we'll be able to do. It'll basically just be an extension of our community, right? Very excited for that. There's, I have commitments, but I don't think I'm ready to announce like all of this stuff yet, but I know that it's going to be dope. Like, Matt from Mo's Mind has said he's going to, contribute a little bit here and there into what is going to be CG Horrors. What is it, like a DIY 3D printing thing, right? Like we can't all be as good as Matt or even CG for that matter. So I think that anybody that's doing a little 3D printing, Rip in his own right, Rip came into the community and was like, yo, watch me make an Aspid. You know what I mean? That was pretty dope. That was definitely pretty dope. I think I just saw did I see a new name? Collection. Oh, nope. Okay. Sorry. I have to keep up with the chat because sometimes what happens, it goes so fast and I get away and then I jump in and I read somebody's comment and what I've missed is the previous 10. So it doesn't make any sense when I say it. I try to keep up on that. So coming in for the first time into the Viper Den Studios is our brother Riptide. I'd say what you've been posting over here for 3 months. 3 months? Does that sound about right?
Two and a half, something like that. Yeah.
Two and a half, something like that. And talk about sliding right into the spirit of the community, embracing all of the more amazing aspects of it. And I think it's absolutely brother Rock Lockdown in the house. Thanks for coming. I'll talk about Rock in just 1 second here. So very much embraced the spirit of the community and has shown us in a very short amount of time what the community means to him and the things that he's willing to do, what kind of guy he is. So you've all kind of heard me mention it. I think when Nate was on, I definitely talked about it, but I'll say it again. Operation International Dragonfly, which is brought to you by Riptide O'Leary. I left CradleCon with 3 big boxes in my back seat. One of them was a HasLab Dragonfly, complete in the shipping box, the whole thing. And so what we're doing right off the rip, I knew where that needed to go, and that is to our brother, Mark Potter. I think anybody here, anybody in the chat, everybody would agree. He is just the sweetest man, just a great guy. Excellent toy photographer, positive, encouraging. He's everything that the community is about. He's a pillar of the community. He's been so supportive of everything I've done right off the bat. Absolutely amazing. So we are sending that over to him. And now Lockdown reached out, and this is so thoughtful and generous. He says, hey, I know you're sending that the Dragonfly to Mark Potter. I have I can't say because it's a surprise for him, but he's like, I have this figure that he said he can't seem to find over there for nothing. And can you slip that in? And I said, yes, I have a perfect way to get it in there and do it. And that's it. So he's not only getting the full Dragonfly, he's getting this extra figure that's coming with it. So I'm trying to think. I don't want to give it away to him. I want it to be a total surprise. I was going to give a little bit of a hint, but everybody will see. I know he'll be taking pictures about it right off the rip. So absolutely fantastic. He is awesome and indeed have been pottered by that cool cat as well. Hell yeah, dude. That was G.I. Dave. Yeah, he's really awesome. Very good. Very good. Roadblock says Riptide CGDD. It's like we're It's like we're meeting each other in real time. Yeah, it's funny. It's kind of true. Yeah, Rock Lockdown says he found the Matrix, 4 screens. Well, there's going to be 5. A little bit later, Jay Antonio is going to join us. We're going to talk about his art and the things that he's doing. He has commissions open, and I'd love to see people get some pieces from my brother, right? We have a bunch of amazing artists, and I would support them all. Other ones like Art Facto, and Cole Art Creative, our brother from across the pond. He is an amazing dude. Really is. Constantly painting those little things, and I'll tell you guys, when you look at those little pictures, you're like, oh yeah, that's cool. That looks nice. You have no idea. When you get it in your hand, you look at it, you're like, oh, wait a minute. This isn't just some cool character. This is real art. Like when you look at, like, that's the thing about real art. You think it's this complicated thing. It's not. It's when a true artist knows where to put the color and when to put it and how much of it and what shade and all of that. And it is just amazing. So anyway, giant man size thing jumping in. Thanks for coming, my brother. I appreciate it. So anyways, back to Brother Rip. So besides the Dragonfly, Operation International Dragonfly, I guess it's not a success till he actually has it in his hands, right? So, but we blew right past the amount that we needed for shipping, or at least as far as I can tell. I was hoping 200 for shipping and 100 to 150 on a duty tax, which according to my brother Dan Saucedo is probably going to be more than we need, but we've got that and more. And just to mention, we had very generous donations for a bunch of people. I'll be sure to thank all of you by name in a post and on here once I put that all together. But at the very end, GI Retro, who has a wonderful show on here, you're going to see him here, see me over there at some point. He reached out and said, hey, I didn't know if you guys still needed more money for this. I really want to donate. And I was like, well, honestly, I think we're good on the Dragonfly thing, but we are basically kind of already accepting donations for our brother Animus Levels, who is a wonderful member of the community. Some tragedy, lost 2 of his adult children, and he has adopted 6 of their kids. So all 6 of his grandkids are now under his care and on top of the grieving. And so when I heard him say that to somebody else, I was like, can we help you? Because I got 2 kids. And I know how much that shit costs. Any all that got kids out there know it's expensive right now. Everything is on fire. There's no way our brother doesn't need some help. And the way that it's looking, that we're gonna put a couple $100 in this man's hands, that's gonna make me happy. It should make all of you happy. We continue to do amazing things here. This community is undefeated. I'll hear no argument to the contrary. So, anyways, back to Brother Rip. Besides the Dragonfly, we have 2 enormous boxes of classifieds. And I'm not talking, like we have the twins and maybe some of the more easier to find ones, right? But one of those boxes is chock full of figures that right now are selling on eBay between $100 and $300. What we'll be doing for the benefit of the community, we will definitely be straight up giving stuff away. That's for sure. But some of these more higher ticket items, I think the best way to go about it is to have a raffle. And the thing about a raffle is that we are, in fact, putting it in some expensive figure in somebody's hands for next to no money, while on top of that, taking the rest of the money and putting it back into the community. That's our community there on Twitter. That's who receives all of this because that's where home base is, Sneaky Figure says, damn, condolences, that is a sad story. Listen, he's handling it with grace. When I reached out to him and he said, brother, I hate to assume anything about somebody's life. But with, I'm sure this is an undertaking for you. And he was very gracious in saying, I absolutely would accept, and I would be very appreciative. And he offered, I think he's kind of an artist and a very creative person too. There'll be something coming back for us on this. He's a great guy. When I first got here on the timeline, actually I have it right here. When I first got this guy, I was like, I love everything about this figure, except he's got no fucking shirt. I don't know why that drives me crazy, but it's always been one of my things. Put a fucking shirt on, bro. We're going to war. Just put a shirt on. And so I said on the timeline, I was like, I just don't know nothing about popping arms and doing figure stuff like that, but I absolutely want to make this happen. And unprompted, homeboy sent me this unbelievably long crazy detailed, like do this, do like a step-by-step on how to get it just right to pop it off. He sent me a link to get the sweater. And the only reason I haven't done it is because I'm a giant pussy. I'm afraid to break it. So it's just really a fantastic guy. And every time I speak to him, I feel like I'm speaking to a high-class gentleman who has just been great. So thank you, Rip, for helping me help this guy, right? That's what it's about. So Brother Rip has been incredibly generous, and we're going to get his GI story. Now, also joining Brother Rip here is his lovely family who we met at CradleCon. We have Mrs. Tide and Little Rip coming into the show to say hello to everybody. Come on in, y'all. Don't be shy. Now, when we were there, I got there late because I hit this traffic, and when I got to the show, I only had about a half hour to get to like see Larry Hama and see Mary, who we'll talk more about that when we get there. But after we were there, I'll just tell this part of the story real quick. We all went for some pizza at this place called, was it Lou's or Louis or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Louis.
Yeah.
And it was pretty good, right? It was it was quintessential Long Island pizza, right? It wasn't the best I ever had. Honestly, the chicken, I got chicken something, and it was like, it was okay. But but the cheese pizza, I took a bite of that and I was like, oh yeah, this is right.
The pepperoni was banging.
Yeah.
Right. Fantastic. So our little brother here, Little Rip, told us this riveting story about where he was on his playground playing hard as kids do, and he took a tumble and bumped the back of his head. But the point of it is that he told us this incredible story that it resonated with me, because in case you haven't noticed, I have a tendency to take the long way home when telling a story. And it comes from a need to feel understood, right? Where it's like, if I don't give all these details, they're not going to understand what I'm saying. And I felt that from the little guy when he was saying it. So I hope you know how much I appreciate that wonderful story, my man. That was really, really good. Cool. Mrs. Tide, just an absolutely lovely woman. It's one of those things where, you can see when you see a couple that is truly ride or die for each other, it stands out, right? Because there's a lot of people out there that, after being married for a long time, after having kids, that stuff can wear on a couple that's not fully locked in with each other. But when they are, in fact, fully locked in with each other, you can see them actually enjoying it, and they get through the monotonous days of being, work, sleep, repeat, and all of that. It can become a lot. So what I took away from it was, I just thought that they had the coolest relationship, and it's something we should all aspire to 100%. So, Mrs. Tide, thank you so much for taking great care of our brother. We really, really appreciate y'all. You guys rock the house. And it was really cool to share, that you feel like it's one thing when you meet somebody, but if he's also here's my family, you really feel like you're meeting somebody, right? It's like, I wouldn't know how to explain it. I thought it was interesting. And I also, and we had such a good time that I encouraged, the crazy thing was, right? Mrs. Tide had spent time north of me in Lake George, right? Were you raised there, or people and spent time there? I'm trying to remember.
No, I would spend summers there.
That's right. Okay, that's what it was. So just about 45 minutes north of me is Lake George, which is a resort region. It's just, during the summertime, it's the Adirondacks. It's absolutely gorgeous. I mean, it's gorgeous in the winter too, but the summertime, it's amazing. And since she was familiar with the area, I'm trying to get them to come up here. We can get a family thing together. I also encourage CG, that's probably a 5 hour drive, but hey, no traffic, right? No traffic.
Right. It was 6.5 hours to get to New York, which should have been only 3.5. So.
Oh, that's so brutal, bro. It took to get down there. It took me what, 5.5, and let's see. It took me 5.5 hours, and I think 3 of it was just getting through White Plains. Holy hell! Oh God. Anyway, we'll get more about that when we get to that section. But I just want to get some background on our brother Riptide and how he consumes GI Joe. So when you were Little Rip's age, did you collected GI Joe as well back then?
Yeah. Oh yeah. My grandmother when I was actually
There we go. Yep.
there's me. Hold on. You see that?
Yes. Yep. Very good. Look at that.
There's me.
Nice.
I was like 5, but my grandmother got me. I think I was 5. My grandmother got me Stalker, the Ram, and the Missile Pack Rat, and I got those. It was either for my birthday or Christmas. I can't remember when, but that was it. Once I got those, I was just like, nothing else matters.
Yes.
At all.
Yes, I was the same exact way. Once I saw that, I can literally almost remember going to the table and just being like, "Get the fuck out of the way, He-Man, and whatever bullshit is here, fucking beat it. We got to make room for Destro and Snake Eyes."
Yep. So, thanks, bud. Yeah. So yeah, I could. I collected as much as I could. I didn't have a ton of money when I was growing up, so it was very few and far between. It was mostly figures. I didn't have a lot of vehicles or anything like that.
Same. I had a lot of smaller ones, armadillo sized, right? I had some of those, but once you started talking about rattlers and shit like that, I didn't get any of those until they were available in like a garage sale.
Oh, well, I was just going to go right to that. So, like, I would mow lawns for the summer and then just go to yard sales and try and pick up stuff.
Yep.
But there was, and I collected all the way through into my teens, until girls came, and then everything was just, I didn't care about anything else. But
nice.
The awesome one of the coolest stories that I love telling is in 1989, and this is crazy. And I remember it was 1989 because we had just went and saw Batman, which was 89, and my grandmother gave me $20, and we went to Sears, and she was like, "Okay, I got to go upstairs and get bedding or something, so you just go to the toy aisle."
Nice.
And I was like, all right, well, that was back then when you could just tell the kids to go to the toy aisle and meet you there in an hour or whatever, and it was fine back then anyway. So I went to the toy aisle and there was nothing there. It was completely empty, and I was like, I didn't realize at the time that it was obviously a floor remodel. I didn't know that. I was 11, so I had no idea. But I'm walking down and there's just like nothing. And then at the very last aisle, I'm looking down and there was a box way down at the end of the aisle, and handwritten on it was 50 cents each. My grandmother gave me $20, so I was like, 11 and $20, I'm rich. So I was just like, whatever's in that, I can just buy everything. So I went down there. I was a little guy, and I went down there, and I couldn't. Like, the box was huge, and I was trying to, I pulled it down, and I looked in it, and I saw G.I. Joe, a card, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." Now, this is 1989, so as any normal kid would, they just throw it over, and they spill out all over the floor. And I look down. The first one I see is Lady J, and then I saw a Snow Serpent, and I saw a couple of Dreadnoks and Snake Eyes version 2, and I'm like, what? I didn't realize what probably had happened, but when I put them all out, and it was the entire line of 1985 and 1986.
Oh shit!
Sitting in front of me for 50 cents.
It's the two best years. It's the two best years.
Literally.
And I'm looking at that. Of course, again, I'm 11. I have no idea what's going on. It's 1989, and that's the only thing I can make a sense of is later in life. I was like, that must have been some box in the back of Sears somewhere that they just found, and we're like, I'll just get rid of these, mark them down to whatever. You know what I mean? So it was so that Again, I didn't grow up with a lot of stuff I got from yard sales or hand me downs, stuff like that. So that year, oh my god, it was
dude.
89 and getting everything from 85 and 86 was
That's
just
fucking
insane.
Dude, that's so fucking awesome.
That's awesome.
I had a ton of figures, but I had a let's see, I had a Swamp Masher and I had a Mamba. That was pretty cool. And the Thunder Machine, I think, and the Ram, and I think that was it for like vehicles. Growing up, like
right. I had the APC. I did have that.
Yeah.
That I got early on, and it was cool. Listen, we'll get back to that in 1 second. Sure. I just noticed that I looked down and saw something that literally, almost made my heart skip a beat. In the chat, we have our brother Vagon, a friend of the show, pillar of the community. An unbelievably one of the first, there's a handful of people that I got close with right off the bat, and he was definitely one of them. He did this amazing show, which I'm sure we'll see again at some point. It was the safety report. The safety report, I think it was. Oh God, I feel like no, that's not it. Was it the safety report or the safety briefing? Oh God, I can't believe I can't remember that off the top of my head. But anyway, he'd pop on for 30 minutes. And it was almost like we were opposites in this regard, where he did so much in 30 minutes. He did in 30 minutes what it took me 3 hours to do. It was an amazing show. I absolutely loved it. And just, like Major, he was our resident Major, or he is our resident Major Blood. Homeboy was dropping poetry, all these things. He's taken some time to work, live real life, and I absolutely applaud him for that. But thank you for coming by, my brother. I absolutely love you to death. I genuinely don't know, with all due respect to all of my other brothers and sisters, I don't know if looking down and seeing another person's name would make me that happy. Thank you so much for stopping by, my dude. I hope you are well. We should chat soon, my dude. We should get on it. We should get on a call and chat soon. I miss you to death. So, but again, thank you for coming. Also, when we were talking about the traveling, where I was saying, it took a while to get there, it took a while for CG to get there. Matt from Mosemine was like, at least gas is cheap.
Yeah, no.
That's a good one. Matt from Mosemine also says, LOL, I broke my first figure last weekend, and I've already made a replacement peg ball model printed. Pull those arms off. That's all I needed to hear. Well, actually, so I did get, I was going to buy another 2-pack with the Night Force Beachhead and Night Force Quick Kick. I was going to buy a second set because I love the Beachhead. So I technically have a second Quick Kick. And if that's what happens, if I break one of those arms, I'll make them. I'm actually considering making him a custom, because he does, putting a different head on there. Like if I get the black sweater and maybe put one of the one grunt I have that's wearing the grunt head, I'll take his steel core helmet and try to put it on that, because the green is close enough. Anywho. A lot of cool stuff happening in the chat. Absolutely love it. There was something else I saw that was yes, Dagon praised the lovely family, the Tides, for stopping by. That was great. He also says, look at all these cool folks. Yeah, no, brother, you're the cool one. That's for sure. Again, super thrilled to see you in there, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, at least gas is cheap. Goddamn, that's funny. CG says, $5 a gallon in New York. I said nope, and just made it back home with just a little bit of gas. Yeah, dude, it was I think it was $4.99. That's how much gas was down in New York City. It's I don't even know. I think it's $4.80 something up here, which is just insane. Because dude, I feel like a year ago it was $2.50. It's literally $2.50. It's insane.
What it feels like, yeah.
The aforementioned Animus Levels is here. Thank you so much for joining us, my friend. We were talking about you and how you're stepping up to the plate. We all applaud you for it, and we cannot wait to get something sent your way, brother. Thank you for joining us. I was we're talking about the same thing. I was applauding how you reached out via the DM with the most in-depth instructions of how I could pop the arms off of the Night Force Quick Kick so I could get the sweater on. He sent a link to the sweater. And as I said, I haven't popped it off yet because I'm a pussy. And now I have this vote of confidence. Matt from Mosemine can make one. Big Red says he can do 6 shows in the time it takes Death Show Designs to do one. That's accurate. That's not, and not only is it, that's not an exaggeration. That's literally true. Safety briefing. That's what it was. Safety brief. God, am I saying that wrong? Am I crazy? Who remembers? It was safety briefing, right? Wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was safety briefing. Big Red says $4.59 in Florida. Isn't it over 7 in Cali? Right? Where's our brother Aaron Sparrow when we need him? Yeah, that dude. He's always on fire about the state of California, and he's never wrong. Everything he says about that. We're not going in that direction. I'm just saying. Okay, great. Thank you so much. So back to Brother Rip and his GI journey. So, dude, that's amazing. 1985, 86. What vehicles did you wind up getting? Because I wound up getting a lot of shit from the garage sales, like we were saying. So I wound up with a Terradrome. But the thing about the Terradrome, and I didn't realize this as much as a kid, the thing about the Terradrome was that it was so big that like it had to stay in my room. Like I remember my dad had to like turn it sideways to get it through the doorway. And then once it was in there, it's like I didn't want to play in just my room all the time. So especially when I was outside, that's why my default Cobra base was the surveillance port, the bunker. I'd have scrap iron in his missile thing. I'd have the asp in the back, and then I'd have the night landing. I used to do that thing with the hose where I'd set up the hose and it would just float water under the elevated side of the surveillance port, and I would just sit the night landing with Firefly in it, and that was my Cobra base. You know, it was defending the air with the asp, and then the Joes always had the bridge layer, the APC. I had a bunch of those little sets, like, you know, there was the bivouac, there was the one Joe one that had the corner brick wall with the little hole in it. I had that was like the Joe base. And then somewhere along the way, I think I got the battle platform, and that was different than the Terradrome. I could bring the battle platform outside, right? Inevitably, I put that in a little kiddie pool, you know, the little injection molded plastic fucking things. They'd last a summer or two, and then the sun would dry them out, and you'd step in it, and it would crack, and it would cut your foot, and then and your parents were poor, so they would just try to like stuff a dish rag in there to make it last for another couple weeks to get through the rest of the summer, something like that. Not a Rubicon says 9. Happy Plague Doctor. Not a Rubicon says $9. I'm not sure. Is that somewhere in Florida or California? Or Skizio says my Terradrome was in my basement. Ellis says I have one setting in my basement falling apart. Oh, you have one sitting in your basement falling apart. Well, that's a pretty dope. I've heard that's a not as. There's a lot of other things that you could buy and fix up that are much harder to find the pieces and get. I hear the Terradrome is, while big, it's not the nightmare that like some of the other ones are, for sure. So Rip, what were your vehicles, brother? What did you have?
So I had a Mamba, which was awesome. One of the coolest helicopters. I had a Thunder Machine. I had a Swamp Masher and a Ram. And that's pretty much it for my childhood. Right. But then all the neighborhood kids were into Joes. So like, we would go down to the playground, and everyone would just bring their stuff. So I kind of played with everything.
Yeah,
that's fucking awesome.
We did have one of the kids in the neighborhood had a Terradrome, a Flag, a Defiant. Like, he had like everything. So we spent a lot of time at that kid's house.
That's cool, though. Matt from Mosemine says it's furniture. That's hilarious. Well, I had this idea. I don't remember if it was here. I think it was when Mate Mylar was in, maybe, or maybe it was Yojo Collectibles or Sneaky Figures. It was one of those where I had said, like, we could make, you could make a Terradrome that, like, could also double as an ottoman, right? Like, it's like a classified Terradrome could easily be built into something, right? Where like the top lifts off, you pull the Terradrome out, and there it is. But it could be stored, One of the funniest things I ever heard was it was in I think it was in Jeremy's Facebook group, The Pit. And we were talking about potential future HasLabs, and somebody jumped in and was like, it was just a way it was so said so flatly. They were like, oh, just give us the Terradrome so we can all get divorced already. I don't know why that shit's still just another jerk says Poker Table. And yeah, Happy Plague Doctor says that's a place $9 for gas in fucking California. That is absolutely crazy. Jesus Christ. So, but that's a good amount of vehicles, my brother. That's but you earn that shit. You go out, you mow the lawns. I remember, man, just as I was kind of going from paying money for GI Joes to buying sports cards. I think that's where that shift went. That was right when a buddy of mine, there was this development, right? It was like they made track homes that were designed for senior citizens, retired people, who didn't want to do they didn't want to mow their lawns no more. Like you have your own house, but they have a maintenance place that will mow your lawns, do the snow removal and all that kind of shit. And but before they had something set up for somebody with a plow to come by, there was 2 winters in a row that me and my buddy were going from house to house to house to house to house, shoveling their driveways. We fucking cleaned up. These are wealthy women that their husbands are gone, their kids are so old they don't have time to come visit. So these people would be like, no, we'll pay you all this money. We got hot chocolate and toast and donuts at every single house. It was, dude, we mopped up. I remember one time from one day, we started on one side, we went all the way around. Say there was 20 houses. We would do like 16 of them. Maybe somebody had a kid that would come by or whatever, but we would do like 16 of them and they would give us like $30 a pice for each one. So that's like $480. Do you know how much money that is to a 14-year-old? And in the early 90s, I was on the verge of retiring. I was like, man, if I could do this all winter, I could probably retire. I wish I had that money when I wanted Joe's. To be honest with you, if I remember correctly, I have to go back and look, but I definitely think I bought something that was G.I. Joe related with that. I saw it. I was looking at it. It was at I was at a sports cards memorabilia show looking for cards, and there was a guy that had a bunch of G.I. Joe shit. What the fuck was that? It wasn't a terror drone. That definitely came from. Anyways, back to it all. Did you have any favorite figures? Any favorites out of like your vehicles? Or did you like one more than the other?
Well, vehicles, I love the Swamp Masher because that's all I had.
Right.
But my favorite has always been the Skyhawk. I love that thing.
Okay.
Absolutely love that thing.
Okay. It's a very
simple
cool
vehicle, but it is.
Yeah.
It's simple vehicle, but it's really cool. Too bad it's fragile.
100%. 100%. And if you like that,
my favorite figure is Beachhead.
Right.
Always
right.
has been.
For sure. So Beachhead is my I call it my 101. Here's my thing though. It's almost like, to me, I always go like this. Destro and Snake Eyes are above all lists. I almost feel like Firefly is above a list too, because he's like the coolest dude. Like, you didn't know who he was. That uniform was crazy. Listen, I'm a sucker for a balaclava. Like I've never seen a balaclava figure I didn't like 100%. And Snake Eyes is in essence a dude who has a balaclava with goggles. You know what I mean? That's kind of the difference. But yeah, so Beachhead, if you take those and put those up there, Beachhead is my favorite. Tied for second is Alley Viper and Shockwave, and then I think like it's a 3A, 3B. I think it's Scrap Iron and Low Light, I think, come in just under there. But then again, that Snake Eyes, Destro, and Firefly are not on this list because they're just too fucking cool not to rank. So, yeah, that Beachhead is a cool favorite. How about Cobras? Did you have like a favorite Cobra? Was probably maybe Firefly or somebody else?
My favorite Cobra was Crocmaster.
Oh, dude, that's awesome.
He's dope.
Dude, his mask is killer. So he like Big Boa, where now, first of all, if Crocmaster is also cool because he comes with the crocodile, right? That was like, but what I liked was that helmet. Or I should say it's more like a mask with the breather.
Yeah, with the breather thing. Yeah.
Right. I always looked at him as the same as Big Boa. Because, like, again, Big Boa didn't have a shirt, and I didn't like that. But Big Boa's helmet was so awesome that, like, just put a shirt on. Fuck's sake, I don't care if you're boxing. You're not going to box your way out of a gunfight. Put a shirt on, grab a rifle, let's go. You should have been able to take the gloves off and, got to put a rifle in the man's hands. I mean, if they attack the Cobra base and he's in there training somebody, he's not going to fist fight his way out of that. It's absurd. Put a shirt on. Call sign Smash in the house. What's up, my brother? He says, "What's up, everyone?" Also, call sign Smash. Also, somebody I convinced to come over to our great community on Twitter. He is dropping fire toy photography right now. But brother, I've seen you were always a good toy photographer, and you were always every picture you drop, it was ascending. It was ascending. But I feel like in the last like 2 weeks, you hit the turbocharger, and that shit, you were through the stratosphere right now, bro. Fucking keep up that good work. Orskizio says someone just needs to paint part of their driveway to resemble the deck of the flag. Oh, that's really good.
That's actually a good idea.
It is a good idea.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, you got homeowners everywhere going. The first thought that every one of us had is, what would my wife say if she came home and I had that yellow stripe down the middle? Like, holy shit. That's we were talking about the guy who has he 3D printed a flag, and it was 14 feet long. It started it's classified scale, obviously. It started in his living room, went from the living room through his foyer and into the dining room. That was the only place that he could set it up so we could get a picture of it, like one straight picture. And somebody, we were talking about it, and somebody in the chat was like, the question is does that person have a wife? And I was like, obviously that's why he's selling it. If he wasn't being, I'm sure his wife was like, okay, you got to the end of the week to get it out of here, or I'm going to fucking smash it and then take it out in pieces. You can get money and have it leave. Or see, the thing is though, is I was like, the question that I did truly have though was, how did he disassemble it to get it back out? Now, maybe some of those pieces easily move, but I think a lot of times that shit locks in together. I mean, I'm sure our brother Matt could maybe expand on that a little more, or CG. Happy Plague Doctor says, I'm going to get a tattoo of a flag on my chest. Hey, Pixar, it didn't happen. Riptide, yeah, listen to me. Snow Leopard says, Riptide has great taste in action figures, Beachhead, yes, 100%, for sure. No, my brother has great taste all around. I like, Big Red says, watch Destro Designs next dial will be his freaking 3D printed driveway. Yeah, it's possible. I've had crazier. I've done crazier, so that's entirely in the wheelhouse. Call sign says, thank you, brother. I finally got some more time off work and figured out the camera settings. Well, dude, I think that time is what holds a lot of us back. Listen, I'll be the first one to tell you, I'm not a great photographer. I make awesome pictures, but that's simply because I flood it with figures. Most of the time, people are like, where's he have all these figures? They're not even seeing it. They can't tell if it's a good picture. You're just like, what are all these figures? Also, it's full of stuff from Sister Arsenal and Matt from Mosmine. So maybe I know how to set a scene. I got to get better at the angles. You know what? I did upgrade the lighting. Lighting is a huge thing. We can get into all that in a little bit when we break down something. Matt said, I would assume the big flag can come apart because he knows he takes it to show it. Yeah, right. I mean, you couldn't. I think only an idiot would put something together like that in their fucking house and have it be stuck running across their foyer, right? I think that would be, I've also heard dudes do way dumber things. It was like, well, there was no other way to do it and I had to see it together. So here it is, put it together.
A lot of the parts are pretty modular, just like the toys were. They got pins and stuff that you can pop them in and out. And if they're snug, you don't even need glue.
Nice. That's what's up. Orskizio says the most I've done was that OG13 pick yesterday. Yes, which was also very cool. I love it. It was cool, right? It wasn't just the photo, but the idea of it. So if nobody saw it, make sure you're following my brother Orskizio on Twitter. He did this wonderful picture. He took a picture of the OG13 with the MMS, and was it a vamp? Was there? I know the MMS was in it. I thought maybe there was a vehicle. I can't remember. But what he also did was he turned it. He had the picture superimposed onto put onto it looked like a photo sitting on somebody's desk. I thought the idea of that was cool. I also love the thing you do, brother, with the quotes, where you take a picture and you put some quotes to it. I think that's fantastic. That's pretty cool. Yeah. And he says only 10 figures in there. Bro, that's a lot. That's a lot for sure. Polaroid at a bar. That's what it was. Thank you. But excellent work. I really love that. So the biggest thing to me is, for us in the community, the big part about being encouraging. So if I always say positive, encouraging, and putting yourself out there. Like those are like the three quick things you could say. Like putting yourself out there part is there are no real professionals here unless your name is Mate Mylar. You know, like people that actually are photographers. Mate Mylar is a actual toy photographer. Yojo Collectibles and Sneaky Figures kind of said they were self-taught. Actually, Mate said he was self-taught too, right? Anyways, those dudes are actual photographers. They understand all of the different aspects of it. The rest of us, while very good, can take very good pictures. We're all the same. We're having fun. It's not a competition, right? The way that I look at it is the better one gets, the better we all get. The more people put out that stuff, the more inspiring it is to others. And it makes people feel comfortable, right? It's like nobody wants to be the first person to just like show their pictures all the time. You know what I mean? Because some people, like a lot of us have expressed that, like, oh, my shit's not good. It's like, well, put it out there. Take 2 figures, put it on the counter, take a motherfucking picture, and then post it. That's it. And one thing I found that a lot of people agree with after the fact is as soon as you put those 2 figures there and you pull your phone out and you're looking at those 2 figures through your phone, immediately your mind goes, oh, wait, I got to turn that one this way. And that dude's arm has to go up. And okay, let me see if you know what? Let me move it down this way. Okay, that does look better. But now that I'm down here, he has to turn more this way a little bit. Immediately your eye knows what you're looking for, right? We grew up on watching cartoons, but like all right, so to me, some form of the inspiration and everything for me when I'm taking toy photography comes from card art and box art, right? Like how did that shit look? You know, because like there's if you look at like a lot of card art, it's I think borderline. I think it's the dynamic posing, right, where you're looking slightly up at your figures, which gives them the more grand look. I think that was what Mate said it was called, the dynamic pose. Anyways, like the card art gives you that. Plus, with the explosion, it's that grandiose feeling, right? So that's why when I look at like the card art or I'm shedding figures, like sometimes the opposite of that, where a lot of my photos are not action shots. It's people interacting in like a backstage or something of the sort. You know what I mean? Or it's they're in an armory or they're getting ready to go do this. Like so finally I got the 788 series of shots started. I got number 1 out there. And I promise you, for all the talking I've done about this goddamn photo shoot, it is going to be worth it in the end. I know it is. I have this series of shots where they're going into the Joe. The 788 is overrunning a Joe base to get the chemical that's going to go in. Where'd it go? That's going to go in this badass motherfucker right here. Oh God! Speaking of which, Matt from Mo's Mind. I know I'm so sidetracky. Matt from Mo's Mind has this fucking insane idea for a bar Mark II a la 788. That's all I'm going to say. But when he said it, I went like this with my phone. I was like, how many can I get? Like how many can we get at one time? Was and is your personal universe Cobra centric? That's from Serpentor's Lair. That's a reasonable question. I would say, so the way that I kind of look at that, I guess, is that G.I. Joe is never really on the offensive per se, right? Like, because all the cartoons started off with Cobra doing something and then G.I. Joe reacting to it, right? Cobra attacking a place, G.I. Joe tries to stop them. Cobra's going for this chemical, G.I. Joe tries to get there first. So G.I. Joe was always reacting to it. So to me, I guess in a way the answer would be yes. Because when I'm thinking of a photo shoot, unless like, you know, say if I were to do something, like I got the Dragonfly here, courtesy of my amazing friend Dan Salcedo. Make sure you're checking, I always say his last name wrong, Curator Dan Collects. Make sure you're checking out his channel right here on the show. Also follow him on X. I have this Dragonfly. Now, when I do pictures of Dragonfly, I'm not going to mount it. It's not going to be an action shot. They're going to be getting into it, you know. So that's different. That would be centered. But yes, I would say, yeah, I have to say that without going into a ton of detail about it, I'd have to say yes. How about you, Rip?
What's that?
like when you think of your, are you maybe another way to say it too is, do you like Joe more than Cobra, or are you a Cobra guy first and then maybe still like some Joes, or what's number one on your list?
That's hard because I love the Joes, but Cobra is so cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
It right there.
Yes. Yes.
Like, I love the Joes, but like I don't think there's another toy line, and there were so fucking many of them in the 80s and the 90s. But I don't think there was another toy line I ever was into where I liked both completely, almost on par with each other.
That's what's up.
Transformers was, I always liked the Autobots more, and although I was a GoBots fan, so I always liked the heroic
GoBots are cool. Psykill is an awesome figure. That car looking GoBot is cool too.
I mean, usually the bad guys they have the cooler stuff, but the good guys are just the good guys. I don't know. And sometimes I go back and forth, but for the most part, it's everything is the same. I love everything. So
right. That too.
I love the military side of GI Joe, and then the almost sci-fi side of Cobra. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Where everything's just like a little bit more techie, a little bit more cool looking. I just love everything about it.
They really weave that line well, for sure.
They experiment with stuff too. So it's like
Yeah. Very unique vehicles compared to the standard military.
Oh yeah.
Stuff that was the Joe. Like you said, like toy lines that were pretty equal. I think Star Wars was a very equal toy line.
Yes.
Each side had really cool vehicles.
Yeah.
They had really cool characters. So I think that was pretty even.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Agree.
That's what's up. Brother Block. How about your universe? What's the sun? Is Cobra number one, or you got to get down with the
first? It was GI Joe. I'm kind of like Rip, but then as I got older, I'm realizing how cool Cobra is. You know what I mean? I'm looking at the new stuff, and then you turn it to the classified, and when they classify the Cobra up, you're like, damn, this is sweet. This is beyond sweet. So it's almost now.
Right.
I'm leaning towards Cobra, even though I love the Joes and all that. But as I got older, man, Cobra just, it's just a little bit cooler. You know what I mean? So, and with the experiment too, you know what I mean? You got the Hydro Viper, you got this guy, that guy.
Yeah.
Big Red always posts these guys from the 90s. You look at some of those Cobras, and I imagine them now, right? What they look like now. Classified. And I'm like, these Cobras will be sweet. You know what I mean? So, man, I love Joe. Don't get me wrong. Joe first, Tiger Force is my squad. But Cobra definitely, for sure.
Well, as I mentioned the other day, talking about one of Orsizio's pictures where he had Tiger Force Duke on the Tiger Force Ram cycle, when I first got back into classifieds, I was like, because listen, when I was a kid, I didn't like Tiger Force. The vehicles, like now I look at them and like the Tiger Force Dragonfly and the Snowcat are okay, but when I was a kid, I thought they were fucking stupid. I was like, I just don't like this. I think it looks totally out of control, dumb.
But did you like Python Patrol as a kid?
Yeah, yes, I did like Python Patrol as a kid. I did, and Night Force, obviously, I liked. Now, I'll be honest with you. I feel like I didn't even know that there. So Tiger Force, I remember seeing those figures everywhere, and I knew how many figures there were. Dude, for some reason, Night Force, Mad Marauders, like I never saw those. Like I never saw the figures in like the stores. Maybe I saw them on the card art. Obviously, they must have showed up somewhere, but I don't remember ever really seeing those. Now, Python Patrol, I do remember being around. I had a Python Patrol Asp. I fucking loved it. It is the coolest fucking thing. Wait, right? Was it a Python Patrol? I had a regular Asp, and I think I had a Python Patrol one, right? I think so. And I loved it. I absolutely loved it.
Let me tell you why I loved the Tiger Force and Python Patrol, because when they came out, I remember I was in LA. I spent my summers in LA. My great grandmother used to take care of me in the summertime, and she'd take me to Toys R Us every Friday. And I remember seeing Tiger Force and his Flint, his Duke, his Dusty. And I've already traded these guys. I've traded them. I've mixed them up. You know what I mean? And so I'm like, I get another chance at these guys. Oh, dude, I was just hyped. Cool. I get them again. Oh, bro.
Yeah.
Nice. Like, this is my squad. I'm so because all the rest of those cats, man, the foot was broke. The crotches broke off. I get some brand new ones. Let's go. So that's what it was about, man.
That's very interesting take on it. I think that speaks to that you've always been this positive person, right? So to look at something like that instead of saying, "Oh, geez, I already got this figure," you're like, "Fuck yeah, I get him again." That's just that's how you view things, brother. Your life has probably been much better having an attitude like that, 100%. But so as a kid, it was one thing, but now I remember buying. So when I first started buying classifieds, I was very much on Amazon looking for the cheapest ones, right? I was like, all right, I'm going to fill these spots because they're like $14. Okay, Tiger Force Dusty. Okay, give me one. I bought a couple extra Tiger Force Dusties because I had this idea that I was going to become a man who has time to dye shit and do customs, right? So long story short, I thought that was cool. And then I got, which one was it? I don't remember which one I got. And I was like, Flint came in, like I bought a bag of figures and Flint came in it, and I was like, all right, that shit on his eyes is no, not that good, but the rest of it is fine. And then I saw the Duke and the Ram cycle for like $25 shipped on eBay. I was like, give me that. And when I took that out of the box, I was like, this is fucking cool. I was like, even the Ram cycle is not as great, but I was like, the Duke figure, I mean, yes, does he look like my little brother? Yes, but he still looks like the figure and everything was, I was like, this is pretty cool. And so then I wound up getting, I can't remember which other ones I got, but then when I finally got the Tiger Force Outback and Recondo, I was like, these are elite figures. That Tiger Force Outback is, I don't know, probably just as good. Python Patrol or Cobra Island Major Blood, probably Tiger Force Outback. That figure is insane. So yeah, as I got older, it definitely became appreciated in a different way. CG, my brother, how about you? What's your world like over there?
Well, I mean, Storm Shadow was my first, so I got to go with Cobra.
Nice.
I always, you know what? When I was playing with them, I'd usually have Cobra win sometimes too.
Right.
They take out the Joes and stuff like that. But I didn't have Python Patrol. I thought Python Patrol looked so cool with that paint scheme. I did have Tiger Force. Is the Tiger Rat the repaint of the Rattler?
Yes, the Rattler.
Yes.
Yeah. So I got that for Christmas that year, and I had a Rattler that was beat to hell by the time I got the Tiger Rat. So having the Tiger Rat was really great to have then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then like a year later, I aged out and I had to give it all away.
No.
No shit.
Yeah, my mom because one of her friends' little boy, he was probably 9. He discovered GI Joe, so my mom's like, "Give him all your stuff." And I did keep some. I kept my APC and my original Hiss, and figures. So
that's cool. Yeah. Love it. Spentor's Lair, a couple cool things. He says Python Patrol Officer was his first figure. I think that's pretty decent. And then, I hate it when this jumps around like this. It makes me nuts. And then he said the Tiger Force Wreckage figure is the most underrated of the line. I actually don't have that. Every time I should have, when it was still like $40, I should have fucking bought it. I remember seeing it. And it was like there was a bunch of people that had it $40, $50 on eBay. And I was like, I'll wait. There's other shit I want. And now I severely want it, and I don't think I'll get it. Rock Lockdown says, surprising no one. I swapped a lot of parts for all my 80s Joes. Kit bashing before it was thing. Now that is fucking cool, bro. Because I think a lot of people back then were like, there's no way I'm attempting to take this thing apart because I'll never get it again. Like, like I said, like Rip and I were talking about, limited funds. My parents worked hard, but they were kids and they had bills. Giant Man Size Thing says, Tiger Force Outback is a top 5 figure for me, and that Recondo follows goes after. They're both amazing, 100%. Ellis says, I collected all Cobra. My little brother got all the Joes, and we battled from 84 to 89. That's what's up. That's awesome. So now, Ellis, I gather that Bulletproof was more of a Cobra guy. Does that sound right to you? Let's see here. I feel like I missed a bunch of comments. Army building factor adds to the cool factor for Cobra as well, says Snow Leopard. I agree. So while there is they have some of the coolest individual figures in terms of like just soldiers. I mean, come on. First of all, the trooper and the officer, the original ones that had just like the face mask sort of thing, it's an iconic thing. Like when I look at that to me like is the core look of Cobra, right? Is that dude with the mask, and that was like the thing. I can remember there was a kid that I knew that had a handful of them. I can't remember if they were troopers or officers, but he had like a couple of one and then a bunch of the other. And I just remember seeing them all like that. It was like, dude, this looks so fucking awesome. This is like insane. But then they had a bunch of different ones. Like first of all, I don't know if anybody knew this, but the Televiper was the first figure that had the blank Viper, how that worked, right? So there was the Viper, obviously, but the Televiper was the first in line of all the Vipers. You know, I think that's very interesting. I didn't know that. Now that's a figure I always really loved and felt like got a lot of hate because kids were like, "Oh, shoot me with your camera," and like. To me, it was like, it doesn't have to be a camera, you fucking dildo. I can make it whatever I want. Why can't I just, you know what I mean? It's a rocket launcher. You know, geez, go back to your mother, crying out loud. You sound like a complaining person. Rock Lockdown says, Brother Block about to throw hands over the Tiger Force slander, right? Yeah, that was, or Skizio and Spentors later say Night Force was a Toys R Us exclusive. Yes, I do believe it was. And that's probably why I didn't really score a lot of them. J.I. Davis says, apologies, friends. Family calls. I'll check you guys out in the replay. Have a great night. And he thanks all of us. No, thank you, brother. We appreciate you squeezing time to come through. Very much appreciate it. Thank you so much for all you do for the community. Love you to death, my dude. Have a good night. Best to the family as well. Mo's Mind says, Gridiron has this cool sub-gun camera combo for them. So the crazy part is I saw that. The reason I say that sucks is because I missed it. So I went to go buy it and I was like, it was declining my card, and I was like, what the fuck? And so I had to go. My card had got locked. You know how sometimes you make a purchase and the bank will just lock your card. But I didn't know that's what had happened. It took me a minute to figure that out. And in the time that I had to go unlock the card and I came back, it was no longer $5 anymore. It went back up to like 11 or whatever it was. I am livid. I am livid. So I actually passed on their latest $5 one, the Scar. Now that is an amazing rifle, but I don't know if you all have any of theirs, but the stock, dude, is like so big that the figures are holding it like it don't look right. You can't shoulder it properly, which to me that's the dynamic pose. Can you hold it with this hand properly on a grip or like this? And can you put it up and does it look like you're looking down the sight, right? That's when I really lose my shit, because the one that's really good at that is this figure. There's a lot, for whatever reason, the way it works. There's a handful of pew-pews that I have that go, look how awesome that figure is, man. I fucking love that thing. A lot of different ones fit. The very first toy photography shot, I think, pretty sure it's the first one, is that figure without his helmet, just the balaclava mask on, looking down I think it's a G363 from Gridiron, and it just fit just right, looked so cool. I took like an up close picture, one a little further back, and the one that was up close came out so good. I mean, I don't want to say that about my own thing, but I thought it looked so cool. I definitely was like, oh, I'm doing this now, definitely for sure. Like I knew I had the idea and I thought it was coming, but I was like, yeah, no. Rock Lockdown says, buying 15 Night Vipers will throw up a flag to any financial institution. That's true, bro. That's true. Yeah, no, it was Night Vipers. Yep, it was. Oh, yes, it was 16. So now, to excuse his confusion, I originally said 15 on the timeline because I thought it was 5, 5, and 5 from two Amazon orders and then a Pulse order, and it wasn't. The one of the Amazon orders was 6. instead of 5. So it's turned out to be 16. I know that was my last big thing. I have for sure trying to get the remodel finished. So I have reeled in that spending. And it's been so the community's so generous. I've gotten enough to slake my thirst for new things. Especially that amazing 00 snake eyes that Rip gave to me at the Collectors Con or Cradle Con. Yeah, does anybody else have that? Do you got in the chat, or does anybody, dude? Like, I've seen pictures of it and I knew it was amazing and I knew I was gonna love it. But bro, when I got home and took it out, so I am a self-confessed. I slightly prefer the Commando over the visor, except for that one. That looks with the silver on it and how the rest of the figure looks. That is, that's coming out of the box. Like, I'll always keep everything nice and neat to display, but that fucking Snake Eyes is coming out. And I think I'm going to put him, because like all my figures right now are like this. So I have in a bin. Now these guys come with shields and all kinds of stuff. There's a whole other bin for their stuff. But I got them in these bins all on a storage shelf over there. And the other day I came down and I've been so busy with so many other things. I've been podcasting or working. When I'm down in the studio, I'm not really even touching my figures that much. I walked down here the other day and I was just like, Jesus Christ, how did I do this in a year? It's a little crazy. So I think for the first time I saw it, how other people see it. You know what I mean? People are like, wait a minute, what? Because I remember I took the phone and I did a once around down here with the Figure Fight Club people. They were like, Jesus Christ. Actually, I remember it was Talib. He was like, did you pay full price for all that stuff? And I was like, oh, no. Deals like a motherfucker for sure. Let's see. What do we got? Spencer's Lady says, if they do Heat Viper, I will be hard pressured not to get 15. I have 8 Frag Vipers, but no idea how I'm going to display them. Yeah, I stopped at 6 Frag Vipers, but that's an underrated figure for sure. I absolutely love those. And also when it comes to the Heat Viper, I agree. That's one of the later figures that, like, I remember I didn't get it at first. I think Heat Viper came with, there was one garage sale purchase I made that had like a dozen figures and they were all bangers. It was one of the best scores ever. And I remember the Heat Viper was in there for sure. I definitely lucked out on the when I was like 11, right around the time that I started feeling like the end was coming with the figures. By the time I was from 10 to 11, I scored so much stuff. Like, I mean, 40% of my collection overall came in that 1 year, and I'm not kidding. Yeah, so just in time for me to decide I want to kiss girls more.
How old? Like, okay, so I'm gonna ask a question to everybody here. How old were you when you decided you were done with collecting and playing with GI Joe?
Oh, 14.
Yeah,
14.
around that time, 13, 14. Yeah.
Okay. I thought maybe I was like bad at 14. Like, that's a little too old to be like playing with toys and stuff. But yeah, I was 14. Now I still would buy figures at like 15, but literally I would just open them and just set them on like my nightstand.
Yeah, I was low key until about 14. I was low key. I didn't really tell anybody. I just had them, and I still had them though. So yeah, I was super low key up to high school.
That is exactly, I can agree with Brother Block. So I'd say when I started playing Pop Warner, I was big for my age. So I wound up hanging out with and becoming friends with kids that were older than I was. So when I was 12, I was hanging out with 14-year-olds who were done with that shit. Nobody, at 14, I would have been laughed out of the locker room if I showed up with GI Joes and shit. But I can say from 12, 13, and probably getting close to 14, I definitely still bought a handful of them. I can remember I was looking for, baseball cards. And then I would remember at memorabilia shows in all the different places, I would find out, or I would find Joe's, and I would be like, look around, make sure nobody I knew was there. And I'd be like, all right, give me that one, $5, give that to me. One of the last, I think the very last figure I bought with my own money. Like, I think I maybe got another figure for my birthday or something after this, but the last one I remember going into the store and buying was the now infamous Rock Viper. And I remember thinking, man, they're still making some really cool ass figures here. And I can kind of remember being like, this kind of sucks that I'm like moving away from all of this because they're still doing some good stuff. And the only problem, is just it was, I definitely wanted to kind of keep collecting, but I knew it had to be over. And then once I actually kissed a girl, I was like that, really everything changes after that, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, for sure. And that had a lot to do with it. I'm actually filibustering slightly because I'm trying to go to Spencer's Lair said he's a sucker for 1989 figures. And I am also, because some of my favorite figures came from the later years. Like if you go down my top 10, a lot of them are from like different shit. So let's see. Why can't I find this? I'm so terrible.
The last figure that I got before I stopped was the General Hawk with the jetpack. And the
nice. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's awesome.
I forget what year it was.
I think I was definitely in the 90s. You know what? I'll tell you right now. I'm finally here. Oh, why did they give me the one where they're not in the box? Show me the box. All right. So, carded figures. Yeah. Alley Viper. Oh God, I'm never going to remember the names of all these guys. So bangers from that year, in 89. Yeah. Listen to the bangers that they have this year. Alley Viper, Targat, Night Viper, Recoil, Rock and Roll version 2, Scoop, that traitorous prick, that Interrogator, Snake Eyes version 3, Iceberg version 2. Did I say Frag Viper? Yeah. So those are just the obvious bangers. But then we got, I think that's Backblast. I think one of the guys who's the medic guy that's dressed, he's got all the white on. I can't think of his name. And then who is that motherfucker? Okay, I don't remember who that guy is. God, I hate it when where's the one with the names? Vehicles that year were pretty off the hook. Oh, also we had Slaughter's Marauders, Python Patrol, Night Force, and then there was a couple mail-ins, right? Oh yeah, so Starduster, I think that's Teal Hall, and then the Steel Brigade. Yeah, man, no shit. So that Night Force shit, yeah, look at that. Yeah, Holy Grail of mine, for sure. Again, this is something that, like, I'd have to be very wealthy to spend the money on it. But the 2-pack, the Night Force, Shockwave, and Lowlight, that 2-pack, I absolutely love it. Every time I bring it up, everybody always puts this, it's things like $1,500. So, you have to be flush with cash to spend money like that on something you're not even going to open. Mo's Mind said G.I. Joe aged out before I did, for sure. Oh, and that was another thing too. What made it kind of easy to kind of move away from it was, they really did get into like a crazy fucking the colors, right? Like the colors were just, I don't know, I look back and I kind of appreciate. I can look back at some like Big Red posts. It's very cool when Big Red posts the ones that gives us perspective. So I can look at some of the ones that I detested for their color back then. I can look at them now and say, yeah, you know what? This color sucks ass, but the sculpt is amazing. And so I can kind of like find something that's like that. Yeah. So Alley Viper, Annihilator, Backblast, Countdown, DJ, which is meh. Deep Six version 2, which can totally go scratch. Downtown, Frag Viper, Naugahyde, Heat Viper, Night Viper, Recoil, who's amazing. Rock and Roll. Where are we going here? More Downtown, Frag Viper. Oops, yeah. Heat Viper, Night Viper. Why is this shit doing this to me? Heat Viper, Night Viper, and then they had the Repeater, Charbroil, Night Force 2-pack. The Shockwave Lowlight Night Force 2-pack, and the Muskrat Spearhead and Max 2-pack, which was just bananas. The rifle that came with, where is he? Yeah, there it is. The Spearhead and Max rifle. It was the same one that he had with the big blade on the end, but this one was black. My beating heart. Such an amazing figure there. And and you know what it says too is I didn't realize this on the recoil. The recoil figure, it says LRRP, long range recon patrol. So they lumped him into the same thing that Stalker, Snake Eyes, and Storm Shadow were involved in. So that's pretty cool. Dread Nuggy says I stopped in '89. I was 16, and all of a sudden I thought I thought that was gross. I think a lot of us are like that. It's once you discover that primal instinct of what you're like all of a sudden you're like, girls don't have cooties. They're awesome. Let me have them ladies. Yeah, then that's it. Sounds like girls were Joe's biggest enemy. This is a fact, brother. Hasbro trying to kill everybody. Rock Lockdown says stretcher. Yeah, Rock. I don't know what it is. Stretcher was the one I was trying to refer to, but when I went back and looked at it, the only ones in the white uniform that now that I have the names, I think DJ was the one that I was looking at because they didn't have gear in their hands, so that's my bad. So listen, I'm also a sucker for the 1989 figures. I think 1990 even had bangers too, right? Like holy hell. 1990. Block, what figures stick out to you as your favorite? I probably asked you this when you were on Solo, but just to crack it out again.
I mean, obviously I love Flint. Flint was like my favorite. Him and Roadblock for sure.
Fuck yeah.
I really love Roadblock because he was so big, right? And as a kid, I was so self-conscious because when I was like 13, I was 6'2", and I wore a size 13 shoe. So I was bigger than the teacher. I'm bigger than everybody. So when I was G.I. Joe, Roadblock was this big guy and all that. So I kind of gravitated towards him. And he was cool. So that's my love for him, no doubt. But Storm Shadow, Snake Eyes, because in the 80s, ninjas were it, right? Everybody the movies, Karate Kid, I don't care what's going on. Ninja stars were the coolest weapon ever. My dad actually practiced martial arts, so he had swords and nunchucks and stuff. So that's classic 80s, right? Van Damme, Seagal. So Storm Shadow, Quick Kid, all those cats were, I love those guys. Just those classic guys, man. I love them. But I do love some of the new stuff too. Obviously with Grim Viper, some other cats. I mean, they're creating some guys that still give me that same energy as the old guys, which I love. You know what I mean? Which is like all of it kind of brings back those feelings that you had when we were 12, 13, 10, with these new cats. So I love so many of them. And I know everybody, it's hard to say, but I mean, damn, man, it's continuing. So
for sure.
my list of classic guys and then my new guys, and it's just I like so many, man.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Appreciate it. And hold on, looks like we have our brother Jay Antonio coming to the stage.
Nice.
Let's see. There he is. What's up, my brother?
What up? What up?
What up,
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing?
It's all good.
Thank you much for coming.
I gotta put my icon because my allergies is killing me right now. So
that's all good. I appreciate it.
Looking like a raccoon.
Well, or like Destro from the picture I put up the other day. I don't know. I didn't even realize it.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, where the fuck did that shit come from? It looks like he maybe might have used some select words with the Baroness and things didn't work out. Very upset. Looks like we had G.I. Joe Guy 84. So that's our brother Conrad Hauser in the house. He says 1990 and 91 Rock, Low Light, Hawk, and so many underrated figures for sure. We'll agree to disagree on that Low Light, but your acumen for all things G.I. Joe is unmatched, my brother. He also says Night Force is ridiculously expensive, preventing me from having a complete Psych Out collection. Yeah, dude, that's a little bit that's going to be a tough thing to find for sure. So yeah, thank you again for joining us. We were just kind of getting lost in the weeds on figures over the course of the years. I just want to real quick. 1988 is Astro Viper, Blizzard, Budo, OG Charbroil. Hold on a second. OG Charbroil, Hardball, Hit and Run, Hydro Viper, Iron Grenadier, Lightfoot, Muskrat, Repeater, Road Pig, Shockwave, Spearhead and Max, Storm Shadow version 2, Toxo Viper, and fucking Voltar. Never mind the Crazy Legs, Outback Night Force, and then the total creeptacular sneak peek Falcon. Talk about Falcon was already a super creep. Now you're putting him next to a dude named Sneak Peek. It sounds like they're up to no good. And then also the really nice Night Force 2-pack of Tunnel Rat and Psych Out, which begs the question: where is our fucking our Tiger Force, or I'm sorry, our Night Force Outback and Psych Out, right? Like, give us that in classified. How dope would they both be? Oh, and then they did have, that was also the year, the Target exclusive Ultimate Enemies, and it was Muskrat and Voltar, which, matter of fact, Conrad, maybe you would know this. Were they somehow enemies in the comic books? Does anybody know that? Because to me, it's just like, I don't know. I don't ever remember that. Definitely not me. Muskrat, neither of them were even in the Sumbo cartoon. Or maybe it's a DIC thing. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's great. Oh, and Tiger Force figures from that year: Bazooka, Duke, Dusty, and Flint for Tiger Force. Also, Lifeline, Roadblock, and Tripwire. And then they had the Super Trooper was in the mail order that year. The accessories, they had that one pack that came out that was dope. Actually, they had 1, 2, the machine gun nest, the double machine gun was dope. Okay, we don't need to get lost in the weeds on all this. 88 was a banger year. I mean, honestly,
right, so okay.
Yeah, 87 had a lot of strange figures. That was like the Raptor came out in 87, and it was that was a year I felt like I was like, man, these are all okay, but there's some weird shit. But then they came back strong in 88. 89 was still bangers, and 1990 still had, like, I think there was a handful of figures in 90 that I loved as well. So that's fucking crazy.
88. I'm sorry. 88 had the Tiger Force Frostbite, right?
That's a good question. Was that 88 that they had the whole thing? Because let's see. I don't know if I got to.
It was just I remember it was a weird figure because I want to say because Frostbite was always had a brown beard, right?
Yes,
and
yes.
I remember the Tiger Force one had like an orange, maybe I don't know if it was a blonde or orange beard, but I was like, this has nothing to do with Frostbite. Like the colors were crazy.
No, I think that might. Oh, there it is. Yes. So it was Frostbite version 2 that came with the Tiger Cat. And I was talking about that earlier, how I kind of disliked it as a kid. I appreciate all that shit now, but as a kid, I remember looking at the Tiger Cat, especially because the Snow Cat was one of my favorite vehicles. I actually had it, and it was one of the bigger vehicles I had, and it was and also I thought that the Tiger Shark was an abomination of the moccasin. It just, like, the moccasin was such a cool looking thing. Actually, Sumo has a really cool 3D printed moccasin. Right? You got a cool ass 3D printed. I think it's got the windshields and everything on there. It's pretty dope. Very good, very good. So we're gonna try to move things along here because I just brought us down the back alleys of what figures were in what year. So real quick, we CG Horror, Riptide, and we all met up down at CradleCon last weekend. I had Mate Mylar on Sunday, and I didn't want to have, like, just kind of. So I wanted them guys to come in so we could talk about that real quick, and we can hear what you all heard, kind of what I had to say. I want to hear what they have to say, but it was the one thing CG said it, and this one thing that I took away, but CG said it in the timeline was that, usually when you meet somebody for the first time, there's a slight bit of awkwardness, right? Now, mind you, we've all been friends on the timeline, right? CG and I have been talking on a very personal level for over a year, so there's definitely something to say about that. But it was as if we had hung out before. It was as if we had been, like, lifelong friends, and we were just excited to be able to coordinate a time where we all got together. I thought it was pretty fucking awesome, to say the least. And, I touched on this a little bit earlier. I came through. I got there wicked late, but I had just enough time to go talk to Larry Hama. As you see, I'm like this everywhere, right? I'm not, this isn't just like, I don't get excited for the camera. I'm like this all the time. And so as I was approaching Larry Hama and I looked at him sitting there all chill and relaxed, I even said it in my head, don't blow his head off. Don't blow his head off. Just let the man just nice and easy. Just please, don't freak him the fuck out. And I started talking, and I kept it calm. I kept my voice low, but then I was like, I didn't know. I was like, how do I encapsulate my feelings for G.I. Joe in a 15-second exchange, right? And I honestly, I didn't even ask him for a picture because I was so busy trying to hold myself down. I was like, listen, I'm sure you've heard all this before, but when I was a kid, G.I. Joe got me through some really rough times. And now that I'm an adult, it's doing it again. I wouldn't know how to thank you for that. So I'll just say thanks. And I stuck my hand out. He shook my hand. He went, okay. Because again, he's heard that shit 1,000 times, hundreds of thousands of times. Everybody, of course. Yes. Thank you. It saved your life. Right. Please. I'm 82 years old. I'm in here for 9 hours. Can you what do you want? So no, he wasn't projecting that. I'm just making a joke. But hold on, I got all these figures up here. So I was really torn on what I wanted him to sign, and I settled for this. So this is what I put. This is what I had him sign. I had his 25th anniversary Snake Eyes, and I almost had him do that, but I was like, nah. You know what? I'm never gonna open this. This is arguably my favorite Snake Eyes. So I was like, boom, I'm just gonna do this. And it was nice. And then that was it. I do wish I asked him for a picture though. I am a little upset about that. Here is Mary McDonald Lewis, the iconic voice of Lady J. She even suggested, she's like, I've never used the white marker until like an hour ago, and I think it looks good. And I said, yes, send it. Absolutely. So I love this. They also had a very cool picture that was like, imagine if the shot was looking down and it was Lady J looking up with her hands tied in the Sarlacc pit from the episode Skeletons in the Closet. Yeah. It was very cool. And I was very tempted, but I said, no, just give me the regular card art. Also, shout out to Mary for honestly making us feel special, right? I don't want to speak for Rip Absolutely. Or CG, but I felt like, she recognized us as the crew from that very positive community on Twitter. I mean, like when I walked in and you guys were like, no, there he is. And she's like, that's the guy. And I was like, yes. It was, you don't get acknowledged by people who are, as we say, famous. Like, you know what I mean? And to her, it's the voice of fucking Lady J. Yeah, she's famous, So I thought that was all something. And at a time when they're there to, let's be real, make money, right? They're there to make money. And so when she's supposed to be sort of sitting on the other side of the table, signing things for people, she wasn't. She was standing there. She had a nice little drink in her hand, and she sat there and shot the shit with us for, what would you guys say, 20 minutes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, easily 20 minutes. And we didn't talk G.I. Joe. Like, we talked about life and everything else other than G.I. Joe with her.
Right, right.
And then took a picture with us.
Right. Yeah. And again, and at no charge, right? These are the things, obviously not everybody has to be, but that's what they're there for. That's how they make the money. You know what I mean? If you're giving pictures away at a thing like that, you're losing money, And so I thought it was very cool that she did that. And I wish anybody shared that picture yet. I thought about this the other day. I'm gonna post that up at some point. I'll go back and do that. It's an amazing picture. Oh, Rip, you got it framed, right? You had it up on the thing. Yeah, that's gonna have to go. That's gonna have to go over here somewhere. Conrad says, if you want to have a real conversation with Larry, get him to talk about the home city or the incredible people he worked with over the years. That probably sounds right. Kalel 327, our Carter King is in the house. What's up, my brother? He says, that sucks. I never understood that the sum figures for some markets. Yes, I think, you know what? We talked about this a couple weeks ago on the show, and it was, so like some people just never saw some figures. It's just the way that it was. And I guess that shouldn't be that surprising. And we did touch on a few of the things from earlier. And that, we went to, on the main strip, we went to this place, Lou's. Oh, and real quick, if he happens to be watching, Shout out to my brother Grismatic. If he has, he's the gentleman that lives down in Long Island that I reached out to and said, hey, we're going to this place right here, the Cradle of Aviation. Can you? I said, can you give me any restaurant recommendations, but also any travel tips because I'm driving down. And he was like, right in his response, the first thing it said was, "It's a weekend, traffic will be ass, no tips." So I thought that was a funny way to say it. But nope, we went to that place. We had some pizza. It was good. We met the Tide family, which I still think is just a really cool thing. It's like you're never more meeting someone. It's like, here's my wife and kid. And I thought that there was a level of trust, I think, with that. You're meeting two guys you never met before, and I hope that or at least it sounds like they had a great time and it was a good experience for them as well. That's fantastic. CG, anything you want to say about the trip?
Yeah, I mean, traffic was ass, but
it was. He was right about that.
When I got there, of course, we were texting back and forth and stuff, and I got there and I started looking because I didn't know how much time we'd have, so I started looking for Larry and them, and I just started wandering around, and then when I was in line, I found them, and then I said, hey, I'm in line with Larry, and Rip came. You were just getting out of the panel with them.
Yep.
Right.
And he walked right past me, and I went, Rip.
Yep.
Rip. Hey, Rip. And he turns around.
Nice.
So I had Larry, Mary, Bill, and Lisa sign my Cobra Commander helmet that I had made back in 2020 by, what are they called? Viper Den Studios did it. Which was just one guy. He would make these masks. So I had them sign it and stuff. And Mary was pretty adamant about, I took a black acrylic pen because I didn't want that stuff to come off.
Yeah.
She's like, well, let's try white. And she signed it dead center on the blue helmet, and it just pops so well.
Does.
And she was great. When I walked up to her and she was signing it, I leaned into her and I'm like, hey, I'm CG Horror on X. And she just lit up. And she was like, I am so glad you came here. After I'm done signing this, you're coming around back behind here. And she signed it. I came around. She gave me the biggest hug.
Yep.
And just her and I just stood there and talked for maybe 10 minutes straight.
For sure.
And she said to Bill, she's like, these are the guys that are on Twitter and they go about everything is positive. They're spreading positivity about the G.I. Joe universe. And he smiled, shook my hand. He's like, that is amazing that you guys are doing that. Two great people, really great people. And I am so glad to have met them. They say don't meet your heroes, but they were amazing. I can't say, anything bad about them. They were great.
For sure. It was amazing, and the food was amazing. And I got home much quicker. They took me through Jersey and then up. I didn't have to go through White Plains. It was awesome. Rip, any notes on the trip?
Yeah. Well, my wife and my son and I got there early, pretty much when it opened.
Right.
So when I got to the panel, because I beelined it to the panel, and there was already a huge line waiting for Larry, and Larry had just had coffee, so thankfully he was awake and very talkative, which was really nice. And pretty much there was a good amount of people on the line, and somebody I think it was like $200 or something like that, and Larry would actually draw a character for you. So the first guy up there gave him the $200, and I want Snake Eyes, and then left, went around the convention, and everybody else in the line just kind of scattered because Larry was sitting there drawing, and I was like, I'm going to watch Larry Hama for the next 40 minutes draw Snake Eyes.
Crazy.
I would have did the same
That's
thing.
awesome.
So,
Absolutely.
he got done with the drawing and he looks at me and he's like, "Here," and I'm like, "No, that's not mine." And he's like, "Well, where did that guy go?" And I was like, "I don't know." And then the line came back because they saw he was done and they started to get behind me. And he looks over at the line. He's like, "Oh, has everybody got comic books?" And I'm like, "Well, I don't, because I got you as an action figure."
That's so
So
cool.
I had this for him. And he signed that.
Sweet.
So he was like, you don't have any comics? Because everything at the show was,
That's
there was
badass.
a billion comics. And everybody in line had issue 21 or something similar.
Right.
And I came up with an action figure of him, and he was just like, "What?" You remember this, right? It was like, I mean, it was like 10 years ago when they did the Kickstarter. I don't remember. But,
Right.
But yeah, he signed my thing, and he's like, "All right, sit down. We got to do the picture and everything." And my wife took the picture, and he starts talking to me and just telling me this random story, and everyone in line kind of looked like, "All right, like, let's go. I want my, and he's like, "I don't care about them. Like, you have something cool. They just have comic books, like, whatever." And he just told me this crazy story. I'm not going to repeat it. He told me to not. So I was like, "All right,
sure.
But it was awesome." And then the other thing that was really cool was when they did their panel, it was awesome because it was a small group of people, and they just talked about kind of the behind the scenes of Sunbow and Deke and stuff that was actually going on. That was a little crazy. So, and they said, please don't tell anybody this. So I'm not going to, but it was just like, wow, it was more of their whole panel was more of their like, acting stuff for Sunbow instead of like about G.I. Joe, except for Larry. Larry just went off and he was awesome because he was like, "I love drawing the comics because I couldn't stand other people drawing at the time because everyone, they never ran out of ammo." And I was like, "No, I'm making them change magazines." And when they do the bullet spread, when he's shooting, he's like, they have like an Uzi and 500 shells are coming out of it. And he's like,
Right.
there's only like 30 rounds in that mag or whatever. You know what I mean? So he was talking about stuff like that. It was pretty cool. But yeah, it was an awesome panel. And then everything else was great. I mean, meeting you guys was awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was.
That was just great. So
it really was. It was. I think, as CG had said it as well, it was like I was high when I was driving home. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was such an exciting time for sure. And the drive was much better. Like even on my way down, I didn't blow a head gasket because I was excited, right? I was like, oh, but I'm still gonna get there. We're still gonna have a lot of good time. It's still gonna be fucking awesome. And so very, very excited for that. Sumo, have you ever been to a con and met Larry Hama?
I have never met Hama at a con. When I worked at Blue Man Group, they were doing an event not too far from us, and someone told us that he was there, but like it was so packed and I had to go to work. So, but I got a chance to see him, and I was like this is the dude that like made my childhood. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
But I had to go to work, But fast forward, I've gone to other cons like Comic Con and a couple of Wrestle Cons, and I was able to meet Slaughter, which he was amazing. And I know how people say don't meet people that you are a fan of, but he was definitely one that was real cool. And like fast forward, he started following me on Twitter, and I'm like, man, these are the people that I grew up with, rooting for, and now they follow. I got Lady J following me, Slaughter following me, and it's cool that when they retweet your stuff, but just to know that you got a chance to meet somebody that you were as a kid had as a toy, right?
Right.
And watch cartoons about him, and with Hama, you know, basically the whole storyline from him, you know, and those amazing storylines with I mean I only read it with Marvel. I didn't go past it because once you know, I was a teenager, I was thinking more about females than
Yeah.
action figures
Yeah.
you know.
Chalk
Like,
another one out, another Joe Bro down to the ladies.
bro, listen, man, you know, and for me, I like them thick and chocolate, you know. So I was getting a shit ton of them. So I was like, man, listen, I'll play with them toys later, you know. And also like we moved into like the games and PlayStation. So it was like, you know, that was our toy, you
Yeah.
know.
For sure, definitely. And that was something you could do with your friends and not feel like you were embarrassed by it. You know what I mean? 100%. Conrad says, Sumo casually dropping, quote unquote, when I worked for a Blue Man Group with no follow up. It's funny.
Well,
He wasn't a Blue Man. He wasn't a Blue
I was
Man.
not a blue man. No. I was imagine
That's
that
fun.
a fucking a chunky ass blue man, you know?
Right. With a beard. He's not even clean shaven.
Which not for nothing. I gotta see. I did put on the paint and the latex, but you know, that was also a drunken Christmas party.
We've all made similar choices.
Yeah.
We've all made similar choices for sure. You know, real quick before we go too far, I did want to show real quick. I think I showed these when Mate was on, but so the CG's generosity when I met him at the con, he has sent me a whole bunch of amazing things. But the most recent thing that he sent, hold on, I'm actually going to see if I can
full screen it.
Yeah, let me see here. There we go. Okay. So he printed me a 3D printed asp that is fucking amazing.
That's dope.
Look, the skid plate, you know, it's got the texture on there. You know, cannons move up and down. It's like the perfect kind of tightness where I can leave it elevated like this. It's almost like CG. Let me ask you, is there a detent in there? Because it seems to stop. Like there's something where
like a ratchet?
Yes.
It's not a ratchet system. It's the way the bar was designed in there that keeps the two guns, so it knows to click. I don't know. Mark II Designs has it out on his Patreon. I follow his Patreon. I pay and stuff. So he puts out some very nice designs.
Brother, you killed it, yo.
Yeah,
thank you.
Like, look at all
that back piece comes off. That back piece comes off there.
What this piece? Oh shit! Oh, you can stand it through up there.
Yeah.
What? I didn't even know that.
That's dope.
Look at this shit. What?
You can put like guns and shit back there.
Oh my god! I didn't know that. Holy fuck! I had this thing for a week. Oh my god! Yo, that's so good. Trailer hitch.
You know what?
Nice.
If you didn't tell him, he probably would have thought he broke it.
Yeah.
Right?
I would have. I would have been like, wait, what did I do? Holy shit. But dude, I can't wait to get some photos with this. So my brother Chaz from GI Customs, who sent this totally dope Viper Den Studio sign that I didn't know. Yeah, I'll show that again. I didn't even know it was coming. I just opened up I got a package one day and I was like, it's one of those things when you see it, that it's like GI Customs. I'm like, did I order something? I don't remember ordering anything,
awesome.
but yeah, it's very nice. It scales really well too. And it's perfect to go with the sign that's the Death Door Designs that CG made. But anyways, I have the railings set up for the 4 pods up here, and then it has the double doors. So it's already like an entrance. It's going to be like an entrance to a Cobra mountain base. But now I have this. And what this does coupled with that is it reminds me of a little while ago, I had mentioned like my Cobra base that I would set up outside was the surveillance port, the bunker, and then this was like the major defense of that setup. And so now, those basically stand in for the surveillance port, the bunker. And now I've got this. And dude, the detail on this, the scaling It's fucking awesome. I just want to get like a little no step sticker. Maybe a little. Maybe I think because it had like that little snake, right? Didn't it have like a snake somewhere on it? You
on
know
the
what
back.
I mean?
Yeah, by the back. It was on the sides, but it was like
Here.
yeah, right in that area. I believe.
Yeah, and that would look good there. So I definitely think that I'm going to try to score some of those. But I just can't wait, dude. I'm infatuated with this thing. Whenever I come down here, I haven't had time to spend down here, but whenever I come through, or I'm just grabbing something, this catches my eye in the way that the hiss did when I first put that up there. Where like I walk in and my eyes go right to it. So thank you again, brother. That is fucking amazing. And here it is. And then another piece of signage that is just incredible, which I love because I have a bunch of 788 stuff up there.
It's raised. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So,
Listen, look, when you can get something raised, it brings out the quality in it, man.
Yeah.
Yep. It gives you that depth in it. It's fucking incredible. So again, something else that I'm infatuated with. And then also, as since we were talking about the con, and there is for those of y'all that maybe have never seen it, because I guess that's possible. This was from Brother Rip. This is the 00 Snake Eyes.
Oh,
And let me just take this out real quick because first of all, look at this. I mean, this
jelly.
it is some really cool shit. And so it's got it's the art that's on here. It's almost like if you put this over it and did a charcoal rub, that's like kind of what it is. And that just
like
looks
screen
amazing.
print, yeah.
Yeah, this is getting that's gonna get framed for sure. And then on the inside, dude.
Wow.
It's so awesome. Like in this, I think that this part really brings it over the top for me because it's like I could take this and it's 00. So I could put it right in the front. It would act as an official, like classified, you know what I mean? But just look at that motherfucking figure, dude. Jesus. Holy hell.
That one and the Regal Cobra Commander had the amazing box art.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Well, I
it's
forgot
totally
what number
crazy.
that was.
Not 9, right? Not
The one
was it
that's
9?
it's like navy blue and gold.
6.
That's the one that got away from me.
I gotta take it out of this part right here real quick. Dude, this is just fucking it's all the little paint details and the fact that they got the there it's out of the plastic now and the fact that visor is painted silver, that's what's really doing it for me. Because that reminds me, it just looks a lot, I don't know why, but I'm just getting like OG Snake Eyes vibes, but brought into the new realm. And this is the sword I think that comes with the 52, not the Alpha Commando, but the other one. And I'm infatuated with that one. I love this knife. He's got the cool karate chop hands, staple. I don't the pew pew. I always get nervous about saying the word still. And if you look at the detail that's on the scabbard for the sword, it's crazy. So, Brother Rip, thank you again. And again, as we talked about earlier, we are about to get into the final stages of Operation International Dragonfly, which again is starts with the generosity of Rip, and then now the community, because the community has legitimately. I mean, dude, let's put it this way: I think I had collected like 300 something, almost close to $400 by dinner time that night. That's nice. That's crazy. And then when people, once because it was like I got to a point where I was like, okay, I don't think we need to really take anymore. And people were still reaching out. So I just kind of was saying, oh, well, the next thing is Animus level. So if you're here, you got your wallet out and you want to donate, we will take it. And so a couple of people did that. And like I had said, G.I. Joe Retro tossed down a C-note and was like, here you go. So, and also to mention, I didn't mention this earlier and I meant to. Not only did Rip donate the Dragonfly and so many other figures, he gave $100 to the shipping and stuff. Which I mean, I didn't know what to say. I was like, does your generosity know any bounds? I feel like So,
Let's not forget, he also bought dinner.
yes, he did. Yes, he did. That's a good point.
I used
Actually,
up all my cash.
Actually, my wife bought dinner.
Oh,
Okay.
well, thank
All
her
right.
then.
Thank you, Mrs.
But-
Hyde.
She found that out afterwards.
Oh, she found out afterwards.
I love it.
I used up all my cash, and he bought me a Gatorade then at the con too.
That's 100%. That's dude. That was really, really awesome. Moonrunner City, welcome in. Yeah, where'd you find us, my brother? I always like to ask when I don't notice a name real quick. I always like to know how people found us. Duke's Retro.
Skizio, or Skizio said he was their actual cousins.
Oh no shit. Oh dude, welcome in, my brother. Glad that you are here. Pleasure to have met your acquaintance. Welcome to the crew. Let's see. Kalal 327 in reference to Sumo being in a Blue Man group, he says Bluebeard. That's who you. That's pretty fun. But Duke's Retro, also real life friend with Roadblock. Welcome in. He says great asp. Very cool. This week in Hearthstone is here. He says, I wonder if Hasbro is going to make that. I hope so. That's what I'm going to say. I hope so. Welcome in this week in Hearthstone. He said in the timeline that he was going to be opening a Awe Striker during the show. Let us know how that is going. Let's see. Conrad says, have a good night, fellas. Hey, thanks for coming through, brother. I greatly appreciate it. Call sign Smash says, Rip is bringing Christmas in May. That's one hell of a dude. Yes, that is the outpouring of generosity is an unbelievable. Oh, right. Hey, Destro Designs, he's my cousin. Oh, thank you. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Moonrunner City, welcome. Very cool. So let's see. That was Roadblock. Have you ever met Larry Hama?
No, man, but I mean, obviously you hear about the legend, man, and it's nice to hear that he's such a normal guy and down-to-earth guy, it sounds like, because it's so true. When you meet sometimes your heroes, it kind of lets you down. You know what I mean?
Right.
I played college ball. I played minor league basketball. I played overseas. So I've met a lot of pro ball players that I really looked up to, older guys. And it was a different guy than what I was thinking. You know what I mean? So, and that is kind of true. Sometimes you don't want to meet that person, but it's awesome to hear that he's just a regular cat. You know what I mean? I think that's why it's so dope, right? Because someone like that has put that energy into G.I. Joe. So that's really awesome to hear.
For sure. Yeah, meeting him is surreal in the sense that like imagine you were obsessed with basketball and you got to meet Robert Naismith or Naismith, the guy who invented the game. You know what I mean? It's just like it's crazy. Or even meeting Michael Jordan, right? You're just what would you say? Absolutely insane. And talk about meeting your heroes. So I kind of felt that way with Nate Mylar, to be honest with you. Like I remember reaching out to him the first time in a DM, and he came back so incredibly nice, and like he had this wonderful way of saying things that and also now recently of saying things that it made it seem like he was a fan of me. And that made me feel really good. He's very, very much enjoys the community, really appreciates everything that we do. And so just to hear him kind of say those things, I thought was amazing. But also I met Hacksaw Jim Duggan more than once. He grew up, was born and raised in a town, Rick Queensbury, which is basically right next to Lake George. Oh, yeah. So there is a restaurant in between Lake George and Queensbury. It's called the Log Jam. And I was there. My aunt always lived up that way. And I remember we were there one time and I was like, I don't remember how old I was, 6, 7, 8, something like that. And I was like, that's definitely Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Because when you see a wrestler, he wasn't shredded, but you could tell he's a big dude. You know what I mean?
Dude, yeah.
You can't miss Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Hacksaw was a beast, yo. He was like
a big cat. Yeah.
You could tell he's just like, beer and like grits and
lots of steak.
Lots of steak, yep.
No, for sure. And No, I looking over and I was like, that's definitely Hacksaw Jim Duggan. And my dad was like, the man is eating. You cannot bother him right now, which is a very respectful thing to say. Like, it wasn't like he was waiting for his food. Dude was like eating. And I think he heard my dad because I saw him kind of like turn a little bit. And he was like, we were almost behind him, but he definitely like perked up and he went back to eating. And like a couple minutes later, we were actually getting ready to go. And I was like, God damn it, I'm not going to be able to like say anything. And we were getting up and going, and he kind of turned around all the way. He saw that we were leaving. He put his fucking shit down. He got up and he was just like, hey, little man. And like, he didn't come over to us. It wasn't like he came over and was like, oh, hey, I'm sure you're looking for an autograph. He kind of got up and he made it like he was kind of going for the bathroom, almost like he just made himself accessible for me to say, oh my God, that's Hacksaw Jim Duggan. And that's exactly what I did. And he was like, oh, hey, little guy, what are you, I don't remember what he said exactly because I was obviously just like, floored that he was speaking. And I remember he was like something about a picture. And my mom happened to have a disposable camera because we were on, this is like a vacation kind of thing we were doing. So disposable camera, I've looked for these pictures, by the way. I can't seem to locate them. But I remember disposable camera, took the picture, and he stood there and talked with us for a few minutes. Now, mind you, we were leaving. So like my aunt and my mom had walked over and they were like paying the bill and all this stuff. And he like walked out with us. He was in the middle of eating his meal. He kept talking. He was like, hey, little man, it looks like the train's leaving. So, I had to like walk out the door with the family, and he walked out with us, like stood outside, gave me the old little, hey, drink your milk and shit or whatever. And it was just, even as a kid, I think like immediately afterwards, I was like, huh, yeah, that was pretty awesome. And, obviously later on in life, talking to family members about it, you get the adult perspective of what actually happened. And they were definitely like, oh, no. He did that to talk to you. He did that to make sure that you had a minute, to do that whole thing. And I thought that was awesome. So, and then I ran into him again in Lake George. I think if anybody knows Lake George, there is that big House of Frankenstein. It's like a walkthrough, kind of like a horror show thing. And then there's like a pharmacy that's kind of close to there. And I saw him go into his store, and I was a little older, so it was definitely much different. I wasn't like this little kid that, was like, oh, hey, buddy. But I was definitely a little older, and we were kind of hanging out. I had family members were in the House of Frankenstein. And then here comes Hacksaw again. And he was basically kind of walking right by me. And I was just like, hey, Mr. Duggan, how are you? A big fan. And he was like, oh, hey, how's it going? And I was like, we actually met before at the Log Jam. And of course he was like, oh yeah, I remember that. Maybe he did. It was like 4 years in between. I'm going to assume that maybe he didn't. But it's a small town, I mean, you can only get noticed so many times the first time in a small town. So, maybe he did, but no, again, he was very gracious. I told him how much I appreciated. I said I was a little younger, so I was starstruck. And I just remember it always stuck with me. And I absolutely loved that experience with you. And that it put a smile on his face. And it kind of was like, okay, well, I didn't know what else to say. So I was just like, okay, thanks. Have a good day. And just like, beat feet and got out of there. But yeah, so, when they say, stuff like meeting your heroes, because I loved him. Obviously, when they would always say, oh, hailing from Glens Falls, New York, Hacksaw Jim Duggan. And, as a kid, you're like, no, he's right there. It lent legitimacy to wrestling in the same way that Sergeant Slaughter being part of G.I. Joe did, right? Like, like seeing Sergeant Slaughter show up and whoop that ass for that whole freaking first part of that episode. I remember thinking, wait a minute, Sergeant Slaughter's a real dude. Yeah. Who else is a real guy? Is Beachhead
when
a
he
real
hit that
dude?
Cobra clutch?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I got two things for you here. I'm in Hershey, PA. So during the Attitude Era, Steve Blackman, the Lethal Weapon Steve Blackman. I don't know if you guys remember him.
Hell yeah.
He's from Anvil, PA, which is literally 10 minutes down the road. I was married. We were at a festival in Harrisburg off the river, and I see him. And I'm like, I got to say hi to this guy. And as I got close, I'm like, I'm not saying hi to this guy because he is as intimidating as I've ever seen. So when we walked past each other, we just nodded. Like I just nodded to him, and he nodded back, like, "Hey, I know who you are." Fast forward to 2024, I'm sitting in a Chinese restaurant, just waiting for my order, and this old man comes up and he's like, "Hey, do you mind if I sit here? I'm waiting for my order." I'm like, "Yeah." We start talking, and he shows me a picture. He goes, "Do you know who that is?" And I'm like, "Yes, dude. That's like that's Steve Blackman." I was like, "I love him." He goes, "That's my son."
Oh,
So we started talking. He was telling me what all Steve's doing now and stuff like that. And he said, "Yeah," he goes, "My other son works for the Hershey Company." I'm like, "Wait a minute." I said, "I work at the Hershey Company." And he tells me his name, and I went into work. It was a Friday. I went into work Monday. And I know I shouldn't have done this, but I went into the active directory of the computer stuff, and I found his name. Sure enough, he worked at the Hershey Company at a different place in Hershey at the plants. But I was just like, amazing. I was like, what are the odds that it's such a small area, and I know the Blackmans kind of. The second story was 2010. My wife and I, when I was married, we went to Wizard World Philly because this comes back to never meeting your heroes. I was in line to meet Bruce Campbell to have my picture taken with him. She was in line to get a picture signed of. I don't want to say who it was, but a Star Trek: The Next Generation actor.
Oh, nice.
And my experience with Bruce, amazing. We meet back up afterwards, and I'm like, "Well, how'd it go?" And she's like, "He didn't even look at me. He didn't look at anybody. He just signed it and slid the picture away." So I felt like really bad.
That sucks.
We went over, and Brent Spider, who played Data, was signing.
Oh, okay.
He sang to my wife.
Holy
he sang
shit.
a song. He's like, "What's your name?" And she said Emily, and he started singing this song titled Emily to her. And it just made her day. It just made up for what happened with the bigger star at the time. But she was really disappointed on meeting that guy, and kind of pissed me off. But what am I going to do?
Damn. Maybe I should try to find the gentleman you're talking about who sang to your wife, and maybe invite him on the show or something like that. That sounds like a great guy. Sounds like somebody who fits right in with our community for sure. So Pentor's Lair brought up something a little unrelated, but before we launch into Roadblock's figures, we can kind of rap about it real quick. Laura Croft announced as a classified figure coming. Sumo, how do you feel about that? Interested in any kind of Laura Croft?
Look, I always told you, my universe is an amalgamation of everything. So if you're going to give me a super, and it has to be a solid female buck,
Right.
You cannot mess up on Tomb Raider, especially like that's another thing from our teenage years. Like, how many times my friends and I did the little diving method on that game. If you know what I'm talking about, like you would go up on the top of the the pyramid and dive into the water,
Yes.
So like you gotta come correct. If you're gonna start bringing these people in, give us what we want, even like with Bobby with the Valiverse, and he's bringing what's his name? Oh my God.
Sam Fisher.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Like I seen him from the back, but I'm like, hey, anybody's back could look good. I could go to a strip club and see a chick and be like, oh my God, look at that butt, and then she turn around and look like me.
Look like ass. The ass is up front.
Yep.
I have faith in Bobby that he'll deliver on Sam Fisher.
I agree.
I hope so.
I hope
he's
so.
also doing. I don't know if you know, and I don't want to deviate. I'm sorry about this, but he's also doing regular bucks as well. I don't know if you've seen his Instagram, but he's doing like regular clothed people, which I'm like, I've always wanted that. I want to put Duke and Flint in regular clothes, or Roadblock in regular clothes. So if he could give us something like that. That's going to open my world to a lot of stuff. That means I don't got to really kit bash. I just got to buy this,
I love it. I love it. Good call. Riptide. I mean, you're not necessarily you're into the 3 3/4, but what do you ever play Tomb Raider? Does any of that resonate with you?
Yeah, I've played every Tomb Raider game made.
That's what's up.
And there's a new one coming out of the remake of the original at some point soon, nice. I think. Anyway, but no, what was it? Did you say CG on the timeline to put her with Adventure Force?
Yeah, the Adventure team from like the 60s, I think it was 67.
Yeah.
They should bring that back and
put Laura in like the leader or something. That would be freaking awesome.
Nice. I like the way that sounds. Fuck yeah. Brother Block, what do you think about what's up with Tomb Raider? How's that? Does that tickle your fancy?
Yeah, I agree with everyone, but I especially with Jay saying they got to do it right. If it's a dope figure, man, I'm all in. You know what I mean? I think that's what they do right? They do take these figures, and you might not be down with it at first. And you said it a bunch too, Destro. When you get it in your hand, you're like, man, this thing is dope. You know what I mean? Right. So right. So in that thought, I'm thinking, this probably could be pretty good. So I'm just hoping they continue that, with this figure.
That's what's up. CG, how you feeling?
Oh, I'm all in. I never really played Tomb Raider. I think I played a demo on the PlayStation 1.
Mm-hmm. That's what's up.
But I always liked the character. I thought it was cool.
Agreed.
So I'm hoping she's like a deluxe figure and comes with a lot of good stuff. She's got to have her 9s, on the sides. So yeah, I'm excited. And if she's part of the adventure team and the vehicles they got, oh man, I'll be, even if they're 3D printed, I'll be all in on it.
That's what's up. I love it. I love it. Snow Leopard. Good night, my brother. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you coming through. Chaotic 3158. Welcome in, my brother. I appreciate you. Where? Yeah, you've been in the show before. Where did you find us, my brother? I'm always interested in hearing about that. Call sign smashes. I absolutely agree with you on that one, Mo. World War II line has potential to be awesome. Oh yes, Mo's mind says that the World War II line coming from Valverse will make him poor. Two quick things that I have to address here. Our brother, the Carter King Kalel 327 says two things. Once he had lunch with Bruce Willis. I cannot wait to get you on the show, bro. I seriously,
I want to hear that story.
Before you said that, I was dying to have you on the show. Absolutely dying. Now forget about it. Also, something he said, one time he pulled over Tom Selleck.
How do you pull over Magnum PI?
I'm saying.
Who does that?
He just wanted to see that stash in person.
Yeah, that's what it was.
That's it. Well, all right. The lunch with Bruce Willis is a whole story. I don't expect you to type that out. But just real quick, was the stash as impressive as advertised when you saw him in public? That's what I want to know. 100%. Cal says History Channel on repeat. Yeah, dude. Yeah, when I had cable, there was a lot of History Channel that got played. It was, a lot of useless information that fucking got stuck in there on both. Fucking, that's hilarious. And Orskizio said he met Kid Rock in Germany while he was in the Air Force. That is pretty awesome. And This Week in Hearthstone says he gets to meet Larry Hama in August. That's awesome. Is that the one in Texas? Right? Wasn't there one? Or they were in Texas when we talked to Mary and
Mary said Mary said their next stop was the Dallas Fort Worth one.
That's right. That's probably what it was. Orskizio also said my dad was also almost an extra in Magnum PI, but he got cut. Yeah, that is pretty cool. And Kalel 327 answers what we all want to know, and he says yes, it was on point. Thank you, my brother. I know you probably can't say much else about it in that regard, but dude, you have to find a way to get on this show so you can tell us about lunch with fucking Bruce Willis, dude. That is just, I mean, that's not even like a kind of an actor or a sort of famous person. That's a cultural icon. You know what I mean? It's John McClane, for fuck's sake. Jesus. Go on the podcast, they said. Have a few laughs. Yeah, dude, that sounds fantastic. I'm excited to hear that for sure. Yeah, very cool. So yeah, we're all kind of in. So now I did play Tomb Raider. Though some of the first games, right, for PlayStation 1. I remember loving it because it was one of those games where there was no arrows pointing you. You had to like find shit. You had to like look around and find shit. And then I remember this one where I had to dive into a waterfall, and then underneath the water I had to swim to a thing, and I found a key that opened a door that let me push a lever that opened a thing over here, and then it was dark music too. And the feel of it was kind of like, I don't want to say scary, but you know what I'm saying? It was dramatic, it was dark, and I remember thinking, this is fucking dope. I loved it. The dueling pistols is very, very cool. I love it. So remember Bruce Willis and G.I. Joe since he played G.I. Joe Colton. Yes, I thought that was a decent choice. I mean, listen, both of those movies, Retaliation and Rise of Cobra, there's elements, right? There's little elements for sure that you can take away. Like even Mark Fogarty, shout out to Mark, excellent dude. Actually, very, very great guy. He's been an excellent friend to me. I really can never thank him enough. 100%. Look forward to this week's show. But he always, he very much dislikes Sienna Miller in the show. I think she looked hot, but the problem is that she didn't have the accent. If they could have got her to she was an American, for Christ's sakes. They needed her to be they really fucked that part up. But anyway, I thought she looked the part well. I also wish that
she was raised in London. Like she could have
gave her an accent.
She could have did that at least. That's the thing, with a lot of these. I'm sorry, when I especially with movies, I get into it. So, with G.I. Joe and Transformer, I felt like they just stripped out so much heart in those movies, And look, I take nothing away from the Bay movies because there was more like, I guess they had more, special effects that would hide the actual storyline.
Sure. Yep, 100%. 100%.
But like with G.I. Joe, it was like you had these people that had to relay these storylines, and I loved it because we got a G.I. Joe movie, right? But I really didn't connect with them because I was like, this isn't the G.I. Joe that I know.
It was hard. It was hard to make that
very hard, But we were also living in that era of where they wanted to remake a lot of things, like. X-Men wasn't your standard, first class. We didn't get first class until 2011. The only one that kind of really stood face was Spider-Man. So it was like, I was just happy to get a G.I. Joe movie,
Right, 100%. 100%.
So, yeah.
You deal with some things when you get, and listen, I can throw on Rise of Cobra and just have it play as I'm falling asleep. Same thing with Retaliation, especially when they show the Lady J in Retaliation. She's smoke show, it's a ridiculous part. Not even really a great actress, but just like a total smoke show. Chris from Sister Arsenal in the house. Thank you for coming in, my brother. Greatly appreciate it. If you are, make sure you are over at sisterarsenal.com. You're using promo code Destro Designs to get you 10% off. Earlier I showed off that fucking one of my new favorite things, the nice 788 case. He's got all kinds of stuff over there. Got to go over and check it out. Me talking about it will do it no justice by going and look. It's a gorgeous website as well. And also we've had Matt from Mo's Mind in the house. Make sure you're checking out his Etsy, Destro Designs 10. Get you 10% off over there. Also amazing stuff that my talking will do so much to do. Make sure you check them out. We'll talk more about their stuff later. Orskizio says Bay movies equal explosions for sure.
Let's go.
I had talked to
Sorry, watching the Knicks game.
Okay. No, it's all good. I talked to Mark Potter at one point. We were going back and forth about an upcoming G.I. Joe movie, and he was like, "You know what? I would just give it to Michael Bay." I mean, it's when you think about it, he's like those movies weren't awful. It was an action movie of kids' toys. Like, what did you expect it to be? Did you think fucking Daniel Day-Lewis was going to come through and, give us a iconic "I drink your milkshake" type scene? No, of course not. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But the thing with Michael Bay is, like, we can say, like, he's good. He respects the military.
Oh yeah.
So
Right.
he's going
right.
to treat it with respect. Another is Peter Berg, who did what's the movie about Marcus Luttrell?
Yeah.
Oh, Lone Survivor.
Lone
Yeah.
Survivor. He treated it with respect. Peter Berg respects the military. Hell, even in
yes.
Battleship,
That's right.
he treated the Navy with respect. So
Listen,
that's who I want to do it with a
I
little bit
agree.
of Travis Knight. Travis
I
Knight
agree.
is Bumblebee in the new Masters of the Universe movie. You
Love
need
it.
a little bit of that in it too.
Love it. Dude, I don't care what anybody says. Battleship is a decent throw-on movie, right?
It's fun.
Mhm.
Exactly. It's fun. It's cool. The carrot. I mean, it's for what it is. It's perfect. That's the thing. Like I was saying, like, you have to temper your expectations. Not everything is going to be this. I mean, especially now, I think we all know that, like, the Hollywood isn't trying to spend money, right? They just want to get something out. They're going to try to hit the notes. I mean, nothing for nothing. The likelihood of us getting a good G.I. Joe movie are like slim to none. You know what I mean? Like, we have zero evidence that anybody's going to do anything right. Now,
Right.
if this Masters of the Universe movie looks good and there's that's going to give me hope, but it's not like the same people working on it or anything of the sort. It's what are we getting?
It's getting good reviews.
Well, the thing is, like, if it's getting good reviews and it pulls in $1 billion, people are going to look at it and be like, okay, now we got to start showing these 80s properties respect.
Yep.
And do it right.
Which is, that's true. I'm gonna go see now. It looks good, but I'm gonna make damn sure I go see that Masters of the Universe movie for that reason, right?
Oh,
let's do our part, right? And if hey, it doesn't work out, but we could say we tried. Chris from Sister Arsenal says, please no Fast and Fury Joe, Furry Joe. Agreed. I would prefer to not have something come out looking like that. But I respected what Mark said about the and look, we could probably find better choices, but if it wound up being him, at least, like, we saw the Transformers were, well, the best part is them transforming, and it always will be, right? Because that shit looks amazing, but that is what it is. Chaotic 3158 says, you popped up in my algorithm maybe about a year ago, I think, but I didn't subscribe and started watching regularly until about 2 or 3 months ago. Well, thank you for sticking around and enjoy. We appreciate you being here. 100%. I love it. Cal says G.I. Joe should be done like Black Hawk Down. Yes. That's what's going to make it good. Like, I don't want a movie made for kids, right? I don't want that. I want an adult theme. Like, and again, it gets a lot of shit because it's AI, but that move, or that we've all seen it, the Dreadnought trailer. It's a full 3.5 minutes. It's fucking ridiculous looking. It's give us that. I've watched it a ton of times. It looks amazing. So I feel like
we're never gonna get that R-rated movie because it's an 80s IP, and they're gonna always want to attach action figures with it.
Agreed. That is the thing. That's the kick in the dick. You know what I mean?
You could get you could get it closer. I mean, if you could give us something like end game quality, whereas like you don't hear no curses or anything, but people are gonna die.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I kind of think like with Star Wars with Andor. I don't know if you guys see Andor.
Yep.
That tone was definitely Star Wars, right? But it was still more adult themed. And it was a good show to dive into the characters legit, right? You're bought in with each one. There were several different characters in Andor that you're totally bought in, and it was still that adult thing, like you're talking about. So
have any of you guys watched? I know it's an animated series but the Darth Maul series.
Yeah, I
haven't.
That.
People have talked to me about it. Where can I find it at?
It's on Disney Plus.
Okay.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty violent. It's dark.
Me like you.
Yep.
Yeah. No, give us something that's a little dark. I mean, and the thing is that I'm hoping that one of the things that you can always count on with big corporations or whatever is greed. And I'm hoping that some greedy cocksucker comes to the realization that G.I. Joe could be pimped out so hard through so many different television series, because you have so many like sub teams and small like different guys, like you could wind up giving like say Shockwave a whole TV series that looks something like Law and Order on meth, right? Where it's just like sort of a little more, stateside, down in the city. He's kicking doors, he's finding Cobra here and there. And then you revolve a whole bunch of characters around it. And you could have dozens of these different shows, right? A bunch of mainline movies, the whole thing.
I would love to see like that Shockwave in like something like Sicario.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
That movie's so good.
Especially if like, dude, both of them are pretty good. I haven't seen the second one, I think, all the way through. I've kind of jumped around, but the first one is fantastic.
I think what would be nice is it can't happen anymore, but just like how Michael Bay's Transformers got Peter Cullen to do Optimus Prime,
right?
Which I think they were looking at George Clooney at the time, and the fans were like, "Fuck no, you're not.
Buddy.
We want Peter." And of course, they gave it to Peter. Then, I mean, he's gone. But Chris Latta, if he was still alive, Cobra Commander, that's going to put asses in the seats. We loved his voice.
Yeah, dude, it's arguably the most recognizable part of the show in terms of pop culture, right?
Yeah.
Like my mom knows who Snake Eyes is and what Cobra Commander sounds like, and that Destro was my favorite when I was young. You know what I mean? Matt from Mosmine says, I was just thinking Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Right. Yeah. There's, something along those lines for sure.
Hey, look, that was an underrated series, man.
And it went how many seasons? Like 5 or 6?
Yeah. I think, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 7. Or maybe, maybe it was 6. Maybe it was 6.
But that's, because think about it. Like if it was a whole series based on part of one of Cobra's most important ways that they fund their terrorist activity, I shouldn't say that out loud, is through big, huge trafficking or drug deals or something. You know what I mean? And you could like make it like, Shockwave is leading the charge on hunting down these, the people that are moving this around. And 100%. Let's see. What is K? Every time Spencer's Lair says, every time I watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was thinking this should be G.I. Joe. Yeah, right. I do think that's a good call. For sure. So listen, I want to break into something here. Our brother Block has announced on the timeline that he is all in on making some figures. And from what he has shown us so far, it looks like he's got it. He knows, like, they all look fucking awesome, like absolutely awesome. So
they look okay.
I'll take that, brother. Listen, I'll take that.
Nah, they look badass. I'm telling you, like I when I saw them, I was like, I get upset because I feel the same way about the AI, but you took your time to fucking create something that looks like I need it now. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
When I saw those, I was like, oh my God. I hope he's really doing this, and that's and I think that's another thing with me is I get frustrated because it looks so good, but it's not, it's not a tangible object for me. It's just it's a cock tease. That's what it is. I need the actual figures now.
Right. Yes.
No doubt.
Matt from Mo's Mind says it looks like such an awesome universe, and I completely agree. Real quick, one more thought on the movie from our brother Cobra Asset coming through. He says they can make G.I. Joe from a perspective of a Crimson Guard. They can show how he is a lawyer or involved with politics and has to work for Cobra. They can show what they have to go through. Yes, 100%.
That would be great because you could have the Crimson Twins with extensive enterprises, and it'd be a good like espionage, spying, lawyer show. I'd be into
Absolutely. That. Could you imagine? Because that's the thing when I talk about Shockwave kicking doors stateside is that we have these Cobras embedded into all the different parts, and that we've got to flip these rocks. That the whole thing. I Strike Team Fangbuster. That's where that idea came. Is we're taking it to Cobra in the streets, and we're going to try to cut off their supply line of cash and this and that, while also eliminating dudes like the Crimson Guard and other people that are laying in wait. So, all right, back to Brother Block's figures. So I it was almost like the more I would go back and I would look at each one of them, they all became even more appealing. Like it was there's so much, you're like, oh, it's a little detail I didn't notice here, a little detail I didn't notice there. So Brother CG is going to bring up some picks, and we're just going to kind of go down and look at a few. So whatever you got lined up there, brother, let's see. Do I got to share it?
Yeah, I'm sharing.
Oh, you got it up? Okay, there it is.
Yeah,
there it is.
Yeah.
Boom. Here we go. Nice. That's what's up.
So that's just one of the figures right there, kind of the Android, bat type of figure in the first wave. But this is the actual figure, what it's going to look like, with the joints and how it's going to be shaped as you get it.
Fuck yeah.
Total a lot of articulation, which was paramount for me in terms of photography and how it looks. And, that is it. That's why I really wanted to share this specific picture. But
that looks good.
Also, too, my love for Tiger Force and groups. That's kind of how I wanted to start off, because I love the groups. I think it's good for creating a story. You have a squad that's going to go do something. They're all together, a unit and a team. So that's kind of what this first wave is all about.
Agreed. Yeah, man. Look at that. That is fucking awesome.
It looks so good.
It's got that same anthropomorphic quality of the bat, meaning like it's still a robot, but when you look at a bat, it just looks like a dude with a helmet on, right? It doesn't necessarily look. They don't have that like herky jerky kind of feel to the thing. So what we got here is, that looks like the way he's shouldering the pew pew there. It all looks like that it's more of a dude, but knowing. Excuse me, that it's a robot looks very, very cool. So man.
And that's the concept too, because it's the timeline is set in the future. So when they have androids like that and cyborgs, robots, etc., they are going to look more human-like. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what I was thinking of. They are going to look just like us, move just like us. You won't be able to differentiate between the two, right? Maybe except
what's
for
the date?
Whatever. So yeah.
How far off in the future?
Our first phase, I'm getting a prototype done in about 2 months. I was just talking to my designer, my man Van. Shout out to Van in the Philippines. In 2 months, I get my first prototypes back.
Oh, that's so awesome.
Which is great. You know what I mean?
That's close, man.
There's a whole nother action figure universe over in the Philippines, in Asia. I mean, these cats. I mean, there's people, developing stuff, making stuff. I mean, it's top tier over there. So I was lucky enough to connect with one of the best, I think, in terms of doing this type of thing on a small scale too, because there's a lot of places out there that won't touch you unless you want to do a Valaverse or Monster Force or something really huge.
Right.
This guy is right in the wheelhouse. He's been doing action figures for years. So it's really, I did my homework and really talked with him for a really long time. And I just feel I'm thankful for sure. And he's great. He's great working with him. So yeah,
that's awesome. So your the canon on this. What year are they taking place?
I go back and forth, man. Originally I was going to set it at 2050, right? So it's kind of further. And the reason why I say that is just because I've read articles. I'm big into tech and future stuff. So by that time, I'm thinking, we're going to have this type of stuff easily. And maybe before that, some of it is man, maybe I should do it sooner, because every month something comes out that says we're kind of closer to that, right? So, but the whole scope of it is kind of what's going on now. The bad guys are kind of the AI. She's kind of took over. They pushed, they let the AI, the queen AI, in on all the secrets. And, they wanted her to help them develop interstellar travel. She figures it out, and she finds a duplicate planet in the whole nine. So I wanted to be further off, but the technology kind of makes it closer, it seems to me.
Nice. Yeah, man, that's fantastic. I mean, I love your drive on this. It really speaks to your passion for collecting and the community, I think, as a whole, right? It's almost an extension of it. This is an incredibly cool thing that you are bringing and offering. I also hope and feel like this will inspire other people, maybe not necessarily to do their own figures, but like to just do shit. You know what I mean? Like I would love, like, who knows? I mean, maybe one of the wonderful makers in here wants to, make an accompanying, pew pew or a backpack or a mission crate or a outpost style thing that can match the colors and go with something like that. Like, because the only thing that makes my figures better are shit from Mo's Mind and Sys 3D Arsenal. So I think that would be really cool to want, maybe there's some inspiration to be had and things like that. Mo's Mind says, future, but still using gunpowder is my favorite. Yeah, right. Like, they have like, there's like caseless shit and stuff like that. Like they can find a different way to make it work, the projectile work, but it's still very much rooted in what we got. Cause hey man, we've been using that gunpowder for a while. I think that as soon as they realize how to put something that would work like a laser into a rifle, we will have free energy everywhere, right? Like otherwise that shit would get real expensive, but that is pretty cool. Kalel asks 112 scale, I can assume. Yes, right?
Yeah.
Roadblock 112 scale.
Yeah, 112 scale. And you're so right on with that sentiment, what you're saying, because I just talked to Matt from Mo's Mind. I'm talking, about my first vehicle. And because the quality stuff he makes, right, is phenomenal. I've got stuff from him that, the Outpost, which is phenomenal. So in our community, and this is just me, this is what inspired me. I see different universes every day, in people's pictures, in people's stories, whatever they're doing. It always goes into my mind, back when I was 10 and 12, kind of we talked about earlier, right? So that's what kind of motivated me to even look into this, because guys are coming out with so much new stuff. And even the 3D printing has come along so far. I mean, you just showed what CG did. That looks like classified. I wouldn't know any different. That asp is awesome. If that thing's on sale, I'm buying it. I'm racing to the store to buy it. You know what I mean? Right. So that's the inspiration, for me to even look into it to see, hey, is this even doable? What's the timelines, like Jay was kind of referring to? And I kind of found a way to kind of have a realistic timeline, realistic budget, with the 3D printing, where people are getting better literally every month. I'm following a ton of 3D printers. I sent you something, Destro. There's so many 3D printed figures that are coming out right now that people don't even know about. There's Joe Fest exclusives that are going to be down at Joe Fest being sold that are 3D printed 112 figures. Yeah. And I think I sent you the flyer on that, Destro.
They look amazing. They look really good.
Yeah, there's definitely a few guys on IG. I'm impressed with the bucks that they're popping out.
Yeah, and the knock right on the figures in 3D printing is the versatility, the flexibility, the articulation, right? The arms coming off the legs not really being sturdy. That's changing every month. People are posting videos showing that the figure they're working on, look at this articulation, look at the, you know what I mean? My guy, the guy that I'm going with, man, he's ahead of the game, man. He's there's 2 or 3 cats that are really good. He's one of them, man, for sure. But I mean, it's changing. It's just
that's really cool. Changing. I can attest to what Block is saying about in that particular part of the world is right now rife with that kind of stuff. So anybody that follows 3POA, my brother Laser Pants, and the crew over there, they did a pretty amazing thing. Mrs. Laser Pants, or Mrs. LP as she's called, basically had come across this kid. So Mrs. LP's brother lives in Vietnam and had met this kid who is like 13, 14 years old and literally sculpts his own figures like by hand. And this kid, Mrs. LP's brother, saw it. And I believe he relayed this information like, hey, I came across this kid. Like, he's got otherworldly talent. And then somehow they raised, oh my God, I'm not going to remember the amount of money. Oh God, I feel terrible. It was thousands of dollars. I think it was like $7,000 to send him for schooling so he can go to school. They also sent him this very, very expensive laptop that was loaded with a few very expensive programs to help him design and do all that sort of thing. Absolutely amazing thing that they did. God, I hope I'm not misrepresenting the amount of money. I remember thinking that it was an incredible amount. Like Bobby Vala donated $500 live on the Figure Fight Club open mic night one time. So they really did it. And then Ace from Ramen Toy delivered it to Vietnam. Delivered the laptop. I'm sure they can probably transfer the cashola. I think whatever. I can't see Ace walking through a Vietnamese airport with $7,000 in cash. I doubt that worked. So Chaotic 3158 said it was a little over $8,000 they raised. Fuck yes. God damn, that's amazing. That's Jesus Christ. So that's good, and it also is nice to think that, there are other people that are out there being fucking awesome like this, right? Our community has this drive to help each other and do stuff. But when you see other people out there doing it and stuff like that, we're using what, say maybe not popularity, but like, hey, your reach is what I'm trying to say. You're using that reach to get people to do things for nice things for people. Like, and I know it sounds weird, but I tell people all the time, like, you can do something that's free and very easy to do, and you could literally change a bunch of people's days, and you never know, it could change their life. Simply just smile when you say hi to a stranger. Just be like, hey, how's it going? I do that all the time. And I would say, now every once in a while, don't get me wrong, I will definitely get somebody that looks at me like, who the fuck are you? Like, that definitely happens. I live in New York. That happens. You know what I mean? But, for the most part, I usually get rather amazing responses. You know what I mean? Most of the time I see people's faces light up, especially if you see somebody that looks like maybe they're a little down or whatever. I don't know. I just think that I love that it's free. It's so easy to do. And you don't know how that can affect somebody in such a positive way. So keep that in mind. Very cool. Very cool. So this figure looks incredible, brother. So you say 2 months away from a in-hand prototype?
Yeah, so a couple prototypes, man, and it's easier to when you have one body mold, you know what I mean, and then you got maybe different head sculpts, right? That makes it easier and makes it get into your hands a little faster too.
Okay.
Female figures are definitely more expensive and harder, but I have a couple of those. I had to throw them in there. They're awesome too. But so I'm just doing it in terms of, making it financially possible, but then I'm also trying to make it as cool as I can.
Nice. Awesome. Very good. I love it. And okay, here we go. Now we're talking. Woo! And what is this group's name?
Shadow Strike. This is Shadow Strike right here. It's a separate force that was put together to battle the Dark Legion.
Fucking hey. So these are the good guys.
These are the good guys, correct? Yep.
And Dark Legion is the villain. That is, I mean, those are cool names too, man. Like, it sounds very 80s toy line, but at the same time, some shit. I mean, dude, they all look fantastic.
Yeah, they do.
Who is
even the animal, the robot, the android animals? It's crazy. Are those wolves or?
No, they're hounds, man. That's because he's a tracker. You know what I mean? The captain
Right.
Tracker, and they're robot hounds, man. And obviously there's something in there that's inspired me from before, right? Like Spirit had Spirit and his thing with animals. You know what I mean? And he's a tracker, so definitely I'm throwing that cat. I live in the Southwest. So I'm, really down with a lot of Native American culture. So I had to throw a cat in there. So yeah, there's a lot of mix in just my personal likes and in how I'm living right now too.
I don't know about. Sorry, I don't know if I told you, but the one in the middle, Ving Rhames.
He
looked like my uncle.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that.
Yeah.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, I looked at it, I was like, that's crazy.
That is crazy. I love it. Dude, kind of a little bit out of left field here, but are you familiar with Block? I'm asking you, are you familiar with Robert Maribal? Have you ever heard that name?
No.
So he's a Native American music artist, but I met him. He played up in Albany. I was given tickets by somebody, and there was like a VIP thing, and I got to meet him backstage. And I don't think he's as popular. I think he does a lot of stuff to help his Native American brethren and sister at back at home. But he was from out your way, and I know he was quite popular. And when I met him, he was just an incredible guy. So I was wondering if you had ever heard of him being out that way. So yeah, okay, no doubt. Never mind. Back to toys.
So the guy, third one, the blonde.
Mm-hmm.
Did you base him off of Jack Reacher?
He's kind of a mix of a couple cats, man. But Reacher is definitely one of my favorites for sure, no doubt. But he's
nice.
He's in that mold, no doubt about it. But he's not going to be the traditional Duke guy, right? Duke is kind of bland, vanilla. This guy's going to have kind of a chip on his shoulder. So in his role, I don't want to give away too much, but he's definitely one of those type of cats, though.
Reacher, that's Alan Ritchson, right?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Not Tom Cruise. Not Tom Cruise.
The dog reminds me of the one from Cops. right?
Which one now?
The dog.
Oh yeah.
Remember from the cop sign? They had
yeah.
That's right. That's right. Dude,
I kind of got inspiration too, off of Soundwave. Soundwave was one of my favorite cats in Transformers.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
He was bigger than everybody. He was cool. He was he had all the tapes and all that. So I definitely Love Ravage was dope. So like I said, I put a little bit.
I could see that. Yeah.
Of my loves into that. You know what I mean? And he's more of the classic type Ravage. I know there's a lot of iterations of Ravage in the movies and different things, but I just wanted to kind of show love to that. That's one of my favorites.
Sweet.
Dude, the top left dog is amazing. The one that comes with the chick. First of all, the chick figure looks amazing, and I love that dog that comes with her. I think that looks freaking really good, man. That's gonna be sharp. I also listen. Soundwave is I think my favorite Transformer because I did actually have him with what was it? It came with the dog and the bird, right? The two tapes. It was the dog and the bird. Yeah. That's my favorite Transformer. All due respect to Optimus Prime, I did have him, and I used to use his trailer as a thing for the 3 3/4 Joes. It didn't scale exactly right, but it was still just when you're that little, you'll take anything to make it look like just about right. Hillel 327 says Bowser and Blitz. That was
that was the cops.
The cops one.
Yeah.
Nice. That's fantastic. Oh, what happened? Did we lose somebody?
Oh,
I don't think
for a little bit.
There he is.
Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Nice. There we go. Yeah, holy shit. Khalil 327 says I love Mohawk Guy. I think Mohawk Guy, since when you put this up on the timeline, I think he's gotten the most love so far, right? When I hear people kind of shouting out everything. Now I know we all love all of it, that's for sure. But I feel like that Mohawk Guy has gotten some for real love. That's awesome, dude. And then what about the guy?
He reminds me of Dakin.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, from Wolverine's son.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean the head sculpt, not every, just the head sculpt. That's
right.
Wow, I
think he's awesome. I think he's.
That's the one that I want to get. I mean, you getting them 2 axes.
Yeah.
And the hounds. You getting 2 hounds.
2 hounds in it too. Yeah, brother. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, 2 axes, 2 hounds, man. And I just, like I said, man, I'm really big into the native culture out here, man, and it's awesome, bro. So like, I don't really get to see that much in the action figure world. So I just definitely want to make him super dope and kind of represent. You know what I mean?
Shout out to Native American culture. Very fucking cool.
I love that.
The axes and
I'm digging this guy here too.
Like a vibroblade sort of thing.
Say that again.
The axes and the swords and the knives, is that like a vibroblade type of
deal?
It's
got something to it. Yeah, for sure. That's why I wanted to make sure that when I was doing the renderings that it had that look to it. You know what I mean? Cool. And that's kind of, too, when I kind of put like the videos together, it's kind of to give that, to give that look to it, or the lore, or whatever you want to say, you kind of put it together. Because I remember, and we were kind of talked about it back in the day when, let's say, Tiger Force came out, Hasbro would have a commercial of Tiger Force, a cartoon, a full cartoon commercial.
Right.
You can go look on it on YouTube. This is the 80s. They would give us, it might be different voice actors. They didn't care. They would give us a cartoon, 30 seconds, Marauders, Slaughter, and Python Patrol. They visually showed us what was going to be on the shelves.
It's true.
They weren't in the series at the time, and I don't remember it in the old school cartoon, but they always did that. They always gave you something to see while you're eating your cereal. Hey, this is coming out. This is going to be on the shelf. So I kind of like doing that, you know what I mean? And giving that visual and into the figures. I mean, that's kind of what I grew up on. So, yeah.
Well, I love the fact that you got them in that 2050. Like it reminds me of, I think it was Transformers. Wasn't Transformers like in like the 2000s, early 2000s?
The movie?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah,
it was
2005.
For the cartoon when they fast forward.
Yep.
It was 2005, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So like
that's funny. 2005. That's hysterical. Dude, there's a lot of different movies. Of course, I'll never remember any of them, but there's a lot of them. You know, sometimes it pops up on Twitter. Somebody will be like, "Oh, on this day," and you know, D-Day. Like, wasn't D-Day from Terminator? Wasn't that like 2 years ago or some shit like that?
1997.
Like, no,
Bro, we passed all of it. We
Yeah.
Back to the Future. We're like
Right.
what, almost 10 years from that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, you know, I
That's
think
funny.
2050, because if you know, one of my favorite movies that just recently came out, too recent, but was Blade Runner, right? Blade
Yes.
Runner,
Yeah.
2049, right? So where you have the travel, you have the flying this and that, and so I kind of wanted to be around that era because I'm thinking that, you know, that kind of would be the timeline.
That's fucking awesome. Now, I saw CG hovering the cursor around this figure right here, and he mentioned now that's not the bat, right? That's not the one that you were talking about. That's a different figure.
Well,
than
that's the bat right there. Yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay, yeah, dude. That shit's legit, bro. That shit looks fucking off the hook. That's one of the ones I'm gonna need 16 of those.
I got you, brother. I got you.
Yeah, man, that's fucking fantastic. And then the top middle with the two swords, I'm digging that as well. What's the story for that guy? Is he just kind of like a silent missions?
Yeah, silent missions, man, and sort of they're good and bad and gonna toe that line, right? So he's gonna be the assassin, not assassin, right? So he's gonna be one of those type of cats. So where you don't really, he's on a side mission by himself. No one really, he just comes back. You don't really ask what he did. You know what I mean? He's going to have that type of vibe to him. So I wanted to have one of those cats in there. And obviously, homage to the best action figure ever, Snake Eyes, right? One of the best ever. So I definitely wanted to throw one of those in there as well. Plus, he's so dope, man. And I think on a team, you know, to round out the dynamic of a serious guy, part of the team, it will be cool too.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And yeah, man. I don't know what. I'm really digging the chick with the dog in the top left. I keep going back to that too. I think that figure is gonna be killer. Like I don't know. It's giving me Selena from Underworld vibes, but in the more military style way. Which that's a guilty pleasure for me. I always thought that Kate Beckinsale was a smoke show. I've seen recent pictures. She's one of them broads that like refuses to eat cookies.
Yeah,
and she's way too skinny. I went over this last week. I need a sturdy woman. I need a woman that looks like she can take it. And this broad right here looks like she can take it. So I'm digging it. That's pretty awesome.
No doubt.
It's an amazing hair sculpt too. Like
right. That's what I'm talking about.
Like if the is this just these are just renders right here, right?
Correct. But I wanted to get, you know, something, you know, she's gonna just breaking kind of what I want to do, but she's gonna be a daughter from an Egyptian diplomat, and she's gonna be the type that where she's, you know, rich and family that's powerful, but she wants to be involved in the fight. You know what I mean? So she's gonna be one of those types, and I wanted her to look, you know, that really good look, really good sculpt, you know what I mean? And looks like she's important, you know what I mean? So
yeah, I really like the hair. I hope the figure comes out with that. I mean, these here, the strands might be a little difficult, maybe, but
sure.
But dude, she looks badass.
Yeah.
I hope the hair is like I forgot the name of that figure, but it was like a 5-inch figure. She has red hair. She looks like she's in the woods. It's a Sega. I think it's a Sega game. I gotta find it because I wound up buying that figure because I was like, it looks amazing and it has so many parts to it. But the hair was the thing that got me. The hair and the face, because like it gave you like different face sculpts, right? Mm-hmm. Well, actually, it wasn't the head sculpt, but like the face sculpt, right? The face part where you could change it. It was interchangeable. But the hair was like, you know, multi-layered. Like it was like a bunch of braids, and he was able to move it. So like, you know, to get away from the stiff hair that's not gonna allow the head to move, you know, and that's why a lot of people don't like the female sculpts or even sculpts with long hair, you know, because you can't move the head, you know.
Oh, nice, nice. Chris from Sister Arsenal asked a good question. Is she going to be the same body as the men? And Brother Block was nice enough to answer in the comments. No, women will have different bodies, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, definitely, definitely. It really gives you a distinct look, right? Without it,
and don't get me wrong, it costs more to have a different body sculpt, but it's just too important. They're two important characters to have, and then I have some in the second wave with the Black Legion. I have a couple women too, so no, they'll have different bodies.
That's fucking awesome, dude. Now look at these guys. These are looking sweet too. Holy shit.
Yeah, so I wanted to have some troopers, right? Some troop builders. So these are kind of the Shadow Strike troopers that you can get multiples of. Just kind of build up, and then in the middle is the medic. She's gonna be dope, and she's gonna be good friends with the other gal, and they'll be doing some missions together. And I have some stories of them too, how they met and different things. So, but she's a badass. She's a medic, but she's a badass. You see, she's got the weapon. She's not like a lifeline where she doesn't want to fire any guns. So she's more,
right.
She's more the opposite of that. So, but she's doing both. So yeah,
I love it. That's fantastic, and I do love. Christmas History Arsenal says, I need the dogs now. I agree, bro. I think we're all getting that vibe where we're like, all right, how quick are you going to get this shit here? Because we want this fucking shit now. 100%. So now when I see this standing here, just out of curiosity, are these going to come individually, or is this going to be a 3-pack?
No, I know I gave another photo to CG, some samples of the boxes. That is the actual. I know that's that's the actual the vehicle for the line. But yeah,
there we go. There we go.
Yeah. So running for the boxes. So you see the 2-pack will be the troopers, the medic, and then you see the blonde guy with just the regular art on the box.
Yep.
Yeah, and then and there you go with the top with the native cat with the 2 dogs and the axes and stuff. So yeah, that's exactly how that'll come.
Wow. That is fucking fantastic. Yeah, that the medic looks great. It really does. She's a cool looking figure. Now, these vehicles also look pretty fucking awesome, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, those are the hover bikes, man. And that's another reason why, the video was kind of important, you know what I mean? In terms of like showing what it can do, how it fits in, you know what I mean? It's not something that flies over buildings or anything like that. It kind of flies in between, kind of like a speeder from like Return of the Jedi type of vibe in terms of getting around. But also I wanted to show the technology is kind of the same in the world, right? In the 2 worlds, you know what I mean? So they'll have a hover bike for Shadow Strike, a hover bike for the Dark Legion. There'll be differences for sure, but initially, and that's one I had in the video. You'll see, one chasing the other. They're kind of going through the streets on hover bikes. So, and I I talked to Matt about it. He thought they look really dope, and he's interested. So yeah, it's something that that'll definitely be exciting to have, I think. And there'll be a 2-seater. You know what I mean? At first I was thinking maybe I'll do a 1-seater, but like in the video, I showed them as a 2-seater. So you can put 2 figures on each one. And I think you can get more use out of it that way. And also it'll look pretty dope in pictures too, with 2 figures on it.
That's fucking awesome. Yeah, and
are those the helmets?
Like yes, there's helmets. Yes, correct. There's helmets for that. You're right. On the right. Yep, on the right.
Oh, nice. Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Damn. That's a good call, Rip. I love it.
You see, the thing is, I think where I can save money in terms of one male body mold, right? Then I can do extras on this. And I actually, just full disclosure, I learned a lot, just informational wise from Bobby from Valaverse when he talks about extra hands, or he talks about doing this or doing that, and what you can do instead of what has been done, right? And so then I go back and ask my guy Van in the Philippines, hey, can we save money here if I want to do a little extra here? So that's kind of what has been taking this whole time. I've really taken my time to kind of give extras here where I can save some here and then, have it come looking pretty good.
That's what's up. I love it.
How long have you been working on this whole thing? Like how many?
Oh man, it's been months, months for sure. It's been, I'd say 6 months probably. You know what I mean?
Nice.
Just from the very beginning. And I know I showed Destro, I showed Duke Retro, and then some other guys, Big Red, some other cats, some stuff along the way, getting some little feedback here and there. But it's been a while, man. It's not something that, you can rush or that you'd even want to do that, right?
Right. For sure, for sure.
But you learn. You know what I mean? I learned when even in this conversation, talking about figures, talking about meeting, talking about all the things we do. You learn every day, and that's what's so crazy about this community. And I hope Jay's okay with me saying this. I even talked to Jay about he had some custom figures that he made a while ago of some dreadnoughts. I think about them damn things every week. They're so sweet. You know what I mean? They're so sweet, and I'm like, damn, I need that. I need to pay him to draw me some figures so I can put them in this line and then say, you know what I mean? Because they're so awesome. So you learn and try to incorporate something that's cool and that you think people will like. And, I try to keep it pretty simple, but, I just, that's kind of the way I'm rolling with it.
Oh, yeah. That's fantastic. Now we've got, so there's the one with the axes and the hounds. That's pretty good, man. I like the way that looks. The packaging looks dope, looks appropriate and fitting for the figures themselves. You know what I mean? That's awesome. Yeah. Dreadnought, he says, damn, now I have to get a new line. Listen, we're all doing it. We're all going for that new line. Yeah. Look at that motherfucker, bro. Holy shit. That's fucking awesome, dude. I like I like it that he's, also got like a rifle and that, yeah. So like, will the axes be able to store on like a backpack or something with this particular figure?
And that's another thing too, is that I'm going over designs. I remember, I don't know if it was Destro, was you and Destro's spirit animal were talking about how you want figures, if they have extras, you want them to be fit on the person, right?
Yeah, that was definitely Mark and I.
I've heard that, right? And so my thing is when I'm going over design, I'm like, listen, he's got 2 axes. We need to have attachments. It's kind of like Alpine, right? Where Alpine has all this stuff, or Hit and Run. He has all this stuff, but you could put everything on him. You know what I mean?
Right.
There's a couple figures like I think maybe Law and Order. Law maybe can't hold a knife. I can't remember exactly, but there's a couple classifiers where maybe you can't hold everything. But I want to make sure that in these guys, especially with him, that he can have the axes, the rifle, the knife, the handgun, everything could fit on him.
Nice. That's what's up. I love it. That's good thinking. That was Mark and I discussing that. It was definitely like a point of contention with us for certain figures where it's like, dude, why wouldn't you have it? Like I was talking about the other day, the Red Ninja. I think it's the, one of the first that came out and classified. It's like, I think it's number 8, but everything stores on dude. He's got, the long sword, the whole thing, and then he's got if you have the 2 little axes in his hands, everything stores. And to me, there's just there's almost no reason to not have it that way. Chris from Sister Arsenal says, "Save money on the packaging and just send mine in a Ziploc." That's fun. And Kalel 327 has a good point. He says this guy's hounds could carry stuff as well. That's true. Maybe there's a little something on there. You slap that axe on the back of the dog, and now it's almost like a part of him. He's just running through people because he's got this big blade kind of over the top of his head or whatever. But yeah, man, the figure itself looks really good with the rifle in his hand. So he's not just the axe vibe not the vibe that you get with the axe. It's even further than that. He can hold that rifle and it looks about right. So that's fucking awesome, dude. I'm digging that one a lot.
I like this one a lot too.
For sure. So what else we got? What's next?
All right. This is something I'm going to ask Roadblock. Maybe consider this as a variant for Ross or Ollie's. Rick Viper.
Very fun. Very fun.
I thought I just threw that in there.
Retro Rick Viper making an appearance in the studio. Yeah, it's perfect. A shotgun, bottle of wild turkey, like yeah, man, you can't go wrong.
Let me cryo freeze, man. We'll pop him out. You know what I mean? Demolition Man style, man. He comes out. You know what I mean? Ready to go.
Yeah.
It'll be like one of. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
So I have some questions about this. Are you crowdfunding or are you going to just put them out there?
Honestly, man, I've been blessed, man. I retired, man, about 9 months ago. And I'm an empty nester now. So kids are out of the house and I've been pretty blessed. I worked for the FAA for 20 years, man. And after I played ball. And so now, it was a thing where, do I spend my money going fishing every day, renting a pontoon and going on a lake and, riding motorcycles and stuff like that? Or do I get into something like this? So But obviously, responsible, right? So that's why I kind of went the route I did in terms of 3D printing, but also finding the quality, the guy that can really do that. And so something I can put my money into in terms of having fun and getting something out of it. Not so much a financial return. That's not part of it. I still have I do other things on the side for that, but this just kind of gives me the enjoyment of going to cons here locally, going to the toy shops here locally. The vibe that we have online, I've kind of found out here in Arizona in terms of going to the shops. I'll be going to the stores. I meet a guy, middle-aged guy. We're talking about figures while we're in the aisle. So that's kind of like my life now, to be honest. So it's something that I have no problem investing in. The return is actually having fun, talking to you guys, having a community here in Arizona, which has been awesome. Meeting the toy shop guys. I go to these shops several times a week. You know what I mean? The comic shops. So it's just kind of a lifestyle thing for me now. So, nice. but the figures are, it's definitely reasonable. You know what I mean? In terms of the world of action figures. I mean, you can't jump into this game in injection molding without $100,000. I mean, that's just kind of, if you go that route, I'm just telling you, that's just what it is. You know what I mean? So, but in this route, with technology and going with the guys that can create these type of things that are cost effective, that are, that give you the same quality. My guy Van, who makes these, he doesn't have a quality control team, but he kind of does because he gives his figures to his kids. So he lets his kids play with them, pick them up, and he says, "Hey, look, these, he'll send me pictures of articulation and different dials and different things, and they're definitely good quality, affordable, and then I can turn around and sell that at a better cost as well. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to. There's so many cool things out there, but we all know the prices: $30, $40, $50, right? So my thing is nothing around that area. You know what I mean? 20 or less, something like that. Is good for, is good, maybe a little higher than 20, depending on what's going on. But that's kind of my goal. And to be honest, I think that's the lane going forward. And not only just in this genre, but, the military figures are freaking awesome. I don't care if you're Valiverse, Monster Squad, Soldiers of Fortune, obviously G.I. Joe. This is a different lane. If I think I come with, futuristic type of thing.
That future tech is going to get everybody. You got me. You
know what I'm saying? So it's like, I think it's that. But then also, too, it's like, I get it, too, because I drive Uber and Lyft on the side and stuff like that. And we got those Waymo cars out here, right? So they get my little side hustle. You know what I mean? So I do get it. So at the same time, I'm like, well, let me, if I'm going to do this, I'm not going to sell these things for $40, $50 to see how much money I can make. You know what I mean? I can make my own money. I have my own money. So I can just break even. I'm great. You know what I mean? I can kind of give back and, that's kind of the whole gist of the whole thing, man.
Nice.
Oh, awesome, man. It's really taking the bull by the horns and getting shit done. You know what I mean? Like this, you're putting the work in, brother. And I think that's fucking amazing. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. Matt from Mosemine says the axe blade could be the dog's mohawk. I think that's a fucking cool way to say that. Kalel327 says Rick Viper is not a discount figure. He should be the Shadow Strike mail away. Send in your strike points. That's good.
He's exclusive.
Yeah, very cool. Spencer's Leia says this is powerful, my man. It is. It fucking is. I mean, you're taking if you think about, so like when we were kids, Hasbro, or even now, Hasbro is a multi-billion-dollar company, and you're going to be offering, obviously it's not injection molded, but for our purposes, right? Like if we're just getting these figures to pose for pictures to put on the shelf, we don't necessarily need that injection molding, right? We're going to do just as well with what you're getting, and plus it's coming from, one of us. You know what I mean? I predict an immediate sellout. You know what I mean? Of like everything that you make, I think it's all gonna sell like immediately, because everybody that I have spoke to or see talk about it is incredibly excited. So I think that's fucking fantastic, brother. Really.
I'd say with them being 3D printed, they're probably using that really expensive resin that is very strong. It's basically what Gridiron Props uses for their guns. What Mark II Design uses for his. It's like it's not going to hit the ground and shatter. It's going to hit the ground and that's it. Like
that's the ABS.
That's what I'm assuming they're going to use, because we're our stuff's on the shelves. We're not out in the dirt playing, rough with them.
We're not throwing them at our little sister and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You were talking about crowdfunding a couple years ago. Ethan Van Sciver, who used to work for DC and all that, he crowdfunded his own action figures of Cyberfrog, and he was 4 versions of Cyberfrog, and then Heather Swain, which was the female character. He needed $1 million to get them made, and even then, he said he did hit the $1 million, but he still had to pay a lot of money out of his own pocket. But he was determined to get his figures out to people. Now he wants to do so. One of the characters in the Cyber Frog universe is Salamandroid. This is going to be an 18-inch figure with a shit ton of articulation, because Salamandroid's tail is probably going to be 2 feet long. So, and it'll have articulations. Thankfully, Bobby Vallis stepped up and said, "I can make that for you."
Oh, nice.
So
okay.
We're hoping that'll come soon. But in that case, he still needs $2 million.
Jeez.
Yeah. So making action figures isn't cheap.
No, it is not. No, it is not. And I'm just glad that we have this option, right? That Brother Block can find a reliable source for somebody to kind of help them out and do all that. So that's fucking awesome, bro. I am like so excited about this. All right, do we have the Dark Legion? We got pictures of the Dark Legion, because I know we're all excited to see what they look like too.
I do, man. I just sent CG Shadow Strike, but I'll send him some right now because I have them popped up already. So let me send some over. And then Yeah, I mean, it's almost like a dream come true, when you got, something like this where you have the ability to get into it. And I everybody in the chat is very encouraging here. Ellis says, "Hell yeah, brother, you're amazing." Giant Man Size Thing says, "You're the man, Roadblock. Very excited and can't wait to see the final product." Matt from Mosemine says, "I looked into the injection molding and quickly looked away." Yeah, no, there's some shit there. Yeah, absolutely. I'm hearing you say those numbers, CG, and I'm sure that Block is aware too. Like, even he said to get like the little anything done in injection molding, you better come with $100,000 in your fist. That's fucking crazy.
There we go. Nice.
So that's some of the Dark Legion cats. That's the second wave, right? And so obviously these guys, in kind of in terms of like we talk with Cobra, they're probably they're going to be, a little bit more weirder, a little bit more, different, outside of the military type thing. Especially with the Queen, and starting with the Queen, since she's in the middle, she comes with a bunch of accessories, but she's going to be sized up to the size of Serpentor. So
damn, she's gonna be big.
Yeah, so she's an AI. So if you figure in the story, she's like one of the first AIs created. So she'd be like ChatGPT.
Wicked, yo.
And so now she's figured out all this knowledge. She's found she's taken these people that followed her from Earth to this other duplicate Earth and look at her as a deity. So now AI definitely is not going to be putting themselves into a 5'7", 100-pound frame, right? They're going to be like the cat from I can't think of the damn movie from the Avengers, the robot from the Avengers.
Ultron.
Correct. You're gonna put yourself in an Ultron body, right? Something like that. Right. So that she's gonna be sized up to Serpentor. So and she's gonna have some badass stuff and kicking ass. So yeah, starting with her, she's gonna have different head sculpts, some other different things come with her. So yeah, she's gonna be official.
Serpentor's Lair says, "So this is like the Borg Queen, only 10 times cooler." Yeah, more or less. Yeah. That sounds about right. Yep. I love it. I mean, I feel like, a good villain is super important, right? Like, because the good guys, I feel like, if you take a step back and you broad stroke things, the good guys are always going to have the kind of element of being the straight side of things, right? Because it's like, the good guys can only be so cool because they're restrained by morals and military rules and shit like that, as opposed to when you have a good villain can just like straight up, a good villain that can be wild, crazy, unpredictable. And then something like this, where you've got this really, really cool woman that's a physical specimen, but is also smarter than anything else, right? Because she's an AI AI brain of a computer. And I love the idea of it being Ultron. Duke's Retro says she definitely looks like she can take it, Destro. Yes, yes. See, now that's what I'm talking about. Actually, I met a girl one time. She was like 6'6", probably weighed maybe 190, 200 pounds, and gorgeous, drop dead gorgeous. And it was that was a little much. That was a little strange. I didn't like looking up. I'm only 6 foot. I had to look up, and it was a little weird. But she was a very good looking person. Yeah. Only Horizon Forbidden West hits, right. Yeah, holy shit. So these all look fantastic, dude.
So here you got the two twins on the left, and obviously, right, that's the call back to Tomax and Zaymont for sure, and they're part of loyal to the queen, will die for it, and all the subordinates, of course, are going to backstab each other because they want to impress the queen, right? They want to get up there on the left, just like any other evil organization.
For sure.
So these guys are going to be the bad guys in the Dark Legion, man, are going to be more Game of Thrones type bad guys. You know what I mean? So that type of level. And kind of what we talked about, adult type style. So I want to make these guys cool, look cool, dress cool, that type of thing.
Well, all I know is every Darius that I know is a piece of shit.
Oh, shit. I got to change that.
That's hilarious. Yeah, man, that fucking it's so funny. I definitely knew a Darius, and he was a giant piece of shit. So that's very
well.
Funny.
Then he fits. He fits in. He's on the back.
Yeah. Great with names, man. I'll tell you that. That Shadow Operative is fucking sick.
Yeah.
Can we zoom in? Is there a way we can zoom in on that one?
Yeah.
How's that?
Damn.
Better?
Yeah, he's see, this is the thing too. What's cool about him? He's not a human. He's another AI from before. He left with the queen, so this will be like Grok, right? Grok left with ChatGPT, and now he's in this body. So there's going to be humans, and then there's going to be some machines that are kind of AI, and they've created their own body. But the queen is the super one, right?
Is that a cape on him?
Yeah, that's a cape. Yeah.
Is it going to be plastic or cloth?
I'm trying to do cloth. I'm going back and forth with the designer on it. But I would rather do soft goods with him, man. I think that'd be dope.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So and again, the video. I have a video of him. I think I put it out yesterday. Is just kind of give that visualization of what he can be. What he's supposed to be, right? So when you get the figure, you see what he's already about. Kind of like G.I. Joe, right? We saw the cartoon, what they're already about. The commercials, what they're already about. You get in your hands, you got that already there. Then you make your own thing going, pictures, and then go from there. So, yeah.
Nice. That's fucking fantastic, man. So many good ones.
This will be his apprentice right here, the assassin. This will be his apprentice. So she has the cape, the sword, the same type of accessories, and so that'll be his apprentice. So they'll be assassins. So they'll be doing missions together, doing stuff, and he's almost like these two will almost be like the Sith, where you have an apprentice and a master. You know what I mean? So somewhat on the storyline, and I don't mind saying that because I love the '80s. I love all that stuff.
Yeah, so hell yeah.
Into this, and I'm making it for guys like us. That's just what it is. You know what I mean? To be honest, you know what I mean. So I think people will gravitate to that, right? So, yeah.
Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, the broadsword with that Shadow Operative is fucking holy shit. I mean, this is like when I look at these villains, it's such a you kind of described it where you said they're going to be a little more sci-fi than say the heroes of the story here. But I like that. Like I think that the idea of them being led by like an AI Ultron type kind of thing, but they have more of this element, where you can see, with the capes and the swords and all that kind of stuff. But then we have a lot of these troopers down at the bottom and everything, where you can see, that they can shoulder a rifle and do all of that kind of stuff. I mean, I think it's fantastic, and the way it looks to me, like how we do with G.I. Joe, is that everybody can fill these spaces with their own headcanon. You know what I mean? Like there's
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I love the fact that it's what I'm seeing here is going to be an uphill battle for the protagonist.
Yes.
That's the vibe you want to have. Correct. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You want to think that the villain can win, right?
Yep.
You don't want to think that it's just going to be, we just, because of the movie, it's because, dude, honestly, like the bad guy wins is some cool shit. Like, dude, I honestly was wondering if we were going to get the satisfaction of seeing Homelander get his ass beat. I wasn't sure. I was like, maybe it ends with him ruling the world forever. You know what I mean? So it was like, but I had that in the back of my head. So there was that vibe during the last season, like, oh, are they going to actually, be able to, take care of that, or what's going to happen? So it's very, very interesting. Matt from Mosmine says you're taking like all my favorite parts of all my favorite sci-fi movies. I agree. That is definitely what it is. It's actually pretty perfect. Chaotic 3158 says, I need that wired cape. We all do, my brother.
Yeah.
Kalel 327, I think he's talking about Shadow Operative when he says he should be the arch enemy of Mohawk. And yeah, I agree. Mohawk meaning the double axe, double dog guy, which is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Very, very good call. Yeah, all of these, like the Tactical Enforcer 2-pack, come on. How fucking awesome is that? And this chick right here that you got in front of you, like that, also something else that just looks amazing. Like truly.
Just imagine that army building. Jeez.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, man. Is just having a dope army build and it be more serious. You know what I mean? More serious tone to it. You know what I mean? And you got like this Dark Legion commander, and she's got all the weapons, and she'll kick your ass. You know what I mean? So
right.
And Abin, and even in the video, I gave her a darker tone. Like it's not a game, it's not a joke. You know what I mean? So she's just as badass. And then as you see her art, on the box, and then her weapon pack. So, I love this character right here.
Nice, very cool. And I'm sitting here and I'm thinking how cool it would be to do something along the lines of like you could do this whole other story with like, the Dark Legion creates, because of the AI, they create a time travel thing. They travel back to our time to side up with Cobra, and then the same thing with the good guys. They follow them back. Oh, the loop, the time hole loop is still open. Quick, jump through, and now they're all in present day, and we're fighting for present day, like because it'll all fit, right? I could easily see these dudes getting down, lining up with Cobra Commander and shit.
Easily, and that's kind of that's what I love about this genre, this universe. It's so open to do so many things. You're not locked in.
Right.
You can change the storyline, and I think that's why having the figures, like we have a lot of dope figures right now, right? Like the Black is freaking awesome. Monster Force is awesome. Marky P puts a lot of those photos, but I don't. There's no baseline story for them. I don't think, I don't really see it, but which is fine. You can make your own up. But I think having that baseline story that you can do, kind of example of what you said, is awesome too, and just kind of put it out there for folks, right? And then they can kind of take it from there and do some different things too. So
100%. Yeah, having something for people to start off with is like is one of those things where it like with the backstory, it helps with what you're looking at, right? Like, even if you're not consciously saying like, oh, this figure looks like this or whatever, it's as you take a figure out of the box, you have this idea in your head already of what the purpose is, what they're supposed to be doing, what their part in everything, is going to be. And I think that's really fucking cool. Serpentor's Layer says digital file cards.
The cards will be on the back. Yeah, the card. I should have given a picture. I might have a picture of one there, but on each box, you'll have a breakdown of everybody, file card on each box, so you can kind of go, get a little background of all of them, which would be cool.
Nice. Oh God, I gotta put my glasses on. I feel like I'm gonna say this gentleman's name wrong. Where are we at here? New Orleans Doogie. Oh, that's our boy, NOD, New Orleans Doogie. Sorry, brother. It took me a second. He says, what did I miss? So, brother, we talked about CradleCon. We went through Riptide's GI Journey, got introduced to the rest of the Tide family. We had Little Rip and Mrs. Tide in. to say hello. We went through. We talked with. We've been talking now mostly. We did go on about the movie for a minute. That's when Jay Antonio joined us, and now we're going through Brother Block's amazing endeavor. He says, "Where do I get these BBTS?" So when they're available, you'll be able to get them right from you, right, Brother Block?
Yeah. And I know we've kind of talked about it a little bit too, in terms of maybe having a link for the community, because that's
Yeah.
And what I said in my rollout, my priority is our community and then my Arizona community, right? That's my priority for sure. That's where I get my inspiration from every single day. So my community here, and I actually told that to Matt Mosmine, we're talking about the vehicle stuff, would be whatever volume I have. My priority is you guys in the community, and then some of the stuff I do here locally. But so I'm still figuring that part out. But when it does come out, it'll be definitely really easy for guys in the community to get a hold of them.
That's awesome. I love it. Chaotic 3158 says, "I'm pretty sure as soon as Cobra Commander sees the Queen, he'll yell, 'Retreat!'" That's just funny. Now, so I joke all the time about Cobra Commander being a coward and Destro was right and all this other stuff. I do, in fact, in the bottom of my heart, love Cobra Commander. I think he's an absolute icon. The voice, I love the battle mask. Everything about it. He is a quintessential villain in that, he's an impatient dude who's got, like, I was just watching Cobra sound waves, and like, because he's like, oh, I need to get closer to get them with the sound wave. So he drives the whole machine like off the thing, and then he comes back up and he blames Destro for making a shit machine when he just drove it off the cliff. So I do love Cobra Commander, which is why I was so like the movie part where they just kangaroo court him into oblivion and they turn him into a snake. I always hated that, because it was like, listen, he may be a coward and also a boob, but he's our cowardice boob, and nobody else gets to say anything about him, and definitely not smack him around like fucking Serpentor did. So yeah, just so we're clear on that, I will say those jokes, but I do love Cobra Commander. Cobra Commander's leadership has been pompous, pompous, and pathetic. Yeah, that's a posh. I'll never say that word right. That is Mindbender saying it. I love it when Destro calls him an egotistical peacock. But yeah, so even though it wasn't Cobra Law, the part that new NOD says he's our boob. That's correct. So like when in the part of the in the beginning of the G.I. Joe movie, when it's Serpentor and then Mindbender and everybody else dressing him down, that's one of my favorite things. It's so fucking funny. Like the part where they cut back and it's the Baroness like, and we won the desert campaign, but you freaking did this and we lost that too. Like it's so fucking good. It really truly is. But yeah, no, this is I love this villainry. I think that it looks right. It feels, I get this feel too like a one of the, like a truly dark psychotic energy. And it like one of those things that like they're just gonna roll over everything. There's no pleading for mercy. There's no bargaining with them. They don't want to come here to make demands. They want to fucking kill you. That sort of thing. So I love the vibe that I'm getting from it. I do feel like just even in a broad stroke kind of way that they're quintessential heroes and quintessential villains, and I cannot wait to have every fucking one of these things. And I think I speak for all of us when we say that, for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, without a doubt, it's going to get its own display to put them all on there. I feel like too the detail that I can see on these figures right here, it really feels a lot like the toy photography is going to be off the hook. You know what I mean? It's the element of, you can see that there's clearly sci-fi in here, but you didn't have to go crazy color or absurd like face sculpt. You got the villainry done like in the right way, so they, you didn't have to use smoke and mirrors, so to speak, to hide the villainry. It's just like right there in who they are. I think that's great. Spencer Later says, just when I thought Destro would go for the good guys, he is clearly Team Dark Legion. Yeah, dude. No, I do listen, those good guys had a lot of very cool shit. And don't get me wrong, but there's something just a little extra about these. And I like that the squad commander is abroad. I think that's cool. You know, it's Ann Coulter has that quote. She goes, "The women aren't absent from the military because they're weak. It's because they're too cruel." So when I think about, you know, something like this, I really feel like it's really, really turbo. Kalel327 says, "Well, I will take one of each, so put me down. I'm good for it as long as you don't cancel my pre-order like Walmart." Right. and NOD says Walmart is such crap. Listen, man, I don't. And then the worst part is they put it back up for pre-order and then fucking nobody gets it, and it's just like it's going to be the same thing where like everybody's waiting on their pre-orders and they're getting canceled, but then oh my god, then they're showing up, they're in store. Like, you know, it was like the Night Force 2-pack, the Beachhead Quick, they canceled a bunch of people's that I knew, and then I walk into my store, there's like 8 of them there. You know what I mean? They really fucked people over that. Now, listen, I definitely wanted one of those Dukes for a retro card. I'm sorry, to keep on card. But I also had a deal in place with our brother Truckin' that I was going to trade one of the Dukes that I had for one of his Night Force or not Night Force, Ninja Force Zartans. So I got screwed heavily. In fact, very, very cool. Yeah, man. So this is great. Do we got more pictures, or was this the last one?
Let me see if I think I might have a couple more. Let's see.
So Pentor's Lair says, watch them end up in a pile on clearance. Aisle at Walmart. You know that's going to be true. Actually, I got so excited. I walked into a Target the other day, and I've been hearing about all these discounts, and like I didn't really want to spend. I was just kind of trying to scratch an itch, and I was like, yeah, if I find me, you know, one of those $15 Grim Viper or Grim Vipers or something like that, I'm just going to buy it just to scratch that itch. And I go in there and I see the big display and it says 30 to 70% off, and I see classified boxes, and I get over there and it's all fucking Sand Scorpions for $32 a piece, not even the super cheap ones. So I was just like, ugh, you got me. E-Worthy says, Mike, I got you on the Ninja Zartan, buddy, if you need one. You know, I definitely do. I originally poo-pooed it because I was like, I don't want nothing to do with that. And that's not my Zartan. But then when they started showing pictures of the fucking figure, I was like, oh, no, that's a mistake. I need that figure now, which I should have known. I've talked about it 100,000 times. That I'll say I don't want it, and then I get it, and I'm blown out of my mind. And thank you, E-Worthy. We will definitely chat, brother. That would be great. We'll work something out. I got other stuff to trade too. I'd be happy to work something out with you. NOD says, dude, what world do you guys live in where Walmart, Target, and Ross actually have something remotely interesting? Ours have literally nothing. So listen, up until I had never seen a classified in any of the stores, literally none of the stores. It wasn't until the Target exclusive breaker, the Mass Device breaker, I went in and I found one in one of my whatchamacallits, and it was ecstatic. I felt like I was high as a cat's back. I was Charlie Sheen. I was winning, but beyond that, then there was just like really nothing. And then the Walmart, my Walmart locally got the display. Now the Walmart that's local to me is literally the biggest Walmart in the world. Imagine like 3 Walmarts. Put them together and then double that because there's 2 floors. And if they didn't get, that's true. They get on an escalator. It's huge. I would have lost my motherfucking mind if we didn't wind up getting that display. Chaotic 3158 says, got a Hasbro email a couple of days ago that the Zartan and Dire Tech Creeper are shipping. Yeah, I did wind up with some Dire Creepers, but when the day that the Ninja Force Zartan went on sale, I forgot there was pre-orders. It wasn't until like 3:30 in the afternoon I went, oh shit, I totally forgot I was supposed to do that today, and I fucked up. So let's see, what do we got here? The Dark Legion Tactical Enforcer 2-pack. Now
yes. These guys are more in line with, like I would say, a Grim Viper, because there will be a little bit bigger sculpt, a little bit bigger body than the regular Dark Legion troopers. So these guys are different. You know what I mean? In terms of their loadout, you can see the guy on the right, he has the swords on his back. So they're definitely a different, a higher level, you know what I mean, of enforcer. So, yeah.
Right. That's funny. Yes, I did say we were going to try to do 3 hours here. So we're going to go through. Jay Antonio, did you send pictures to CG?
He did.
Oh, good. Okay.
Sorry, I was eating chicken.
No problem. That's all. It's all good. It's all good. I do that shit all the time. When I go on Figure Fight Club, the open mic night, if I'm not showing off my stuff, I almost always have the microphone muted for the most part while I'm doing a bunch of shit. So, all right, well, very good. So, real quick, we're just gonna wrap up the Roadblocks portion here real quick. So, Brother Block, I can't thank you enough for sending these pictures over, coming in, telling us about your. I wanted to, we all love you in the community, but let's just say anybody that's watching that maybe is unfamiliar. Now they get to see the face behind it. I think that's important. I think that, seeing who you're giving your money to goes a very long way. And you're such an amazing dude. Like you're a pillar of the community. And I know that everybody is going to go bananas, and these shits ain't going to last, brother. They're getting bought immediately. Like, I don't know. Roblox handle on X is Stephen Moss. Oh, does anybody know off the top of their heads? I can't.
Yeah, we need to change that, but yeah.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I can't think of it. Well, I tell you what, I will go back. I will put it in the show notes. I'm so quick, so like behind when I'm trying to put this shit together this evening. I didn't put everybody's actual handle in the show notes, but we will be doing that. Chaotic 3158 says, when are they supposed to be released? Well, it sounds like I'm
thinking, by the end of the year is kind of what we around the Christmas time is kind of what we've talked about. Me and my guy, and hopefully maybe sooner. You know what I mean? Could be sooner. Maybe late October at the earliest. You know what I mean? And then probably December. But the thing is, it's not gonna. It's such a different timeline than injection molding. You know what I mean? So that part of it is exciting because I can get them in my hands and get them out there a lot quicker.
Awesome. That's fantastic. So everybody keep an eye out. We will be updating, and of course, as things keep happening, Block, what I want is I would love it if you came back in and showed off, you get that prototype. Come in, let's show off the prototype. Let's keep this line of figures in people's faces consistently until they arrive, and then that way, as soon as they're available, it's a done deal, and they are sold out. So I mean, and listen, I think all of us would agree that you are putting so much time and effort into it. If you put a couple dollars in your pocket at the end of the day, we are more than happy to do that, right? Especially if it helps give us more figures, So just keep that in mind that, we know for sure. I think we all know you enough that we will trust that when you show us what the price point is, that you are in fact giving us the best possible price, and we will all be happy to pay it. You know what I'm saying? So
I appreciate that. I appreciate the love, man. I appreciate the support that I've gotten from the community, man. It's been crazy, man. It's been so positive and just thankful, man, and appreciative. And literally that's why I feel comfortable doing it, is because of you guys. You know what I mean? That's literally it. Every day, like I said, is truly an inspiration to dive deeper into this stuff, have fun. One of the most positive, corners out there. There's a lot of negative out there as soon as you walk out the door, man. But as soon as you get on that timeline, you jump on Saturday night, now Monday night, the other nights, I mean, it's just a different thing. Almost as a flashback. I even tell my youngest who's here, I say, man, I feel like I'm back in the day when I'm with you guys. When I'm online in the timeline, I really feel like that. So I really feel obligated, man, to keep that rolling, in terms of, giving something that's positive, something that's affordable, something that's all those things can be done. I think we hear so many times that it can't be for this reason or that reason. I think it can. And I see it every day here with us. So, yeah.
That's it. Well, it all comes down to everybody sharing the vision, being focused on the important parts of what makes the community the best, but then showing up every day. Nothing makes me happier to see that people doing their part. And this is just another one of those things, man, where taking the pictures, sharing the pictures, and now here we are, somebody doing something so creative that they're making their own motherfucking figures, dude. I think it's amazing, and I'm super proud of you for just going headlong right into it. I remember when you first mentioned it, and I remember thinking in my head, I was like, "Oh, he's definitely going to do this. This is going to happen, and it's going to be fucking awesome." So I think that this is great. This is great. So again, Brother Block, thank you so much for showing us the stuff. We will definitely continue to put this in front of everybody as we move along. So fuck yeah. Now just
and hopefully we can all meet next year at Joe Fest.
I'm saying,
That would be amazing if we could get something going there.
Oh yeah.
I think with a year to plan, I think we have a really good chance of knocking something out of the park. CG has a really great idea, and I think with a year to plan, I really hope that everybody can get it together. I have I know that I've already kind of mentioned it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it this year. I would love to go this year as well, but I have already established it that I am come hell or high water. I am fucking there next year, no question. I most likely wind up getting an RV to drive down. I'll probably bring the family, and then that way I don't have to worry about being gone from them for a couple of days. They're going to come with me. Rip, let the tides know it's on like Donkey Kong for sure.
Oh yeah.
NOD says in Augusta. That's correct, my brother. He's down that way. You're not too far from there. Yep, it's in Augusta, and that's what's up. Joe Fest is always in Atlanta. I believe it's always in Augusta. Yep. Clell 327 says, "Gotta go. Roadblock. You deserve to make some money off of this. Great show, great chat. You guys are all fantastic. Have a great night, everyone." Our Carded Kin, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming through all the time. You're always a wonderful addition in the chat. You always have me cracking up. Nobody's made me spit out my coffee more than you on the timeline, that's for sure. So thank you for coming, brother. We appreciate it. Enjoy your night. We'll see you on that and them Twitter streets tomorrow. Yeah, so that's what's up. Did Big Red say goodnight too? Did I miss that?
I think he left a while ago.
Yeah, he left. Yeah.
Oh shit, I missed it. Well,
shout out to some tomorrow early. I think what he said.
Oh, right. Actually, you're right. I think he did say that. Very good, very good. So, Brother Block, once again, thank you so much. I cannot wait till this gets knocked out of the park for you. And yeah, so fantastic. Now we are going to slide right into, because we are getting a little late, but we're gonna take some time with this. We're going to slide right into our brother Jay Antonio, aka the Bearded Sumo, is an amazing artist, and his commissions are open. And I just wanted to take a minute. We can showcase some of his stuff here because he's truly a good artist and also a really great friend. So what makes me happy is to say, here's some of his stuff, and to tell everybody that's watching to commission with confidence. NOD, he's out of here. Night, my brother. Thank you for coming, dude. I really appreciate it. The NOD, for context, was the very first person to donate to the Christmas fund. I hadn't even put the actual post out yet, I think, and Homeboy had sent right off the bat, sent $100 to the cause. So thank you so much, brother. Ever since then, I feel like we got a little bit closer and everything. You're a really great guy and excellent in the community, and we thank you so much for joining us tonight. Cobra Asset also checking out for the evening. Thanks for coming, brother. Greatly appreciate it. So here we have a picture of Prince with. Prince always had that butter silky smooth face with that incredibly tight facial hair. Homeboy, shit was always on point. So I feel like that's an important aspect to this picture coming from me. So any particular inspiration for this, Jay, other than the fact that Prince is the fucking man?
Well, this was right after he passed.
Oh, okay.
And, I'm a Prince fan. It was something that I was thinking about doing. Then somebody commissioned me to do it. So,
oh, nice.
Yeah,
okay.
And it also took me out of my comic book element. So,
right.
realistic. It's always been I mean, I could do it. I just don't like it,
Right,
But
right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
you know, but since he passed and he was one of my favorite artists, I was like, let me just put my heart in it. So,
That's
and
what's up.
it was something that I enjoyed to do. I used different colors. I didn't go with your basic black, so I kept it in that Prince,
That vibe,
purple.
that
Yeah,
purple
yeah.
haze vibe. That's what's up. I think that's a great choice because it's not, well, what it is. I personally, when looking at it, is I love the hues of the color, if I'm saying that right,
Hmm.
because it's not like, I don't feel like it's like a lot of times, and even from the man himself, there would be pictures or this or that where all I could see was fucking grimace. There was just too much purple. The purple, you know what I mean? You were just
Yeah.
covered in it. And I think that this gives you that it's a picture of Prince with a almost like an homage to his love for purple, right? Like
Hmm.
it's not like it's not this. You're not being punched in the face with it, which I think is huge. So I think that's a really incredible artistic choice, and I absolutely love it. And you did, and you're welcome. And so, did you do this on? Oh, forgive me because I'm never going to remember the name of it.
Procreate.
But Procreate,
Yeah.
yes. Thank you so much. Thank you
So
so
like
much.
the last, I was trying to find some old art. I mean, I had some, but I feel like the art that I've been doing now on Procreate, I'm able to mess up. If I can you know, when you're doing something on Bristol board and you're dealing with Copic markers or any multi-liners, it's one and done,
Right, right,
or
right,
the happy mistake. And with Procreate is like you can mess up and then just erase it, you know, and like you're
right,
not gonna see it. I can erase a layer, and then I can
right.
start over again. So it allowed me to make those mistakes and have the confidence knowing that I could start over again without actually starting the entire thing over again. I could just fix the piece that I just messed up on.
Right, right. Yeah, I mean, that's huge, right? I mean, holy hell. I can only imagine what it would be like to, spend hours on a project only to have to start all over again because fucking somebody walked in the room and startled you and something, you know what I mean? Like an
Hmm.
honest mistake, right? It has nothing to do with talent. It's just, when you're living your life, shit goes on in a house. Like it's just fucking, so I can appreciate that from an aspect of, that God forbid you make a human error like we all do. And you could just ruin all of that there. So I think that's fantastic. So hell yeah, great picture. I love the hair too. Like
Thank you, thank you.
yeah, I like how he's set back enough. It's to me, art is all about the little choices, right? And so where his head is at in relation to the photo, it's not right in the center, smacking you in the face. It just kind of flows kind of out from the back, almost like his hair and everything is like if you were to look off screen, all behind him would be black, like he's
Hmm.
growing out of the ether sort of thing. So I think that's really, really dope and looks awesome. What's next? Ooh, shit. Now that's
That's dope.
Yeah, I don't know if
that.
you know who that is, but he's one of those characters. It's Adam Strange. He's one of those characters that in the DC world, I mean, he could be considered a B character, but like,
Okay.
in that I don't know. Do you follow it? Do you know about the Hawkman and the Thanagarians and all of that stuff?
Ish. If you start talking to
Yeah.
me about it, I have an understanding. I'm not completely in the dark.
Yeah, so he's one of those like he always reminded me of like the Rocketeer, and
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I was always a fan of that strap two rockets on somebody with a gun and let them
Right.
fly around and shoot.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
So
The
yeah, this is
Rocketeer,
something that
underrated movie.
I learning the layers and knowing that I could add a light source to these things and it would make them pop. So a lot, and I was looking at some of the things. I have the time lapses, So I was like, you know what? Let me make a video so you guys could see what I'm doing. So I'll be posting those shortly. Yeah, and I mean, I had fun with it. And I that's one thing with the anatomy. And I also wanted to show Roadblock how I get down with my with the abs and the guns and stuff. So
Get
Nice.
you.
Nice. Yeah, dude, that does look. I love the posing, the picture. I think that looks really cool. Now, look at that. Woo!
Well,
There's so
I
much
love
going
beer.
on there.
I'm a big beer fan, and I'm Wolverine too. But
Right. No,
yeah,
that's
I always had fun. That was just one of his classic suits, and I was always a big fan of Wolverine, and just to show him, it kind of shows his true size. The stumpy legs, and
right.
I was a big fan of people that over exaggerated him, where you could
Right.
see that he was short, but he's still muscular,
Sure.
So yeah,
Right.
this is something that I did, and I mean, it's in Procreate. You could definitely manipulate a lot of layers where it shows the depth in the muscle, or the striations in the muscle.
Right.
So
Right.
yeah,
So
so that
I
was
think
it.
a lot of what makes this awesome right here is it's a candid look, right? It's almost like catching an artist backstage, right? Where he's got the mask off, he's smoking, he's got the beer in his hand, the claws are in, they're not out. I think it's a very interesting choice for a picture of Wolverine because, like you said, it really it not only shows like his size and everything, but more also like when he's not busy, disemboweling people with his fucking hand claws, he likes to enjoy his smoke and a drink, and which we all know to be true, right? For sure. Yeah, I think one of the biggest crimes that they made in those X-Men movies is they tried to make him this huge dude, and I thought that was not a good idea. You know what I mean? And they even made fun of it in the Deadpool Wolverine movie, where they had that one where they were traveling through time, and it was or the dimensions or whatever it was, and it was that one version where he was literally like 3.5 feet tall, and they were like, "Yeah, comic accurate. What do you want?" I thought that was fucking hysterical. One thing I thought that got his size right outside of the actual comic books was that Marvel the X-Men video game where he was real short, kind of crunched over, and he just kind of
Marvel vs. Capcom.
Yes, thank you. I kept wanting to say Marvel versus Street Fighter, but that's Capcom. That's right. That's the one. So that is dope. That is fantastic. Yeah, man. Woo.
Thank you.
Now here we go. Here's some more awesomeness here. This is fucking dope. I love the moon in the back. You really added like some badassery to a character that maybe gets joked on a little bit, or maybe people that don't know who he is in the comics, right? I mean, I thought that Jeremy Renner did I thought it was a decent job that they did in the beginning of Endgame where they go to recruit him, right?
You're thinking of the wrong character.
Yeah,
This is Green Arrow, not Hawkeye.
Green Arrow.
Oh shit! Okay, well, never mind then. You could have let me go on for another minute. That would have been funny.
Oliver Queen.
Yes.
Is the who actually is my cat is named after Oliver.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh no shit.
Oliver Jonas is my cat's name, just like Oliver Jonas Queen.
Nice.
Yeah, I was a big fan of the Stephen Amell series.
I love that series.
Yeah, I think Stephen is a great dude. I love hearing him in interviews and stuff. But yeah, Green Arrow.
That's awesome. No, okay. Well, also, I guess I wasn't far off. Also, somebody who gets clowned on nonetheless. So I did get that. I did get that part right. But
actually, he doesn't. He's pretty legit in the DC universe.
You got to remember, I'm talking to people who don't know shit like this, right? They just, they're just like, oh, he's got an arrow. Like, how great is that? That sort of thing. But no, this looks fantastic. So, well, all right. So then
he has pockets of time in the DC lore, where it was like, yeah, he's popular. Then the writers don't know what to do with him, but all in all, like he's always been a solid character. Him and Black Canary, they've always
Okay.
been favorites of mine. Yeah, and he just looks like I always loved an Archer. I love Hawkeye too.
Right.
And
That's
now
so
something
funny.
where I saw, I forgot where it was. I saw somebody do a pose, and I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna do Green Arrow.
Nice.
And that's what it was. So
I love it. Well, I like the way this looks. It's I like how the back. It's just the background is this very cool small section, right? So it's almost like he's standing in front of a made background, or just like I don't know. To me, it's instead of just making it look like a true action shot. To me, this looks like actual art. It's something unique. You know what I mean? It looks different than most, something else that you get, and I think it makes it stand out. To be noted, Spentor's Lair brings up a good point. So the Knicks have won another game. They are 3-0, and listen, let's not curse ourselves, but man, I'm pretty stoked about it. Also, everybody seems to
I
agree
am
that-
dancing on the inside, so I didn't want to like gloat or anything, but
Yeah, no, this is great. Hopefully, this is our year. We us long suffering Knicks fans, we do this. God bless Jalen Brunson.
hell yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
cool.
Well, very cool. I love all of the coloring on the abs there. That was very sweet. So hold on, let me guess if I can get this one wrong too. Is this Storm?
Yes.
Okay. Thank God. I have made up. I have made up for the former football. So let's see. I'm trying to see. I'm going to put my glasses on. So she's just got some electricity in her hand there, right? Is that what that? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's like, I was using, just trying to show light, and her powering up,
Okay.
So
Okay. There you go. I like it. I like it.
Yeah. And I love drawing curvy women, so.
For sure.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. Yeah, it looks fantastic. Yes, she looks like she can take it. That's for sure.
Yes, sir.
I love it. I love the
dude.
I love the uniform. I think that now is that uniform through to any particular iteration of the X-Men uniform, or is that just kind of like is that something you came up with?
I think I tweaked a little bit. I think there was like on the ab part you were showing skin, and I don't think I wanted to do that.
Okay. I like
but
that
I
idea.
I was looking for that shine, so I just wanted to be all. I just wanted the shine to be all around and stuff. And I was also playing with different things, so I was like, you know what? I could always erase that layer and put the skin back in.
Sure, 100%. So what when you say that about that particular part and this showing the skin on the abs, the first thing that came to my mind was that's a great choice because obviously, I hate the shirtless guys in G.I. Joe, right? I prefer they all had like shirts on, except for Gung Ho. He's too badass. He gets away with it. But the thing is yeah, of course her abs aren't showing. Would you show the abs on some dudes? This isn't the fuck show. We're here to fight a battle. So you might as well cover yourself. And you know what I mean? Like, does that make sense? Like you wouldn't just for no reason, show off a dude's abs or anything. Now, I don't want to sound naive, like that's not how life is, but is it necessary when she's, a superhero trying to go fight a war? You know what I mean? It just seems unnecessary, right? I mean, of course, if you are going for a particular thing, then yeah, sure, do whatever you want with that. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I feel like if we're doing something like this, like they might as well all look like they're ready for battle. You know what I mean? Nothing wrong with doing it the other way either, to be fair. But I like that choice, brother. That's a good call. Good call.
Thank you.
Yeah, very good. Now this I have on a t-shirt. I have it right here. Matter of fact, I think this is the first one I bought when I went looking. I was like, yeah, I got it.
But
Yeah,
do you know who it is?
that's Omni-Man.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not
Just
Superman.
checking.
It's not Superman.
Just checking your lore here.
I don't think that's Superman. I never thought it was Superman. Just for the record. No, I can't say I'm super familiar with the cartoon, but I have watched it and it was very good. And I know enough about it to be very excited that the guy who directed that is directing if they're actually still going to make it, the G.I. Joe Transformers Energon fucking cartoon. I keep hearing that that if depending, like, they might not, if the movie comes out and it's not good, they might not even do the cartoon. I don't know how much truth to that is. I was under the impression that the cartoon was coming imminently, but apparently not. So yes, no, this is a fantastic drawing. Like, this is really sweet.
I always had look, I love capes. I always loved when they flowed and stuff, and that was something, especially with this piece, I was able to just have fun with it, and show it in midair and mid flight, but also showing how ruthless Omni-Man is, and that's one thing. If you ever read the comics or even seen the cartoon, like, the dude don't play.
No.
He's pretty ruthless.
I saw what I did see, and it wasn't that, it was somewhat recently, I think, is I don't know if it's the end of the cartoon, but he fights like a bunch of other superheroes. I got the vibe that they'd had enough of his shit and they were going to try to kill him, and it didn't really work out so well. He really fucking ripped everybody apart.
Yes, yeah. Man, he's one of those characters when they made him, I was like, man, he's gonna look really good in either actual cartoon, but like a really good cartoon with solid artists, or live action.
Right.
But like I hope they give us a live action version of this, because I can't wait to see who's gonna play that role.
Rated NC-17.
Yeah. That you would have to. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's very much Homelander-y, or I'm sorry, Homelander is very much Omni-Man. I feel like there's a lot of overlap there. Ooh, that's nice. That's pretty dope. I do not know who this is.
Yeah, who is that?
This is an amalgamation, right? This is do you know Alpha Flight?
Yes.
The Guardian, I think.
Yep.
All right, so the guy that's the face is Ethan Page. He's a wrestler for WWE.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I did this piece a while back, just to show him love and stuff, and he's a cool dude. So we go back and forth and talk action figures, and I just want to show him love, and I did that. And then also, I'm a big Jim Lee fan, so everything worked in place. I was like, all right, well, I always loved Jim Lee, how big he made the Guardian and stuff, and I was like, oh, I'll just add some extra muscles,
Nice. Yeah, no, a lot of good definition, right? Like, I feel like, and not only definition, but it feels like, and this is, because like they always made a big deal about how Leonardo da Vinci was the father of forensic whatever. And drawing the human body has to be done particularly well, or it looks stupid. Does that make sense? Like, you have to get them proportions right. Like, you can tell, you can notice if like an arm is a tiniest bit too long, or like how the first thing that catches my eye with this is like the hamstrings, right? You can really get any of that just a little bit off, and it's very, very noticeable. So when I see something like this, which is in essence, he's, for just the purposes of it, he's basically naked, right? In a sense that you're seeing the actual legit definition of him in every spot. So that to me is what leaps out with this and how impressive it is. And I almost called the other guy Hawkeye again. Green Arrow had that same similar definition on it, But yeah, dude, that's very, very fucking dope. And I like the I like the design of the uniform where it reminds me of you guys got to remember these. So remember back when we all would have been somewhere in the like early teens years. I think it was Starter came out with those hats where it would have half the logo.
Oh yes, I remember those hats. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. I wasn't a huge
yeah.
fan. I wasn't a huge fan, but they were cool though, And so
Uh-huh.
when I look at that, yeah, that's what it reminds me of. So I think that that's particularly awesome. Yeah, I love it.
You
I love
said
it.
you said about going like a human body and stuff. When it comes to superheroes, though, you have to exaggerate the human body.
Right, right,
Not Rob Liefeld exaggeration,
Yeah.
but
right.
when I look at this, I get and I don't know if you guys know who Andy Smith is, but I get that vibe. Andy Smith is very good about exaggerating the muscles of a superhero. He makes them big, intimidating. He does a lot of crowdfunding. He worked at Marvel and DC. Marvel, I'm sorry. But yeah, I get a very Andy Smith vibe and stuff. I follow a lot of comic book creators in my other group that I like to be a part of. And yeah, so Andy, I definitely get an Andy Smith vibe. It's really nice.
Thank you,
Very
man. I appreciate
exaggerated
that.
muscles. Very exaggerated muscles, especially when it comes to the stomach and the chest and the
Yeah.
lats. Like that's where you got to make them big.
And that's one thing, I always said, like, I always like you got to show definition. If this guy's going to be a hero, somebody has to be intimidated by him,
Yep.
So
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to do with him. And, and I changed my style. Like that was one thing, I'd never really had a style as a kid. I was always, a friend saying, hey, can you draw like, and I was like, yeah. Yeah, I could draw like Jim Lee. Yeah, I could draw like McFarlane. Yeah, I could draw like Kubert. Yeah, I could draw like I was always doing others. And then I was like, this one guy that I was cool with back in the days was like, what's your style? And I showed him it. And he's like, well, why don't you do that? I was like, because people don't like that. People like, but as I got older, it was like, all right, well, you got to build your own and see what you want to do. And it was like, taking a little bit of everything and then just seeing what fits for me and what I like. And then once it became what I like, people started liking it,
Yeah. I look, the 90s really changed artists for comic books with the Image crew.
Yes.
So there are a lot of people who draw like Jim Lee. There is a lot of people who are very close to Mark Silvestri's style.
Oh my God, yes.
Nobody imitate. Well, I shouldn't say that. There are even some who imitate Rob Liefeld with like I think it's Merritt Michaels, Dan Fraga. Because they were in the Extreme Studios and stuff, so they mimic Rob's stuff, and so you're gonna pull from them because that's what we grew up reading. When I was a kid and I drew, I could imitate McFarlane stuff. I posted months ago a Green Goblin I did, and I think it was a Green Goblin. No, I'm sorry, it was a Ghost Rider, but which was I think a Jim Lee Ghost Rider. Like I could look at their art and mimic it, but when it came to my own style, I couldn't do stuff. So it's nice. Like you got a nice, amalgamation.
Thank you.
Of stuff. Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like it's the whole thing of feeling comfortable with what it is and just accepting. I was never. I never went to a school. It was always me battling my friends. And the funny thing is, I got two friends that I've been, best friends for like 45 plus years, right? And I'm the third best artist out of all of them, out of the other two,
Yeah.
So, and one is it's funny because like he'll see my stuff and then he'll want to draw, and he drew this fucking like compilation of all the 80s cartoons, and I was like, you're doing this because you want to challenge me. You wasn't thinking about this last week. But now that I post something, you want to post something better than me. Okay, it's all right. You know? And I love it. I love it because it just shows that he still loves it, you know?
Right.
And that's the thing, like we forget about the things that we love, you know? And we clock in and clock out and forget, like, nah, God blessed us with talent. God bless us with the love of fucking just, you know, looking at cartoons and this community. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what it's all about. Like, there are other people that are just miserable, and we get a chance to escape. You know,
it's true. It's
so
true.
you know, whatever it is, whether it's collecting, drawing, writing, you know, creating these toy lines, like it's things that we see in ourselves that say, hey, we're gonna find a way to be happy. You know, so. Yeah, man, I appreciate all this stuff, and I get inspired by a lot of things. So I wish that and I asked like recently I've been getting a lot of people a lot of commissions, and uh you know, I'm getting back into it. I had an injury that really messed me up where I wasn't drawing for a year, and I couldn't even hold a pen, you know, and I found a there was a 2-month period where I was drawing with my middle finger.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah.
and it was slow, it was shaky, and I was like, I said, look, and I'm beating myself up, and I'm like, hey, just draw it and finish it. You know,
Right.
that's an accomplishment. You know, and it was like, you know, my hand was getting better, and I'm like, all right, you know what, let me draw more, and I'm getting to the point where I now feel comfortable with lines, and you know, one key component for me was I love cross hatching, you know,
Mm.
and you know, to actually now do a photo where I don't have to just do blacks and shading, I can actually cross hatch. That's what makes my day. I don't know if you know what that is.
It's
You know,
this stuff right in here.
I know, you know, but like, there's a lot of people where it's like, you know, that cross hatching, that's what makes, you know, the art pop, you know.
For sure.
So
No, for sure. Nice. Do we have any more picks?
That was the last one.
that was
So
Very good.
I'm gonna ask you, Jay, how are you with sequential art, like panels and stuff, like comic book panels?
I'm
Because
good with it.
okay, because I mean,
Yeah.
if you start posting some of that stuff, and I would say Giant Man Size Thing could probably attest to this. The groups that we hang out with, the comic book crowd,
Mm-hmm.
they'll get a hold of this, and you might get picked. Like, they may reach out and want you to submit some stuff to do a book.
Mm.
It's all crowdfunding, and but they have, like, they'll do their main book, but then they'll have supplemental books, or you know, or a 5-page story, and they'll give you the layouts and stuff. They'll have
Okay.
contests to see who wants to do it. So definitely
Jay,
pay attention to that stuff.
hey, Jay, I'm not to interrupt you, CG. Do you do commissions with the comic stuff? Like, would you know, maybe a couple pages, a short story, or a short like scene, you know, in a comic book type of thing? Is that something that you do too?
So, you talking to me or you talking to CG?
No, to you.
So, I was in, I want to say 2009-ish. I was trying to get in to DC. Well, maybe it's 2008. I'm trying to think. When did I work Shakespeare in the Park? 2009, right? 2009. I was working for the public theater at Shakespeare in the Park, and I met an artist by the name of Phil Jimenez. And we were talking, and you know, he was, for that 6-month period we were in talks, and he was like, hey, you got to learn this, and give me all the broad strokes of what I need to practice on. And you know, I was trying to get into it, and you know, sometimes getting with an artist, I don't want to, like, because he was giving me a lot of good information, but there's sometimes where it's like, when they disappear, you know.
Mhm.
And the funny thing was, I was talking to my friend who did covers. He did covers for like, some comics, and also he did covers for do you know the band Korn?
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
He did the cover art for Korn. A few of their cover arts. His name is Dave Supakis. And he was like, look, as much as you want to be cool with an artist, your best bet is to get cool with an editor,
Mm,
because you'll be in competition with the artist. And I never really thought about it like that, you
interesting.
know. And I never, you start looking at stuff different. And look, I am nowhere near Phil Jimenez style or his body of work. But it's true. You need to go to that person that wants the work, not the person that you might be in competition with, you know?
Mm,
So, I was trying to get into the whole finding editors and all that stuff, but I was getting frustrated, and I was also in the middle of a divorce, well, breakup, then divorce, and then also trying to get my locksmith company up and running. So it was a few things that I was doing, and I was like, you know what, this is just gonna have to wait. And it waited for like almost 9 years until I got cool with a couple of wrestlers actually, it got Cody Rhodes in 2017 saw my art and wanted me to do his artwork for his Ring of Honor t-shirt.
Oh wow,
That's awesome.
that's
Yeah.
cool as shit, man.
And I mean, but it was like bad. It was like I look at it now, I'm like, oh my god, this shit is so horrible,
right.
but and he wanted it, he wanted a PNG, and I wasn't doing digital work back then. I was just doing stuff on Bristol board, and I had my Copic markers and stuff, and he was like, you know I can't, I can't use this for a t-shirt because it needs to be digital, right? But I'm a post it on my timeline, and I'm gonna shout you out. And because of that, I got so many followers, so many wrestlers saying, hey, can you do this for me? Can you do this for me? And I started doing t-shirts for TNA. So that 2018 to 2020, I was doing t-shirts for them. And then like late 2020, 21 is when I had the first accident. And I was out for a year, and got back healthy, started drawing again. But then, last year I got hurt again, and I need surgery, man. I needed to lose the weight, and I needed to get surgery on my back. So, God was telling me I need to slow down and lose weight and take care of this, But I was like, I'm not gonna stop drawing. I'm gonna find a way to get, back into it. So that's
Right.
the beauty with Procreate, is like you can slow it down, you know. Could I have done the things that I've done on Procreate on a Bristol board? Maybe not. Maybe it would look crazy sloppy, and it would have stopped me from doing it. But I can zoom in on Procreate. I can't do it on a traditional canvas,
Mm,
And
nice.
plus, my eyes, like I'm 50. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh yeah. Oh
like,
yeah.
how hard it is to look at this stuff.
We're all there.
Yeah. So you learn, and you try to get your body right to do these things that you love. Look, Mike called me and said, hey, do I want to go with you guys? And because I can't really walk, I had to say no, but that shit killed me, because I was like, I wanted to fucking meet you guys. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
But I was like, you know what? I could be, I don't want to say a puss, but I could be a weak person and say, oh, woe is me. Or I could say, you know what? I'm gonna be there the next time. You know what I'm saying? That means
right.
I gotta lose this weight. You know what I mean? I gotta do my little senior citizen exercises, you know. I gotta harass my wife. you know. And I got to drive to get there the next year, and that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be 220, looking fucking amazing. You know what I mean?
That's what's up.
You know,
and feeling the best you have in a very long time, I'm sure.
Exactly.
So we're looking for that. We're in your corner, brother. You know, for sure.
And if I need to use a pimp cane, I'm gonna use a pimp cane.
Yeah, right. That's all. It don't matter, for sure. Fucking A. I'll walk you. I'll push you around in the chair if I had to. That I mean, because listen,
look, if I'm gonna get something, I'm gonna get a nice scooter. I'm gonna go in class.
Oh, right. There you go. That's fucking great. Yes. CG says after years of putting it off, I got progressive lenses. Yeah, look, I can't, like, right now I can see everything fine. When I look down, I can read everything fine, but there is when I look at, you don't realize it because it goes so slowly. But when now I'm looking at my phone, I can see everything. But when I put these on, I'm like, oh, okay, there's a whole level of clarity that is just no longer there. Right. It's not, as much as I don't want to have to do it. I have to keep the goggles in here. So, but yeah, brother. I mean, even in the time that we've met, I'm super proud of the strides you've made. You know what I mean? And shit, and it's not easy. Motivating yourself to do shit like this, dude, is not fucking easy. Trust me. I lost like 100 pounds. I was in my early 20s. Now, granted, my metabolism was better. There's a whole world of shit. But even then, even being in the best of scenarios for how easy it was for me with the advantage of being young and having a sort of, it's just, I hurt my knee and I ballooned. I gained like a fuck ton of weight. And then over the course of whatever months, I don't remember, 9 months or so, I lost like 100 pounds. But I remember the effort that had to go into that. And so, trying to stick with the discipline it takes to eat. And like you said, to just do those exercises, none of that shit is easy. So, yeah, we're all in your corner. We're all wishing you the best on that journey, brother. We're all with you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Believe me, it means a lot. I know sometimes I might come off as sarcastic on the timeline, but it's like when you're in pain, you don't want to, especially me. I might tell people, there might be a select few. I'm more of a joker and sarcasm, so I won't think about the pain. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
So if you feel that, if the sarcasm is thick and the jokes are a little bit heavy, where I'm at mentally. So I apologize in advance.
Oh, did we just lose CG?
Looks like it.
Oh, well, he'll hit the link. He might have hit the button on accident. He's got the link.
Well, my reception has been acting up like that. I had to log out and then come back on. I don't know if that probably happened to him.
Yeah, maybe.
There he is.
What's up? There he is. What's up? All right. Well, boys, we are at 4.5 hours. So I'm not gonna make you guys sit through. I usually talk about Mo's Mine, Sys 3D Arsenal. I'm not gonna make everybody sit through that. I'll just super quick. Matt from Mo's Mine, amazing dude, amazing printer. He's got the whole new thing. Hold on, let me just kick myself up to the main thing real quick. Where is it? This one and that one. All right. Yep.
Boom.
Sweet. That's that Raptor, right?
That's the Raptor.
Oh,
Hold on. Let me go back.
Yeah, that's the one I want.
That thing is sweet.
I want it.
Yeah.
Sweet.
That is so sweet. That is so sweet. What an amazing design. I mean, holy hell. That is just fucking, yep. Look at that. Definitely want that.
And that's the 118 one. Obviously, you need the 112 for you guys.
Yeah. But no, it's same quality, same detail.
So obvious.
It's really nice. Good. I'm glad you. No. Please. That's fuck yeah. I love when people show off the stuff that they got when I'm talking about my fellas here. All right, so let me go back to that. All right, so new from Mo's Mind is the Mags line, Mo's Armament and Gear Systems. Here we've got Tunnel Rat. He's utilizing it as a 2-point sling, for a bigger one. Now, mind you, the ones I'm showing you now, these were the original run. The new ones that he's selling out now. I got new ones on the way. They're a little bit longer, so it doesn't look so tight, but that actually holds it in a very good spot. I love this one. This is the green. It really does it for me. It really adds such realism to the shot. It's not even funny. And then, of course, we got here. This is utilized as a 1-point sling. So all you got to do is loop the two of them together. Let me see if I can show you here. So here's what one of them looks like looped through each other. Now, the cool part is there's 3 tri-glides on it. So I can utilize, say, this. There's one that obviously here and here are to adjust the loops. But this middle one, I can kind of move up and down, right? And that way, because every figure has different stuff on their chest, which will allow you to position it. You do the loop so you get it to the height you want, and then kind of wiggle it around, and then you could use this other tri-glide to catch on certain parts, which will help you hold, their primary. See, this is what I wanted for is toy photography shit like this, where Homeboy still got his primary there, but he's like, dude, like this wouldn't just do like a grenade launcher. He would need a rifle, And so when you have it like this, it's really, 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 really awesome. I'm excited for the next few things that are going to be rolled out for the mags line. I will show you guys as soon as it is ready to be shown, and very excited for all of that. Real quick, we got Evil Dookie. I saw my brother came through a minute ago, and 610 Yo Joe Daddy in the house. What's up, my brother? He says replay squad. I was on with David Allen earlier, and we ran late. Y'all smashed late, but no. Well, thank you so much for popping in, brother. We are walking out the door as we speak, but I appreciate you stopping in. Always good to see you. So yes, and of course everybody knows, the Atlas, the Outpost. This bad boy here, really turbo. I actually love this thing. It's just a standalone arc cannon. It's the same that comes on the Atlas. Sucker for them hoses. It's just a cool thing. Anything that you can change. You can feel like you have nothing to do dio shots with, and then all of a sudden you will have everything to do dio shots with by just buying something simple like this. Or what I consider, and I tell people all the time, is there's no better bang for your buck than this, 100%. So for $80, you get an entire scene. This thing, I don't talk about it that much, but this whole thing comes off, and you could put a standalone thing over here while still having like a fortification to stand behind, to fight from behind. Everything is modular. These come off. Everything connects. I could connect this to this right here. Take this piece off. This piece, there's like, male. It'd be like a male and a female. In essence, they slide together. You put the pin back in. Ladder. Pretty cool because there's spots to put it on each side. And I think that's cool because God forbid, you get pigeonholed with it having to be on one side. And then you come up with like, oh, I've got the perfect shot I want to do, but I need the ladder to be on the other side. So there it is.
That thing is dope. Like I got that thing. It's dope.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to say the green GI, the Joe one too, right? Yeah, very, very cool. It is. I got that, and then the Cobra Blue bar, which is behind my trench vipers right here. I got those two at the same time. I was immediately blown away. I've never looked back. Right now the magnum opus is the Atlas, but down the line you will see me with a Shadowhawk, which I think not enough people are talking about that. In a sense, it's these are investment vehicles for sure. But the Shadowhawk's got 2 zip lines on the side, 2 chairs, gunner chairs that move in and out. It's just forget it. I can't wait to get that. That's going to be dope. But again, pay attention to the mags line. Everything new coming out there. Also, something I'll talk about very soon is he and I are working on a thing. He's basically going to be making something for me to give to y'all. I will just say until I get something I can actually show you, I'm just going to wait on that. But it's something very interesting. Matt reached out with an unbelievable idea, and I said yes, please. So we are working on that right now. Again, can't wait to show everybody. I think you're all going to be very impressed. And so absolutely very good there. Real quick. Also, make sure you go over to Mo's Mind Custom Design on Etsy. That's where he sells all his stuff. You can find the link to his show. I'll put it in the show notes. I usually try to remember. I do it the next day. Use Destro Designs 10 to get 10% off your purchase, especially when you're buying something like this, like, $350 vehicle, you're getting $35 off. That's pretty decent. So Destro Designs 10, Mo's Mind Custom Design over on Etsy. Stay tuned for all the new stuff coming there. Also, sis3darsenal.com. Chris is also an amazing dude. As I teased it earlier, I ordered, where is it here? I ordered a Joe and a Cobra, right? So this is the Joe laptop, which is just stupid awesome, right? I mean, just stupid cool. With this little like small screen down here, big screen here, and when you look at the outside, it looks like a legit military in the field briefcase that's got a computer in it. I had to get something for the HIS team. I love the black and red. The screen is actually different. There's a different picture on here, and I think that's awesome. Another similar smaller screen. Again, the super rugged look. Now, on top of that, my brother so thoughtfully made this for me because he knows I'm 788 obsessed, and it's a 788 chemical case. So, now when I do my shot, I talked about this earlier, 788 big shoot. The team is going to be going in and trying to overrun a Joe base that's going to have, because look, I can pop it out of the middle. This is what he has to get, this chemical shit from the Joes. And he's going to roll in after they've, fucked everything up. And he's going to walk in like he's Darth Vader with this empty case. He's going to put the shit in here and they're going to leave. So not to tell you the whole thing, but I just told you the whole thing. Also, the new cases that they're making here is the legacy crate. I absolutely love it. So this is the style, never mind the thickness difference, but just the overall aesthetic of it. It's just a different look. Really, really awesome. It kind of connotes more of your average shipping crate, with slats of wood in the back and then 3 pieces holding them together. Nice little fasteners you could see right there. Here's the edges. Really dope. The recess handles, they actually work really well. They go in. I never had a problem getting them in and out of Figure's hands. Really, really dope. Over here. So this I showed real quick. The Major Blood Mission Crate. It's one of the newer things. I absolutely love it. This is also going to be featured, was featured in the opening scene of the 788 shoot, where Destro rolls up and is like, hey, I need you to go get the shit. Here's your new uniform. Put that shit on. 788 out back. They're waiting for you. It's time to kill some Joes. So there's lots of other shit too. Like you can get even smaller regular die stuff. I just recently got 2 more of these because I kept having to switch them back and forth between shoots. And these are so inexpensive that, I just said, fuck it, I'll pick up 2 more. Really, really dope. I mean, look at how awesome they are. The detail, everything. It's not overdone. There's not like a bunch of shit that just takes away from it trying to look simple, because I think that's just enough. So love stuff like that. This is one of the newer, again, more 788 stuff. This is one of the newer ordinances that he's got there. M67s. Very, very cool. And then there's literally, like, again, going there is good, but this is another sort of newer edition that I love. It is a mechanic set. You can order top, bottom, or get both of them. Sits so nice. Top opens. Every drawer opens. That's not just for show. You can actually store a lot of stuff in these, so they're useful, right? Say you have a bunch of figures, you put one of these in the middle, you just store all their stuff in there. You don't have to worry about getting like a separate plastic bag or whatever. I mean, if you have a lot of figures, that could get a little pricey, but it's still cool. Look at that. Perfect. All right. And also, I mean, one of my favorite things that I do have to remember to show this every time. So when Short Fuse came, he only had one little teeny tiny mortar. Well, guess what? You can get this fucking awesome thing. There's 9 of these in here. Oops, I always do that. I grab the one. There's 9 of these cases. Look at that. That's what it looks like. The top comes off. Look at how dope. You get 9 of these. So you can build a whole scene, especially if you wind up with, like, say you happen to have more than one of those and you have a couple different lined up, and Short Fuse has like some steel core sentries like feeding the tubes, but Short Fuse gets them set up. Now you have all these extra ones that you can have everybody looks like they're actually shooting something. So I actually love that one too. And listen, there is a ton of other stuff. Destro mission crates. I absolutely love this one. Tons of 788 stuff. You know, the first one I got was the scrap iron and the Firefly mission crates. Just go over to sis3darsenal.com, use Destro Designs to get 10% off your purchase. If you have Etsy Premium or whatever it is, you can still find Chris over there at Sis3 Arsenal, and you can utilize the free shipping from there still. He has all the stuff loaded over there as well. But then also free shipping, use Destro Designs, you get 10% off too. It's a great deal. But the Sis3 Arsenal website is actually really gorgeous. It's super easy to use and navigate, and which is important to an old fuck like me, because you know the only thing worse than like going into a restaurant and like they hand you like a thick menu is going to a website where there's just a ton of shit everywhere. Show me the goods, keep it simple, nice and clean, and that is exactly what Chris's website looks like. And just like Matt, he is also a really fucking awesome dude, friend of the show, collaborator on all the toy photography I do. Between the both of them, I'll always continue to say it that I'm not as good of a toy photographer as it looks. I just have a lot of cool shit from these two guys, and then I just throw a ton of figures in there, and you're too busy looking at all this stuff to realize that it's not really that great of a photo or anything. But no, you guys get the point. They're absolutely awesome, and I will always support them in their quality products, because I've never heard a bad review or a bad thing, right? And not only is it not bad, it's excellent across the board, and especially for like the customer service. Like even with Chris the one time, I mean, Matt just sends me shit, and like I don't even have to ask for it. He knows what I want before I do. So when I ordered this first, right, I forgot to order this. I just ordered this part, and then when I got the order, I was like, oh yeah, that's right, I forgot to order this. So I placed an order for this, but my jackass wasn't paying attention, and I chose black drawers, which was different. And so Chris reached out and was like, oh hey, the top part that you got had gray drawers. And this one has black. Do you want the black, or did you want them to match? And I was like, oh, I actually want them to match. I didn't know that. I didn't know I fucked that up. That was an accident. And so that's top quality customer service, right? I mean, holy shit. And also Chris, again, unprompted, bit something like this. He's done this a couple times. The Destro crate did this to that. Both of them are very, very good to Destro Designs, the show and everything. And so I love those guys to death. Again, thank you to GI Customs too for that sign. Murphy's Innovative sent me those wonderful the missile system for the snake armors. And I don't know if did you guys see that he's developing the shield for the snake armor that he and then it sets down and the door opens and a guy can shoot from behind it. How fucking cool is that?
That's fucking sweet.
Yeah, that's really great. I can't wait to get my hands on that. I think depending on the cost, I might get two, because you figure you get two snake armors, they put two of them down together and they angle it a little bit, seems a little more realistic, right? Because if you have just one flat, there's a lot of, you can flank a little bit easier than if you have two of them and they're like this, you know what I'm saying, to prevent that kind of thing. So I don't know, I think that will look cool. So all right, boys, 4 hours 47 minutes. We're gonna put this to bed. All right, so
the record.
No, unfortunately the record is 5.
God damn it.
5:15. I know, so close yet so far away, dude. Yeah, I think it's 5 hours and like 15 or 20 minutes, something like
You mean
like
I
that.
held my piss for nothing?
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, it's still, this is though, I think this is probably the second longest, right? Because I think
I'll
only
take that one. I'll take that
Yeah.
one.
We'll take
That-
that. We'll take that.
yeah, and besides, I think at the last like 15 minutes of the last one, was it just me and CG? I think that's the one, right? I think Conrad was on. CG came on later. I can't remember for sure, but I know only one of them went over 5, and then I think the other one we've just beat the other one that was in second place. I think we just beat it by like 3 or 4 minutes. So that's
Well, I need
that's
for
not-
you to post that on the timeline. This is the second longest.
I usually try to keep track of that or keep an eye on it to put something out there like that. Funny. I mean, it goes by really fast. It's the most guests for the longest time. Okay, there we go. Right.
Look at
It's
that. So we're the
most,
first.
Yes, the first to be the most and the longest. Okay, That'll work. That'll work. I love it. I love it. I knew this was going to be good. And I really like the way it works. And I plan on doing, more community centric shows where there's a bunch of us on here. I feel like this is probably the amount that's good. You start going, then, I don't want people to feel like they have to go stretches of time without talking. Now, this particular time, what we had was we were really focusing it. It was Rip's first time. Then we talked about CradleCon. So, and then it was Roadblock's turn, and then it was Jay's turn. So it was almost like, we had sections, which is totally, totally fine. It's exactly what I wanted it to be. I feel like when there's things and goods or services to be bought or sold and traded, however you want to look at it, I love putting the people's face out there because you're like, it's just a much more personable thing. So, with Jay, commissions are open, purchase with confidence, and get something from my brother 100%. Stay tuned for Roadblock's figures. We all know they're going to be dope. We're all already sold, right? Those figures are already sold out. You just don't know it yet. And I'm stoked. I'm stoked for to get the figures. I'm stoked for you to, be like, I know this is a labor of love for you, right? Mm-hmm. The joy is in the journey on this, and your positivity is infectious on this and everything else that you do. And so it's very exciting, man. I'm really happy for you that you found, because with an undertaking like this, there's a lot of things that, to the point where you're at that could stop a person from continuing to go forward. Right. So, especially like finding the right guy that's works with you in the way you need to work with him at the price point, like the whole thing. Like, I'm super, super happy for you that you got all that happening. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's really fucking dope. Absolutely. And brother Rip, thank you for coming on. You did an excellent job for your, for not just for your first time, but for any time. Make sure you let Mrs. Tide and Little Rip know that we all love them and I appreciate them taking the time to come on. Little Rip has carte blanche to pop his head in whenever you let him, right?
He will.
I know. It's funny how the kids look at it. My daughters thought I was internet famous, but then after a while, trust me, the kids will never let your head get too big on anything. Right. They will always basically in a roundabout way be like, you ain't shit. I don't know what you're talking about. You ain't shit. That's it. And you'll be like, it'll catch you off guard too. You'll be like, what? And you'll be like, oh, I gassed my own head up about that. They ain't dumb. They're like, no, you're not that. Stop. Go get my toast. and that's the gist.
Cut the corners.
Right. Yelling as I walk away. Don't forget to cut the crust off.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's fun. That's fun. No, they do kind of with the YouTube thing. They do find a little bit of like they pop their head on once or twice because they think it's. I try to. I'm honest with them. I'm like, yeah, there's like some people watch. I was like, after like a couple of days, like, I don't know. Sometimes it's like 150, 300 people watch it, but I was like, that's not. Trust me, that doesn't make me anything remotely close to famous. I was like, and then I tried to give them numbers of like shows. I just Googled some shit real quick. I was like, no, these are people that are famous, right? They actually watch the shit. But yeah, no, tonight was absolutely amazing. Oh, and CG, thank you so much for coming through as always. You are always a great addition to the show. And anytime I can spend time chatting with your brother is always the best. So greatly appreciate that. Oh, and all the effort you put in for the, to show the thing. I mean, a huge part of what we.
Thank you, man.
CG, aka the producer.
Right. I mean, well, no, listen, if you look at a large part of what we did tonight wouldn't have been possible without having those pictures. I mean, we could all say the shit and we could all be like, okay, so you're going to watch on this, but then you have to have your computer out to Google these pictures or something. So it's a huge part to the evening. And I think that's fantastic. So thank you all for your efforts. I appreciate it. You can find me, Destro Designs, Viper Den Studios on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Saturday nights is the main show here. At 8:00, that's the base. Sometimes I move around to accommodate for guests. I do what I do. Monday, you can catch me on Destro's My Spirit Animal Live. Always a shout out to Mark for having me on all the time. I greatly appreciate it. Not only do I have a blast over there, I always acknowledge that doing that, I know, helps me do this, and it has opened the doors to me having very popular guest and shit like that. I'll never not acknowledge that did a lot for me. I'm very certain on that. Tuesdays, I try to get through Figure Fight Club's open mic night as much. I've only done it once in like 6 weeks because I can only do so much. I got a lot happening in that. To have it being up late Saturday night, Monday night, and Tuesday night, I'm really asking a lot of my old man self out to get all that done. So I've had to scale back those Tuesday nights. Tuesdays and Fridays, I drop articles at serpentorslayer.com. Also, obviously gets shared on X. Make sure you are checking out serpentorslayers.com. You are checking out Serpentorslayer on X. You can be found on Instagram and Facebook as well. Best way to get a hold of the Bearded Sumo for commissions would be at the bearded_sumo. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that is
On
Instagram.
Twitter, Instagram, X. Wait, I just said Twitter.
Yeah,
I
always say Twitter. Nice, and you are on Facebook too. Yep, TikTok and Facebook. You are on all four.
Yep.
Very good. So you can reach out no matter. Listen, if you want something, you can find him. The man is out there for sure. If you are not a member of Twitter or over on X, we truly do have the best community over there. So I would see if you like this show, then you definitely want to create an account. You can just find me at Destro Designs over there. I'd be happy to introduce you to the crew or any one of us here. So at the bearded_sumo on X, Riptide. What is your exact one? Is it at Riptide O'Leary exactly?
At Riptide O'Leary.
Nice. Very. That's what's up. Now, Roadblocks is a very long.
It's at Stephen STEPHEN and MOS 18469.
Nice. That's what's up. And of course, CG Horror is at CG Horror on Twitter /X, but over on Instagram, he could be found at CG Horror on X. That's correct, right, brother? Yep. Very, very good. Yep. And so that's what's up. You guys can find us all there.
Sorry.
No,
One second. Next Thursday, I'm gonna be on Lucida Bass.
Oh yes,
taking a shot photography showcase at 9:00. So hope to see some of you guys there.
Good time.
I'm taking a couple of photos, a couple of more action figure photos. So you probably see some more stuff next Thursday. So I hope to see you guys there.
That's what's up. Yeah, that's a pretty cool show. Shout those guys out. Lou and Goose are
Lou
good
and Goose,
dudes.
yeah.
They're actually I'm trying to Mark that was my spirit animal is trying to see if he has a day. He and I were going to go on to talk about a bunch of different, like it wasn't going to be my photos. They were going to bring up a whole bunch of everybody else's stuff, and we were just going to kind of comment on it and stuff. So stay tuned over there for Take the Shot. Make sure you check out Jay next week and beyond. The whole Figure Fight Club crew is great. It's Tao collects 1980. He's over on Twitter with us, also everywhere. Lou, it's like Lou_Lasuda base. And then Abby is FFC, or the actual at Figure Fight Club account is him as well. And of course, I'm sure everybody here already is, but make sure you are subscribed to Destro is My Spirit Animal on YouTube. You can also find him on Facebook and Instagram, and then at Mark Fody over on Twitter. It's the best G.I. Joe content you're going to find. That's not a debate. On top of all the other amazing shit that he does. And he's like a content machine. He drops like the 3 highly edited videos a week, and like sometimes, but it's crazy. He's been on fire lately. So, and it's all good, right? None of it's like, it's considering how he has really been combing, G.I. Joe in such a way, but yet here's all these different ways to look at shit, and it's always very good. So make sure you were over there checking them out, and I'm there on Monday. Let's see, we did everybody's everything, so I think we are all set, right? Anything else anybody want to mention before we sign off?
I think we're good.
All good, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we rolled everything around pretty good. Well, again, thank you all. I greatly appreciate it. This was fucking awesome. And you really, now we're really close. We should just wait 2 more minutes to get to the actual 5-hour mark. No, we're there. This is a 5 hour. That's the gist of it. So, yeah, my brothers, thank you again. We will see of course, we'll see you on the Twitter timeline for sure. And everybody in the comments, thank you so much for joining us. You guys are half the show, right? We go so much that we talk about comes from them, and plus you sit here and you take this journey too. Time is their biggest commodity, most valuable one. So I really appreciate it that you guys gave me mine tonight. So, all right, y'all, have a good night. Peace.
Have a good night, guys.
You guys,
Later.
peace.